gentlemen, welcome to Black Men Unfiltered. It's Friday. Y'all know what time it is. It is Barbershop Talk. Tonight, we're going to have a great subject tonight. We're going to take the gloves off tonight. We're talking about selective outrage, all right? So get your wine, get your beer, get your wife or your husband near. Sit down on the couch and get ready to say, I like that, or ouch. It's going down tonight at Black Men Unfiltered Network. I appreciate you guys for being here. I appreciate all the love that you give, and I appreciate everything that you guys do. Tonight, again, go ahead and hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as you're coming in. I appreciate everything that you guys do. All right, I see you, CBN. I see you, CBN. I'm gonna need that those laws tonight because I got some videos I need to play tonight. But again, guys, thank you so much again for being here. The show is about to start in a few minutes. Let's go ahead and get it started. This is Black Men Unfiltered Barbershop Talk. Let's go. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? What's going on? What's going on? It's good to see everybody in this thing tonight. Whoever's in the chat. Let's see who we got here. We got Beautifully Animated here tonight. We got Corey in the building tonight. We got CBN in the building tonight. We're looking forward to have everybody else come in. Hit the like button and subscribe button as you come in tonight. We got Scam Likely here so far. We got Ronan here so far, and a few other brothers rolling in this thing later on tonight. Shout out to Mr. Bennett with his daughters graduating college. And he's helping them move out of the dorm so they can start a new journey in life. So, man, shout out to Mr. Bennett and his daughters. Both of them graduated college. That's a man that led his babies the correct way. So, shout out to Mr. Bennett tonight, man. Much love to you. He said he's going to be here as soon as he can because he wants to be here for this conversation. All right. So, fellas, what's going on? Scam Likely, Ronan, what's going on, man? How y'all doing?
Good. By yourselves.
Oh, pretty good. Scam, what's up?
All is well. Beautiful Animated says, Assalamu alaikum.
Wiggum salam. Y'all stupid already. Starting early, man. Y'all ignorant as hell, man. But, man, I want to go ahead and jump in real quick and start out with something, the lower part of it. Then we'll get into one of the bigger parts I've been seeing. I mean, it's like it's like a pandemic of things that are happening in the world today, and I think we should discuss it. But the first thing I want to discuss is the whole Ja Morant situation. Now, the reason I want to discuss that is because there's been two different conversations going on. Ja Morant shouldn't have a gun because he's in the NBA. But then they're saying Ja Morant lives in Memphis. They have open carry where you can carry your gun and you can brandish your gun as well. And he's not breaking any laws, so that's why the police were never involved. That's why no laws were ever called, because in that state, just like Texas, right now I can walk into a restaurant with my AR on my back. I mean, they just allow it. Memphis, the same thing. I checked the laws before I got on. They match Texas, like almost identical. So what are your thoughts about the NBA saying, hey, listen, they haven't said much, but the team said that they're going to suspend him. I mean, that he's been removed from all, team activities and their website and stuff like that. So what are you guys' thoughts on that situation?
You got Scam?
Yeah, we'll go ahead, Scam. We'll start with Scam first.
I don't know the full situation, But trying to say it, it's not getting on Instagram waving your pistol around. That's not a good look.
Right.
And when you go NBA, NFL, they're trying to clean up the image, which is a good thing. I'm actually going to support that. But meaning NBA, NFL, whatever is separate than actual law. If you didn't break the law, cool. But if you're presenting a bad image and they got rules or whatever, or implied rules regarding the image, let's be real, it's still political and it's still not a good look. But also don't know the full story.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that stuck out to me is that he does have a right to do it. However, one of the things that I had a conversation with one of my coworkers today is that, okay, it's okay for him to have it, but let's move over to the NBA. The NBA is a huge sponsor of Bud Light, right? Budweiser, Miller. They're huge. I mean, this is one of their biggest sponsors, millions on top of millions of dollars in advertisement. And don't you know if they take a sip of that beer or they get caught drinking, the NBA suspends them or it can remove them from the team? It's like a contradiction, right? One of their biggest sponsors, they can't have it. And like, I'm confused. Like, what are your thoughts about that? I'm confused completely.
I definitely agree with the scam. We're talking about the optics here. Obviously, he doesn't have a solid team around him.
No, he does not.
Not just security, but a solid circle that he can console with to protect his image. Because now he's at risk of losing money and all kind of things, even his opportunity to be a representative in the NBA. So my thing is like, I think they're taking care of not just their public image, but they're trying to corral the whole thing about bringing a negative element in there. Because once you have those things clashing, that's a bad look, and bring harm to other people. Especially go back to the time where they had the whole Gilbert Arena situation, bringing that gun to the locker room and all that stuff. So in a sense, they're trying to keep repeat performances happening, but still, as a dude, especially where you're in your position, you should have security to take care of certain things. That's my thing.
Now, how do you feel about his mom? His mom, the situation he had with the young man at Foot Locker. Okay, so his mom went to Foot Locker. The guy said he didn't have her size or whatever. Ja was not there. But his mom called him and said, "Baby, I'm having an issue with this guy at Foot Locker. You need to come take care of it." Well, he's a mama's boy. So he pull up with 10 other people, come in and choke the damn boy out at Foot Locker. Right? Now, let me say this other one, then I'm going to let y'all cook. Then his mom went to his sister's volleyball game, and one of the people was heckling her sister, heckling his sister. She calls Ja up. "I'm at your sister game. There's this dude over here heckling your sister, yelling while your sister trying to serve, yelling while your sister playing. You need to come handle it." They come in and break the whole volleyball game up. I mean, so what are your thoughts about the kind of power that his mom has over him?
Too much. And my thing is like, in that position, I'd have certain guys who go take care of certain things. Like, if I'm supposed to be the head of the table, I gotta delegate certain things like that.
Right.
But for him to be a mama's boy, that means he can be ran under the table, because you see where he's at now and no one's helping, especially his dad, which is a whole nother situation. But you got to be mindful of your family, because just because you're blood related doesn't mean you can relate. They're not looking at the long-term effects of these things, because when his wealth and opportunities are gone, then what's going to happen to him? No one was there for him when he needed him.
Right. And I think that nobody would know yet. I see beautiful animators say, "I don't get it. No one should know you have a gun." I don't think that's it. I think that like you said, the circle around him, when he have his gun, he's able to have that. With the circle around him, they pulling their phones out. "Oh, let's go live. He got his gun out."
Yeah, but that's what they're looking for, an opportunity.
Exactly.
And especially in this culture, you got people who don't. Again, that's important to have a tight circle, like that's looking at your best interest. Hey, look, get your ass up out of here. We got this.
Right.
That type of thing. Or you ever have like your adult influence, like, look, you shouldn't go to certain places to get that shit triggered in the first place. You already know you're part of a business that's international. So once it comes down from up high, you're gonna fuck everything up, even for your children. So his level of discernment and foresight is just trash right now.
And what about you, Scan? What you think about the relationship with his mom?
How did we skip over his dad and get to his mom?
Well, his dad, like his.
That would mean the women, that means
right.
the women run. I mean, how do we skip over his dad and go to his mom? His last name is Morant, and I assume his dad's last name is Morant.
I think and like one of the guys said last night, I was watching. One of the guys is close to. Well, he said he has a person that's close to the family, and they said his mom. His dad is one of his biggest supporters. He's at every game. He's, from high school, college, all the way up to the NBA. His dad never missed a game, right? And his daddy was a hooper or a star player before he got hurt real bad and couldn't sustain the NBA, right? But at the same time, his dad, I don't know, his dad and his mom still married, but somebody close to the family says his mom, it's like she's a hater. Like she doesn't want him to be successful. And the dad and her always bump heads about, hey, stop calling him. Don't call him for no dumbass shit, right? So that's why you don't never see her at no basketball games. She don't never come support him. You've never seen them sit in the stands together, right? The only time you see him is with his dad. That's it. No. His mom don't ever come to the games.
Yeah, how do we still skip over his dad and go to his mom?
Because his dad is not the one calling him to do this dumb shit. It's his mama. Right? His mama saying, come to the volleyball game and handle this nigga. Come to the Foot Locker and handle this nigga.
And if he's grown, he listens. So.
Oh yeah, he does. Mm-hmm. Yep, he does. Everything his mama tell him to do, he do it. He just like he a kid. When it comes to his mama, it's like he's a kid.
Mm. Somebody in the chat put gynocracy in. I mean, how do we always go? How do you go to the mom when the dad is there?
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I don't know if the dad tried to. I don't know if the dad, because like I said, him and the dad are really, really close. So I don't know if the dad hemmed him up. I don't know if the dad he didn't cut the dad off because the dad's not really talking to him anymore. I don't know if his daddy said something to him. You know how it is when you sign a $300 million contract and your dad is saying, "Hey boy, you need to get your shit together." He told his dad, "Hey man, fuck you. I don't got to listen to the shit you say. I got man, get the hell on. You don't I'm a grown man now. I'm making $300 million. You crazy?"
If that's the case, then Ja's on his own.
Yeah.
It got nothing to do with his mom and his dad who's calling all that whatever. That's
hey, come on up, Hank. Hank said you need to stop this shit, Scam.
No, he can bring it on, but here's the deal. You just said the dad is at every game. You've seen
every game, bro.
Picture, and we're going and looking for the mom. And
even when they got into that big fight
for the woman.
Yeah, even when they got in that big fight at the NBA game. Remember, if y'all don't know if y'all saw it, but him and Shannon Sharp and all of them, they collided on the court. His dad was the first one out there grabbing him, like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Like, get your ass over there.
Do we go ask where Shannon Sharp's mama was? I mean, what are we doing?
But the reason that I brought up the mom is because she made news because she calls him and have him come do stupid ass shit. Now the daddy don't do that, but the mom can be out anywhere and be like, "Hey, bring you and your boys over here, handle this shit." See. And he's running wherever his mom at. Here I come, mama. We on our way. And they say he pulling up in trucks with 10, 11 dudes. Mama, where he at? Point to him. They didn't chase the dude in the back of Foot Locker and beat the shit out of him. Just because his mama said he did. He said something crazy to me.
Oh, and I agree with Trey. Shannon Sharp's grandmother raised him.
When I was in the Army, all the way up to whenever, I don't answer those phone calls. I've seen all the ignorance. I don't answer those calls. I'm just saying.
Right.
It doesn't matter who it is.
Yeah.
No, seriously. I was in the Army. They throwing chairs, flipping tables, and all that. Look, I'm y'all's designated driver. If y'all want to get stupid voluntarily, you're on your own. If stupid comes to you, I got you. But if you want to go to stupid, you're on your own.
Since I agree with what Scam was talking about, like even in the military, it's like there's a time you gotta learn to stand on your own, but you have a lot of OGs that kept you on point. I was always looking for wisdom. So
I was the youngest dude. I was 20 when I got out the Army. I was never even 21 in the military.
Yeah, but Scam. On top of that, Scam, he grew up in a nice subdivision, nice home. He didn't grow up in the hood. Nice haircut. Went to the nice schools. I just think he's just trying to portray something he's not. He grew up in a 2-parent home. He grew up with, if daddy had money, mama had money. They grew up in a very nice place. And now he's thinking he's this thug.
I've seen it in 2-parent households too. There's still that dude over there. There's still that one that stays in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because one of the dudes was like, hey man, every time Ja do something, he always throwing up our sign. He said, dude, we don't associate ourselves with your ass. He said, but what I'm gonna tell you like this, he said, as a friend, he said, I'm a friend. He said, I don't know you, ain't never met you, boy. He said, but as a friend, I'm gonna tell your ass right now, stop playing with our sign, bro. He said, because if you really want to be about that life, me and you can have a meeting together, just me and you. He said, I can change your perspective on throwing up that fucking sign. But he said, because you ain't never been a part of what we got going on.
See, that's that false flagging. Like if
right.
you don't
and he told him, he said, you want to pay. He said, what we'll do is, John, he said, if you keep doing that talk, he said, because we got ways of getting to you. He said, you keep putting up our sign, we're gonna come get you, and you're gonna pay us for the rest of your life to keep you alive. He said, so stop. Yeah, he said, so stop throwing the sign now before we come get you. You see what I'm saying? So you ain't been in that life, bro. You can't be out here throwing those signs, and these dudes in the street, they kill us.
Yeah.
I was like, man, stop playing with these boys, man, before your ass end up $300 million in the ground.
That's why I said the whole thing about situational awareness. You gotta be aware of not just what you're doing in the present moment, but how you're carrying yourself, because you got people watching. And if you're out there throwing stuff up that you don't represent, they will come see about you.
Yeah,
and it's just as in any entity. And I've seen that in the military too. So,
and then somebody posted pictures today. I'm gonna let you cook, Sam. Somebody posted pictures today of LeBron James carrying a big ass fucking machine gun. Like, I mean, that bitch was huge. And then it had another picture of Draymond Green with an AR-15 shooting that bitch on camera, right? And it was like, so what's the difference?
Application.
There is no difference.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
There is no difference.
Yeah, I honestly don't know the full story. I'm only going off of the pieces I'm hearing now.
Yeah. They say he shouldn't be brandishing a weapon.
Yeah, I can't tell you. I don't know this dude. All I know is he can dunk on people.
Yeah, he'll super.
Gilbert Arenas took a whole gun into the locker room, bro.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on. This is nothing new. Athletes and gunplay is nothing new. The man ain't broken no laws. He ain't hurt nobody, not as yet that we know of. I don't get the indictment on this, man. I don't understand what the big deal is when this is nothing new. Yeah, if he wants to fumble his bag with Nike, that's his choice. He's an adult. He knows better. He knows exactly what he's doing. If his mama keep calling him out here to do thuggerish crap and he keeps going out and doing it, that's on him. He's an adult. He's a grown. He can tell his mama no just like every other man can. But he's choosing not to. That's the lifestyle he want to live. Let him fumble his own bag. We've seen these stories before. We know where this goes. But I'm not blaming his daddy, and I for certainly am not blaming his mama. I'm going to blame him. He makes the decisions. He's the one that's on Instagram brandishing these weapons. He knows better, and if he wants to fumble his money, go ahead, bro. Fumble your money. You will be another cautionary tale that they will be talking about at the rookie symposium every year, talking about don't be like this fool.
Yeah, it's a guaranteed 30 for 30. So
how you gonna fumble? How you gonna fumble 300 million? Man, you'll never recover.
He'll
never recover.
It's not about the money.
Yeah, I agree with that. Scam was like they think it's mainly about
let's be real. E1's in the military. Reckless driving, you get a $300 fine. Somebody in a third world country be like, man, this dude blew $300, a whole half a paycheck. It's the same thing.
And I saw today they have some teams in China. See, this is where you get. This is where it goes south for me. Even if they punish him, say for instance, just for shits and giggles, they tell him, we're going to suspend you for 80 games, 86 games, whatever.
Taiwan paying money right now.
Taiwan said, oh, if they suspend you, take the suspension. We'll pay you what they pay you a year.
Dwight over there living life.
Man, Dwight Howard over there making money like he 19-year-old rookie.
And he playing like it too.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
So it's like Ja can, if they suspend Ja can go right over there and make the same amount of money in Taiwan, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like when you got that skill level like that, he can go anywhere in the world. Hell, they got what's his name? Dwight Howard doing damn commercials. I mean, they're doing the language and everything.
That's why Stephon Marbury is a legend over there too.
I mean,
yeah, because he sucked in the U.S.
Oh man, them fighting words right there, boy.
Wow.
He was
an all-star, sir.
No, he was all right. I just wasn't a Steph fan.
So okay, so let me ask you, what's up, man? How you doing, bro? Put the lotion down in camera.
Right. That's not funny.
Put the lotion down in
Even
camera.
to a devil dog, that's not funny.
What you say?
Even to a devil dog, that's not funny.
You see now, you done fucked up. You know that, don't you?
Ronan know what I'm talking about when I say that.
So, Andrew, let me ask y'all this.
Yeah. Y'all so stupid. Y'all laugh at anything. That wasn't even funny to y'all. Shout out to the court, man. I love my Marines.
Mandrell, so what do you? Okay, so with the, I want to go into this because this is a lot of people are very angry about this right now. They had a rally here in Dallas. They got rained out about gun laws.
Oh shit!
Now here in Dallas and here in Texas, our governor ain't trying to hear nothing. He said, we'll fidaggle on making the background checks a little bit more strict, but as far as the gun laws where you can open carry anywhere you want to without a license, we're not changing that. And we had a lot of mass shootings. And this year alone, I had it pulled up here. I think we've had Trey, you may know. Let's see.
We in the 30s now, ain't we? 30, 40?
Oh, sheesh. Right now, let's see. How many mass shootings? Okay, here we go. We've had, oh, God damn. Yeah, we've had 1, 2, 3, yeah, you were 43.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, 30s and 40s.
Yeah. So, yeah. So what are you guys' thoughts on changing gun laws? Should they change gun laws?
No, you should not change gun laws. In fact, I think gun laws should be much more lax than they are. They're too stringent.
Yeah, I say they should change them.
I don't. Listen.
Let's start with Mandrell first. Mandrell, why do you say what your opinion is they shouldn't? So why shouldn't they change those laws?
My guns, I have firearms in more than one location, meaning more than one place other than the place I live. Okay. They sit there until I decide to go pick them up and do something with them. If I go out and decide to do something illegal with them, the gun decide to do it or I decide to do it. By making gun laws much more strict, you're not solving the problem. The problem isn't the guns. That's stupid. The problem is whatever causing people to make the decisions that they're making. Why don't we try attacking that?
Makes too much sense.
Instead of sweeping things under the rug, ignoring the real problem just because it's much more difficult. It's a talking point. It's a political talking point. This is why most military personnel are apolitical. Well, the ones that came out of the military sector that I did, we're apolitical. It's all bullshit. You're not solving a problem by the gun. No, it's not the guns. Shut up.
Yeah.
Why do you want that? Because I fucking do. How about that?
Now,
why do you eat things all day and get fat? Because that's what you do, right? Okay, right, cool. Now, stay fat and let me have my guns. Okay, you can have my guns and be in shape.
You can have your guns. Okay, so let me tell you about the guy here in Texas that just shot up Allen. He was discharged from the military because of he had a mental illness. And that man went home and got those guns. He had 4 on person, and he had 6 in the car. And he came out there and just started shooting people.
Okay,
you don't think there should be a law to keep his mentally insane ass from buying a weapon?
Again, the issue is
still isn't the gun though.
Right. The issue is
that he didn't get the help that he needed before he left.
Right. The thing is, what did he use? Okay, the ones that were in the car, did he shoot anybody with them? No, he didn't. He didn't shoot anybody. The ones that were in the car, they never got used. He decided to go out and do that. You have to tackle mental health, especially in America. You're not solving the problem by taking guns away from people. you're not doing anything by taking guns away from people except making people more vulnerable, because criminals are going to get them regardless.
Facts.
I can go and get a gun crafted, meaning Smith, right now with no serial number. No one will ever know that gun ever existed. Even if I use it, no one can track it. You know what I mean? Criminals are going to get weapons.
Black man, let me tell you how many times I've arrested repeat gun offenders. You take the gun from them, you put it on the books, for destruction, or you put it in evidence, and about 3 weeks later you're arresting the same guy, and guess what you're arresting him for? A gun charge. The same exact thing. He just went out and got another gun. I completely agree with Mandrell on this. The guns are not the issue. The issue is the people. And at the end of the day, in order to fix this, you don't make the gun laws more strict, because all you're doing is hurting the law-abiding citizen. The law-abiding citizen is the ones who's getting crushed in this. It's not the criminal. If anything, you make them lax and you allow the law-abiding citizen to be able to defend themselves. That's what I see. That's the issue I see. You should not be able to break into a 60-year-old woman's home without having to meet some repercussions. But because she doesn't understand how to protect herself with a weapon properly and safely, because the gun laws are so strict that she can't go get one, or she's afraid to get one. Like when I was in D.C., in order for you to get a gun, you had to be the victim of a violent crime. You had all this other crap you had to go through. I'm like, just to get a gun to protect yourself in your own home? That's ridiculous. No, I completely agree. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Scam. On the gun laws, D.C. is terrible. But because, and again, it only hurts the law-abiding citizen, because the criminals that I was out there dealing with every day, they all had guns. All of them had guns. We knew that for a fact. I completely agree with Mandrell on this. You need to lax the law so that people can actually defend themselves. Making them strict only hurts one group of people, and it certainly is not the criminals.
All right, now we got Security Boss in the house tonight. What's going on, Security Boss?
Hey, y'all. I was just coming to get my child a haircut this quickly.
Real quick.
Y'all been talking. Y'all talk crazy over here, but I'm with Mandrell this time. You can't take my gun away. No, I don't do that. We need them.
So, Security Boss, while you here, what do you think about Ja Morant and his situation, and then also the gun laws?
I just think that he is very, he's a person with a lot of money and is very immature, and he doesn't have a lot of people around him. Mm-hmm. So life will grow him up, and he may need to lose a good little bit before he decides to be a little bit more mature about what he's doing. Or sometimes you can't turn, you don't get it back. He just lose. He may have to take a bigger L than what he even could imagine. But no one is around him is trying to guide him. Everybody's just trying to use him per se. And I heard y'all say his dad was there for support. His dad can only do but so much, because he's very much outgrown dad, because he makes more money than dad probably ever made, or what have you, and has more access. So, I mean, I don't know if the relationship from a kid, has dad always been there. We already know mom would have a great influence. Men are just now learning that everything that their mom did wasn't right. So that's something that they have to grow up and learn also, that they need to be men for themselves. And it looks like life is just going to have to, show that to him.
Right. And, well, Edward got a good point down here. I'm going to try to answer this. He said all of the guns in Texas, why none of them stopped any of the mass deletions.
I can answer that. Let me tell you something about actually pulling that trigger. A lot of people have guns. They will never pull the trigger. And you have to understand it. I used to tell people that all the time. When I used to work these robberies, they say, "Oh, they had a gun." I said, more than likely, they were never going to shoot you. They were just using the weapon to scare you, to put fear in you. Most people
just brandishing it.
Yeah, just brandishing. Most people will never pull a trigger. I want you to understand something. This is the one thing that if you pull that trigger and that round comes out, you can't get it back.
Cannot.
It's going where it's going. And you cannot pull it back. So most people know that deep down inside. They know that, like, yo, I'm not pulling the trigger. You very rarely will see somebody in these sort of mass situations take down the shooter, because they're afraid themselves. But I think what we need to do is we need to be sending a message out of empowerment to the people that, hey, if you see this going on, you need to terminate the threat immediately. And there needs to be no repercussions. The government needs to be giving you a key to the city. We need to be hailing you a hero.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, if I can, if I can interject, once you pull that trigger and you take human life, that changes your life forever. Forever. You're never going to be the person you were before you squeeze that trigger. And it takes less than a second to squeeze the trigger. You'll never be that person again. Now, what shape and form that takes, it varies. Depends on the person's constitution. And when people hear gunfire, their natural instinct is to get down. I don't care if I'm armed. Even me. If I hear gunshots, I'm getting down. I'm finding something to get behind. Okay, let me get behind something. Maybe that'll give me some space in between whatever's going on out there and me, so I can figure out what's going on. Now, if there's a threat on the opposite side of the obstacle I have between myself and the threat, then I'll draw my weapon. I'll assess the situation, then draw my weapon and take action. But that's after I properly assess the situation. Because if I can get out of that situation without squeezing my trigger, I'm out. A lot of you out here know my background. So I'm saying, yeah, even me, even Trey, he's not wearing the badge anymore. If he can get out of that situation without having to take action, he's out of there. That's the best situation to put yourself in. So my thing is, if someone, and I use them for recreation and to stay sharp with my skills, but if someone comes into my house or my mother's house or something like that, you're not getting out. Not alive. So
say Speed trolling you.
Hey, I know he always is. I talked to him earlier today.
He said there's nowhere you can hide that head.
Right. So people don't want, even trained people, and people have the mental health to handle that kind of situation. Even we don't want to be in that situation. If we have an avenue to just remove ourselves from the situation, by all means we will.
Mandrell's
so
right.
Mandrell,
I was in a shooting on Christmas Eve, and I'm telling you, it will change your life.
Mm-hmm.
So Mandrell, I heard you say, I think it was you, Mandrell, that we don't even need to change the laws, but you mentioned mental health. Why don't you think that we need to add something to the requirements for mental health? And I'm gonna tell you why I say this, because even with our company, right, we have to do fingerprints. And if there's anything that's connected to your mental health, it's normally will come up with your fingerprints. It may not come up locally or on a state background check, but when it comes to like FBI, it comes back. Why can we not add something to registering or purchasing a weapon that leads us quickly or more quickly to mental health issues, if there are some, or even there are some other things like that may be done due to mental health, like they have this morality clause and some things, moral turpitude and things of that nature that may lead to mental health, but maybe not declared as mentally insane or what have you, or incompetent. But there are some behaviors that are questionable that may only be connected to your fingerprints. Why not add that to the purchase of purchasing a weapon?
They do have that, but it's never gonna how to say it. In Florida and Texas, they ask you the questions. Have you whatever, but there's not going to be a doctor at every gun store to be
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying add the part about the fingerprint. No, I'm saying adding.
There's no way to fix it is what I'm saying.
Well,
what do you tell me what you mean?
What I'm saying, tomorrow I'll lose it. I just flip the hell out, and I'm just the person I was. I say, you know what? I'm smoking somebody. You know what? I want to smoke 2 ladies and 1 man, and I want to smoke an ugly man. There's no way that they can find that out until after I smoke those people. Then they find my brain and start.
I get what you're saying. But her question is,
but why is there not a way? But what, like I said though, when I went in, say just that scenario you gave, if I went in and I had to produce fingerprints before I could walk out the door with that weapon, and there had been previous behaviors about me that would make me, I'm finna smoke somebody or whatever. Why wouldn't it work? Or even just putting it in place to see if it would work, or just another.
I think they could do something a little bit better, but like overall, making it to where people with mental health can't get guns won't work, because the criminals got more guns than we do. The worst cities in the country, I don't want to say names so people get sensitive. The people got them guns, and they weren't supposed to have them, and they can get them faster than I can legally.
Yeah, let me say, and what I'm saying is real quick, Mandrell.
Missiles and grenade launchers and stuff.
Well, when I went to the loophole here in Texas is this: the gun shows. And when you go to a gun show, they have a rule here in Texas. If you fill out the paperwork for the background check and it doesn't come back within 24 hours with an answer, they can purchase that gun. They have 24 hours to answer. If they don't answer, they sell the gun. You can come by their shop and pick it up. It's a private sale.
Yeah, but they can get it in Oak Cliff in 15 minutes.
But listen, but what about those guns? When we hear mostly about mass shootings, it is, I ain't gonna say typically, but a lot of times it's people who are suffering from some form of depression that already are laying on a therapist's couch, taking some medicine or doing something in the way of somebody around them knew that they were not totally capable of having a weapon. Somebody knew it, whether they shared it with the police officers or the community or not. Their family members. It's always somebody that come out and say, yeah, there was something there, but somebody always knows it, but they don't say anything until it's too late. I'm talking about that area right there where it's been diagnosed, but nothing's happened yet.
Yeah, those people who say that same complaint, not saying you, the people who say they know one of their cousins that's out doing something they ain't supposed to be doing and they ain't saying nothing.
Yeah, because it got shot up. Allen, the military discharged him for mental illness. He had a mental illness. And so I'm trying to figure out, and then they say he bought all his guns legally.
Exactly.
Well, here's the thing.
Here's bought them illegally and saves some money.
Here's a problem because y'all missing it. The issue is you don't want to run into an issue where you violate HIPAA. Okay, and that's the whole thing with mental health. Now, here's the thing: if we could do that without, in cases of people like who have schizophrenia, for instance, I firmly believe that a schizophrenic should never have their hands on a firearm.
Absolutely,
a schizophrenic should never have. You should know what the gunpowder smells like. You should not know what gun oil smells like. You should be nowhere near a firearm if you're schizophrenic. But how do we do that without violating HIPAA? Because that is a person's diagnosis, and it's also covered under HIPAA. So that's the issue you run into with me. And we got to put our heads together and figure something like that out. Because mental health is the underlying problem. We're not doing anything to solve for that. Anything at all. At all. There's nothing we are doing that helps with mental health, which is, again, I say again, the problem. What's causing people to have so many nervous breakdowns these days when we know that people 50, 60 years ago went through conditions that were way worse than what we're going through and didn't have these kind of problems? They weren't gunning people down every 10 minutes. So what happened in between then and now that's causing this issue? No, and it's across all races. It's not just a black issue.
Mm-hmm.
All races. In fact, yeah, the ones you see on the news are white people doing crazy stuff. You know what I mean? These school shooters. Why would you go after a bunch of kids?
What about the ones that
there,
What about the ones that are on the airplanes? They don't have the weapons just because they can't. But what about all the outbreaks, I should say, or outrage on airplanes now? Mid-air, people are just losing their mind.
Those are people, in a lot of those cases, security boss, I think that a lot of those people are just entitled and spoiled, and they want things the way they want them, and when they don't get them, they throw a tantrum.
Why now? Why now?
Again, we don't know because no one's studying it.
Right.
No one's looking into it. And that's the overall problem. Us people owning firearms, that's never been a big issue. It's not the ownership of it. It's what's causing that person to make the decision to harm someone else consciously.
Right. And why you want to be 30,000 feet up in the air swinging fists? Listen, man.
Exactly.
I'm out. I'm out completely. I mean, anything can happen. Then we all burn up. I'm out. I'm out.
You do know if they were able to their weapons on that plane, they would have them.
Oh yeah,
I would. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you, security boss. If I could own a firearm, and if it was legal for us to carry firearms on a plane, I would carry one.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because other people are allowed to do it as well. I trust myself to never brandish a firearm in cases other than self-defense. I'm never going to brandish a firearm on someone and pull out one unless I absolutely have to. If I can settle it in a fist fight and I'm armed with a gun, I'm settling with a fist fight. A gun is the absolute last resort for me.
Right.
A lot of the problem is that people are just afraid to do anything. I mean, you have the guy in New York who choked the guy out on the subway. Some people are saying that he did the right thing. Some people are saying he did the wrong thing.
Trey, you know full well.
Hang on, Mandrell. That's your opinion. That man had 44 different charges. One included something dealing with children. So I mean, that's your opinion. But I'm just saying that people are. Listen, I've been in these situations. I've seen it when I showed up on the scene. People are afraid to step in. They won't do anything.
Right.
People talk a good game. They talk real good until it hits the fan and you actually got to go do something. And then people are like, what to do? And then when you do have somebody who does step in and do something, and maybe he did take it too far by deleting that man. I'm not sure. I wasn't there, right? And the little bit of footage that I did see, I could have gone both ways on that. So listen, I just know that a lot of people, they talk a good game. All I know is that if you want to make the world safer, you have to empower the weaker people when it comes to these gun laws. You have to tell them, look, it's okay for you to have a weapon and it's okay to defend yourself. And if you got to put somebody down, then put them down. But we don't do that. Instead, everybody is fearful. They're running around. They're scared, especially a lot of the women. I went to a lot of homes on these burglaries and these carjackings and these stolen cars. These women were terrified because they don't know how to protect themselves. And we don't do enough to teach and show them, hey, this is how you protect yourself in case these things happen.
Yeah, but hold on. The incident he's talking about, Dusto, the guy had another guy in the rear naked choke for like 6 minutes. And he's a former Marine. See, that's why they call him jarheads. Because
Marines.
The one that was doing the choking.
The Marine did the choking. Now if you know how to apply a rear naked choke, you know that it only takes seconds, like 4 or 5 seconds. You're out. Yeah, you're unconscious in a rear naked choke. This guy held on this guy in a rear naked choke for like 6 minutes. The guy died.
What happened?
Well, he was causing a scene apparently. Now I'm not saying he shouldn't have stopped him from causing a scene. I'm not saying that, but he was irresponsible when he held him in that chokehold for so long
because he knew what would happen.
Yeah, that's my thing. You held him in that choke for way too long, dude. Come on, you're supposed to know better. You knew how to apply the choke, but you didn't know that you only needed to hold it at a maximum. How do we know
the Marine doesn't have a mental health issue? That put him in the choke.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah,
because I'm telling you,
most of this is unsolvable. To where there's some kind of fix. If we do this, then this. I don't see it. Just like, let's be real. People drink and people do smoke weed, and it's not going to help you become a better driver. And people die in car accidents every day. But if y'all go to a cookout next weekend, nobody's going to stop. Hey, Uncle Johnny, you driving? Hey, Cousin Timmy, you driving? Where'd you park at? People aren't doing it.
Well, I know some. Now I will, because if I see one of my, but I'm just saying me from anecdotal experience. I will if I see somebody drunk in my family, because I don't drink at all. But if I see somebody drunk in my family, be like, hey, whoa, you're not driving nowhere. Come here. No, sir. Right. So people have to be responsible for irresponsible people. Sometimes. So security boss, you got anything? I know you've been on. Are you on for how long? I don't know if you got to go or.
I want to say there's one last thing, and then I am going to go. Okay. Like you and I talk about, and often we did a show about how things are getting, it appears like desperation, but I'm going with scam. He says nothing but greed. But my point is people in coming times seems as though they're going to be coming in your house to get what you got.
Yeah.
Just coming in to get it.
It just happened. Well, let me say this real quick, security boss. Y'all see what happened to LL Cool J, right?
No.
LL Cool J was in the bed with his wife and heard a noise in the kitchen. He thought it was his daughter coming in because the daughter moved back in with him. He goes downstairs just to check. Thank God he did. He goes downstairs and he say, it's a dude sitting in his kitchen, going through his stuff in his kitchen, looking like, he said, a dude looked like Charles Manson. And he said, after that, he said, man, I beat his ass. He said, I tore that kitchen up with his ass.
No, see, that's what LL is wrong.
And they called the police.
I get it, but that's what. Here's the thing, people. That's what LL Cool J is wrong. If someone comes into your house, you don't fight no man in your house. You shoot him.
Yeah. That was my point.
That was my point.
That was my point. I was getting ready to ask, do you think it would be more beneficial if they made some type of law that stated home, you can have the weapons inside of your home, but to carry them or, to walk around with them? Because I know Texas and I think North Carolina is open carry too.
Yeah, you have to have no license or anything here.
Alabama is open and conceal and carry.
Yeah,
and now in Alabama, Governor Ivey just signed a law a couple of months ago saying that we don't even have to buy a license. And it happened right before I renewed my license, and I hadn't heard about the law yet.
It just happened to me.
Like that, she signed the bill saying that you don't have to have a license to buy or conceal and carry.
Yep.
I go there to pay for my license, and then I'm renewing it. And the lady says, "Yeah, I'm surprised you came in. You don't need the license anymore." I'm like, "Why not?" As she took my money, my $100.
Yeah.
And so I said, "Man, you're gonna save me $100 if you told me this like 10 seconds ago." I know, but the state got to have theirs. I said, "I guess you're right, ma'am." But yeah, you don't have to. You can conceal here in the whole nine. No license.
I can walk in the restaurant with an AR on my back right now in Texas and won't nobody say nothing.
No, you're right. But my point is just having them at your home for your safety reasons, because I know a lot of people say that we already know that guns in the United States is a big problem, but in other places they're not allowed to have weapons, but they have machetes, y'all. There's still killing going on, and they slinging guns just like we sling the weapons. So it is just, it's a bigger problem than the actual weapon that we're using. But anyway, what do y'all think about that? Just being able to have them in the home for home use. I do know that, people are going to still go out with them, but if it was some sort of written rule and if we were violated, then the law against it would be very punishing, I should say.
Right. I'm going to say what I said about Trey real quick, because Trey said something about women being terrified. I think any man who is married and covering his woman, if he ain't teaching her and ain't nobody else teaching her, you're irresponsible.
Yeah.
Because you ain't gonna never, it may be a point where your wife may be at the house and you out working or doing something and somebody kick that door in or she walk in and catch that man in the kitchen and she's shaking with the gun, he'll take her out. If you're an irresponsible man, if your wife don't know how to shoot. I'm just saying it.
Let me tell you one of the positives about dating a female cop when I was with my daughter's mom is we could go into a home and we could clear that home like the daggone Army Ranger. Yeah, she knew exactly where to go. She knew the terminology. She knew exactly what to say on your left, behind you. She knew how to clear corners. That is the one positive there was to dating a female cop. I will say this, and I agree with you, Black man. I think that any man that's married or has daughters, you have to teach your daughters how to clear corners, how to come around the corners. Your child should know how to clear that house. It's one of the things I always taught my son when he got to be of age. I used to tell him, listen, if anything ever happens, go hide in the bathroom and go lay down in the tub. Most intruders don't go in bathrooms, so you don't have to worry about that, right? But now when he got older, it became, okay, you need to learn how to clear this house with me. So here's your weapon, and we would use Nerf guns. Here's your weapon. This is how you do this. Right? If I go right, you go left. You check your deep corners. I told him all of that and this is the same things that you should be teaching your wife and or your daughter. Nobody knows your house better than you. You have the advantage. Come on in here if you want to. I know where the shadows are. You don't. And I promise you, you will not walk out the same way you came in here. And I do agree with you, SB. I agree with you in the sense that every person who is a legal homeowner or a legal renter, you have a lease on an apartment or a legal homeowner, you should have a weapon in that home. You should be allowed to defend your property without cause. There should be no questions asked. This person is in my home. But I do know, and I will say this, I do know why they do it. There's a caveat. Because I have worked cases where drunk people have stumbled into the wrong home. Confused mental health people have stumbled into the wrong home.
That's cool. I'm going to help your confused mental health ass out right now.
Well, the issue is...
Too bad.
If your drunk neighbor comes home and goes to the wrong door and you blow them away, you could have a civil issue. Right now, you may be justified. You may be justified in what you did for protecting your home, but I can guarantee you're going to have a civil problem. They're going to sue the hell out of you.
That's cool.
And they're probably going to win because I do know of a case where a robber fell through the roof and sued the homeowner.
Yeah, I read about that. And won, yeah, which is ridiculous. See, this is why you don't leave them alive.
Okay, guys.
I know. SB, right. You don't leave him
alone. Hold on, let's hear about. Go ahead, Skipper.
Yeah, I'm just, I thank you guys for having me here. Now, me and Mr. Boss has not taught me how to clear house, but we do have a plan just in case, we have several plans just in case an intruder would come into the house. I know what to do, but we have not cleared a home. So I guess we got a little bit of things to work on.
The guy that did the training with me, my wife and I, he, man, he's absolutely great. I mean, woo, you breaking this house, you gone. But his wife is an expert shooter. He got twins. His daughters are expert shooters, and they're 19 now, I think. His son, 15 years old, is becoming an expert shooter like his dad. And so he told us the setup of his home. If a person comes in, I confront the person with fire first. If they get me, my wife is coming down the staircase. If they get her, my twin girls are already in different parts of the house to take him out. And he said, my 14-year-old son is the last resort. He said my 14-year-old son can clear a house damn near by himself.
Yeah.
Y'all see the video of the Chinese? The kids are they're in elementary school. They're teaching them how to.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Low weapon. You know what I'm talking about, Ron? The low.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that.
They was actually breaking down and clearing weapons.
They breaking down the weapon. They putting blindfolds on. I'm like, man, we are not doing that in America. And here the Chinese are teaching their elementary kids how to break down these weapons.
Yeah, we're a bit behind, aren't we? We are a bit behind.
We are way behind.
All right, guys, listen.
We're teaching our sons to use a hula hoop, so fucking we're
stop it. Thank y'all for having me, and y'all keep it up, and I'll see all of y'all soon, okay?
All right, thank you, Security Boss, for coming by. I appreciate it.
Good talking to you again, Security Boss.
Good evening.
Hey, you know what? We don't even know. In our country here, we don't even know what a woman or a man is no more. So we fucking behind. It's sad. It's sad. We can't even. It's bad. But anyway, that guy I was telling you guys about, he uses his family as his instruction as instructing people how to clear and do all this other stuff. So his daughters, man, I've never seen women. I'm not saying this to be sexist, but I'm saying I've never seen girls who can clear that quickly and reload that quickly. Like these girls, 19, they twins. Man, you ever fuck with them, you dead. Them motherfuckers are not bullshitting. Well, and I cannot believe how they can carry. I mean, they went from AR to sidearm, right? Pop that bitch down. I mean, they I'm like, shit.
Well, the thing is, it's not actually that hard, to be honest. Once you learn it, because it also goes to how you set up your gear on your person as well. You know what I mean? Like you see in movies, like it trips me out. I was watching some buddies of mine. Some old teammates of mine, we're watching these old war movies. We're just breaking them down. Like we was at one that we actually advised on was the Hurt Locker, and I actually advised them on that film, and they're talking about how this is the most realistic war movie ever. We watched it, we're like, no, it's not. There's like so much wrong with this movie. It ain't funny, you know what I'm saying? So even the advice we gave them, they took like 2, and that was it. And we sat there for like 8 hours talking to them. But it's just like those, like for example, those long drop thigh holsters. You see people with the firearms on their thigh. You don't really want it that low on your leg. You want it higher because say you have your AR up here, your elbow's already bent. So say you drop the AR, your arm's already right here at the firearm. You don't want to have to drop your arm, lean down, reach down, and then put it up. And no, you just wanted to go. You just go down and up. So it's not once you're trained on it and you really look at how things go. It ain't that hard. It's just it does take practice to get swift at it.
Yeah.
But it all fits, man.
So let me get
I was never a fan of the drop holster.
No, me neither.
Yeah, because let me get Hink in here because Hink was in the comments. He said that Dusto need to stop doing all his lying. So Hink, what's your thoughts about? I'm gonna get John you next in here about the John Morant situation. Then we're gonna go into the next part of the show. That's gonna be uncomfortable, but we're gonna talk about it. I'm glad John the Baptist here. Go ahead, Hink. What were your thoughts on the John Morant situation?
I mean, he's a weak man. He's a weak man, and his mother ain't shit. I don't give a damn what Dusto talking about. Mother ain't shit. And it's one of those things, man. You can tell they no longer married. She just runs him, but boys always soft on their mothers.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Tupac praising a dope fiend. I ain't know goddamn well, but if my mom was a goddamn dope fiend, I talk bad about her black ass. Ain't no damn way. I'll praise and uplift her. Fuck that shit. So, it's John's mother same way. She's trash, man. She's setting that son up for failure on a regular basis. Calling him for what? Why do you need to call him? Because they say they don't have shoes. Why don't you talk to a manager?
Right.
You know, why are you, involving your son into a situation that had nothing to do? Now your son is going to cost him some money because that little 17-year-old boy is going to sue him.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
I don't give a damn if he is the next Merv of Memphis. Fuck him. I'm suing his ass. And I'm gonna get 10% of whatever he makes. Ain't nothing you can say to me. But his mother's shitty, man. Didn't mess around and call about a volleyball game. Really? Why didn't y'all report something to the AD? The athletic director's there. Say something to him about it. Or if you're in a visit, say something to security if it was that bad. It's obvious they didn't deem it was that bad. Well, they probably didn't already say something to him or put him out the gym. Y'all was just feeling some type of way. Y'all was in your feelings.
Right.
Use of power.
What you open yourself up to criticism and get taunted and heckled. I mean, that's always. Now I don't believe in heckling a child. That's going too far. Now if you're in college, okay, it's kind of borderline. Your pros, okay, you heckle them as long as you don't put your hands on them or do something offensive. You know what I'm saying? That's that. But yeah, he's making bad decisions. He's one of those kids that want to be so thug, that he loves the lifestyle. He want to live it so bad until something happens.
Yep.
He shouldn't be carrying a gun at all. Why does he need to carry a gun? Even though he has the right. Why?
Right.
You can hire security.
Yeah.
Yep. Be like Mayweather. Yeah. Mayweather got the Great Wall of China. All his men are 7'3", 300.
You can carry is your wallet. That's it. That's the only thing you need to be carrying. They gonna carry my phone for me. Y'all carry my phone. I don't need it. Man. Something happens, something go down. Y'all know what to do.
Yeah, that's what you're carry that ugly ass beard.
I mean, whatever it takes. You just jealous that you bald head. But yeah, there's no way I would do something like that shit, man.
He ain't got a jelly beard.
But then with the situation with
he got an S curl in his beard.
He got in the second situation with the gun. See, it just shows his lack of immaturity. So now we talk about the NBA. NBA should have pressed his ass the first time. He should have got a hard lesson the first time. 8 games, that wasn't enough. He told him this is what he wanted to get back in it, and he showed he wasn't remorseful because he did it again. Now, if he had some real boys, phone should have never been out showing it. Even if he did do that dumb shit, it should have never been on camera. But these dudes act like girls.
Yeah.
They act like a bunch of girls. Women's the only one I know who pull a phone on every goddamn thing. They take pictures of their food, videotape their food, videotape them trying on these ugly ass outfits they wear. Getting ready for the club, getting ready to leave the club. Tape them getting drunk, passing out. Why the fuck would you do that? You out there shaking your ass knowing they got a man at home, but you put on film?
Yep.
How much sense that make? You got to be the dumbest criminals I ever seen in my goddamn life. But ladies do it. So he's acting like a girl. And so his boys, they all like little girls. They might as well have rainbows on because they part of the community. So that's some weak shit to me. So there's no way I can hang around dudes like that. There's no way I could call them friends. They'd be in my circle. Why? So you can tell on me? I can't do a crime with you. You gonna tell it all. I'd rather do it my goddamn self and take my chances. That's crazy.
Let me ask y'all a question.
Look, I think to me they ought to give him about 40 games. You know why? Because he works for the NBA. You signed a contract with the NBA. You signed a 5-year deal last year, 190-something million. The hell with that contract with the NBA. What about the endorsements you're gonna be missing out on? Because you're gonna make more money on endorsements than you ever will with the NBA contract. You mess around and get hurt tomorrow, you know what I'm saying, be done in the NBA, but you still gonna make some money off of endorsements. I don't want to say, man, he's making a lot of bad decisions. I hate a dude that went to Murray State, my alumni, man, to see him rock like it. But now I have no sympathy for him now. You done did it again the second time. No sympathy. None of that.
Let me ask y'all a question. If y'all own the Memphis Grizzlies, right? You're the owner. Would you have assigned a security team to them? Like, I know there's been guys that have been gotten in trouble before, and the owner would basically assign like a team to that guy to make sure he stays out of trouble. He doesn't.
Yeah, that's what Jerry Jones did with Pac-Man.
Right, exactly. Would you guys have said, listen, man, this guy is too valuable to the team. You know, he's our future. We're gonna assign a team to him, or would you have done what apparently the owner is doing and saying, listen, you on your own?
Look here. He's got to learn. He's not a good leader. He lacks leadership. He lacks ability. Dude, is this the same guy supposed to lead my team, but he's out here doing this mess? I don't care if you sign a detail. He'll find a way to fuck it up.
Yeah, I'm not going to hold
a way to fuck it up.
I'm not going to hold a grown man's hand.
The circle, unless you make him lead the circle of people he's dealing with, even his mother, leave them alone. I don't think it's going to matter, even with a security team, man.
No, the thing is, hold on. This whole thing with me assigning I'm paying you $193 million. I'm not assigning you anything. Look at the check I'm giving you.
It's 298. It's 298.
Okay, even worse. If I'm paying you, if $298 million don't motivate you to fly straight, nothing will.
Mandrell, when you buy a house, you buy insurance. If it's 3 games before the
that's no. This is a sentient human. This is a sentient human being. It's not an inanimate object that keeps you warm in the winter and cool in the summer. I'm not. No.
Mandrell, 3 games before Game 7 in the finals. And you got a hothead on your team.
Okay, then you go. Hey, listen. Look, I'm with Hank. Listen, no. No. $298 million. I'm paying you $200. I know. What about me?
If I'm the owner of the Mavericks, and I got a hothead, but he can dunk and he can shoot.
Right.
It's 3 games before Game 7.
Right.
Knowing what it looks like when you win the finals versus lose it, I might be driving and following behind my damn self, at least for the next 3 days.
Not if I paid you $298 million.
He hasn't done anything.
Can I get in?
Yeah. Go ahead, John the Baptist. Didn't want to play this video.
Yeah. So, good evening to the panel. How y'all doing tonight?
Thank you for being here, brother.
Yep. So the way I treat this situation is, 2 things. I never really treat. Well, 2 things. The first problem is, in this society, I don't know why we think we give a kid that kind of money. We think they're gonna be grown. That they are automatically
22 years old, bro.
So I when these kids come into the league, no matter what age they are, when they first come in, I still treat them like kids because I understand they haven't lived life yet, and so I'm a little bit more lenient when it comes to kids. And when it comes to John Morant in this situation, he's making a lot of dumb decisions right now. And only thing we can hope that these lessons that he's learning, we hope that he's learning these lessons. We hope that he's learning lessons from these mistakes that he's made. But these things are going to be the things that he builds his principles going forward with in his life. Because once he gets older and he realizes what he lost and what he could have had and what he has obtained and how much more he could have had, he's going to look back and like, I should have protected myself this way. And the difference between him and me is that when I grew up, I wasn't known. No one knew who I was. So when I made my dumb decisions, it was my dumb decisions. But it wasn't my dumb decisions in front of millions of people that can judge me.
Okay,
so
my bad. Go ahead.
So I'm a little bit more, like I said, I'm a little bit more lenient when it comes to kids his age. Now, if he doesn't start using these life lessons, start learning, keep making these bad decisions, then whatever happens to him, he just end up losing out in life. But we have to learn we have to stop treating 20-year-olds. I say you don't really start until a man hits about 30. You gotta give him room to grow and to learn.
That's what Sir Hill said.
John the Baptist.
Let me ask you this question, John. Would you do it for your own kids like that?
Yeah, so I do my son that way. My son is 26. When my son was at college age, when he was in college, he made a couple dumb decisions. I didn't save him from his decisions, but I told him, I say, look, I'm not paying for this. You paying for this. Don't ask my wife for no money. Don't ask me for no money. This is your situation to fix. Now, what we're going to do here, we're going to love you through it. We're going to give you advice through it. We're going to see you through it. But it's going to be you that's actually doing the work and the lifting. And we walked him through those situations. Now my son is 26. Those 20, 21, 22 years, 23-year-old, 24-year-old, he's a total different kid now. You have I give kid, like I say, I don't give you my kid any other kid. I give you grace. I'm not saying I overlook your patterns, but I'm saying I'm gonna give you a little bit more grace.
Now let me play this real quick, because this is the guy, he a real crip, but this is the guy that's talking about Ja Morant right now. Now, if you got people talking to you like this, Ja, you may want to get your shit together. But listen to this.
About him, allegedly throwing up crip.
I'm 6'0", run it in. You know what's up. He ain't with the gangland like that. You throwing them ends up, that's gonna cost you. What you want to do? Pay the Crips for the rest of your life? You get what I'm saying? Like, you ain't never been to the 60s, nigga. You keep throwing up ends and all that shit when you throwing up C's and all that, nigga. You ain't even from this shit. You ain't even from this shit, no way, shape, or form. Like, when you get put on in Memphis, dead homies. Like, come on, let's be real, cuz. Like, start being real with yourself. You a basketball player, cuz. You want to come step into this field, we can show you a whole lot about this shit. Set up a meeting for me and Ja Morant, since he want to be a Crip. So I bet you he don't never show up. And it's on some friendly shit. I don't got no beef with you, Ja. And then you throwing up 60s and you kicking it with, I don't know. Who's your end? Quando Rondo? Who do you know over here?
How do you feel about him, allegedly?
I mean,
all of this is just confusing. When do gangsters do interviews? Is this new to? I mean, I don't know, man. I'm probably
so no. What that's Brick Baby. So I learned this from a kid. This is Brick Baby. He's a rapper who is also a Crip, right? So he grew up under the tutelage of like Snoop and all them motherfuckers, right? So and he'd have been to jail, been shot, stabbed, and hospitalized. You know what I'm saying? So he did an interview and they asked him about Ja. He's like, Ja, you ain't been through nothing. It's like a fraternity for them. If you had to go through what we went through, your ass don't need to be throwing up our sign, because we'll come get your ass. That's just like if I'm at an event and a frat throwing a party and all the cues come out, ooh, 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 and I'm in that motherfucker, ooh, 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 and they say, nigga, you ain't no fucking cue. I'm finna get my ass jumped. Now I'm gonna take a couple of them niggas out with me, but I'm gonna get jumped. They're gonna try to beat my ass.
Yeah, but would they announce it in an interview? That's where I'm confused. Like, I get it, I understand it, what he's saying, but why would you? I guess I don't know. I guess I'm just a low key guy. If I wanted to go get somebody, you would never know it, because I would never say it. I would never talk about it. I would just do it.
Bro. These dudes, the gangsters done changed a lot.
I believe that guy has a lot of subscribers.
he does.
But hell, I'm a troll in 60s, so I mean, I understand how it is.
Yeah. He a rapper though. He
So when you about that life, but you still got records to sell.
Yeah, exactly. What's up, Arcane?
But understand this. I mean, I guess because I'm just not in that circle or anything like that, but nobody takes gangsters seriously anymore. You know what I mean? And the thing is people I think that what makes them so upset about guys like this basketball player you're talking about is because of people like him, posers, people who pretend like they're about that life, but they're not really. And if anybody can do it, and who else? Tekashi 6ix9ine gave gangsters and thugs a bad name, because I don't respect them at all. I don't see what to be afraid of him now. After that Tekashi 6ix9ine stuff, y'all ain't done nothing to him. Now, since I'm saying what I'm saying, the thing is,
although they got
Freeze a Bird, Freeze a Bird. No one's done anything to him. And you
just talking about,
he beat him up in the gym. Hold up, he beat him up in the gym. All the stuff they talk, all that whooping they do, this dude walking around breathing. He's supposed to be gone. You let them tell it. Now. He ain't supposed to be here no more. He's still around here making music. So no, I don't take him seriously.
He got an OnlyFans.
Exactly. I don't take them seriously. And it's their own fault for letting this kind of stuff get away or running their mouth. Run your mouth. I mean, so what? No one's gonna take you seriously if you say, if this person did this, I would do this. Then that person does that, you do nothing about it. Okay, shut up.
Now let me
I
go
think
into
he worked
this.
for my people, man, Gerald. I think he worked for the feds.
Right. I want to say this. I want to get into this part right here because this right here going to be real hard. Because when I did the show, Selective Outrage. What's up, R-Pain? When Selective Outrage, good. The Selective Outrage is, for me, and we can go around the room with it, is that I think that people choose what they want to be outraged about. And one of the things that I see online is that, I hear a lot of people say, this is not pointed at anybody like Dust or anybody like that, but I hear a lot of people say, we got Dust panels and dudes talking about females and the women's and all this other stuff, right? But then
I said that. That was me.
Okay. So then you got a lot, but I don't see the same people. It's more than you that's a troll. There's a lot of them out there. There's some high up trolls, but I don't see them people with the same energy. Like we'll go over and say, hey, this dude right here talking about women or whatever. That's his opinion, whatever. But I think there's a lot more going on in the world that we could be trolling other people about those things, and we don't have the same energy for those things that causes the biggest threats. Like we'll say these guys on these panels are Dust guys, and these guys are this, and they looking for women's. But we're not addressing what's going on with our kids right now, with this whole agenda toward our babies. We're not, and it's a lot of. I went through them today. It's a lot of panels out there that are talking about children and how upset children are. And they got kids coming up on the panel crying, saying, "We love drag queens. Why are they taking them away from us?" Right? And it's like we don't troll those people. We don't go troll them. We love them. We respect them. We don't say nothing to them. We just allow it. And now we talk about, oh well, it's the minority, not the majority. Shit. This is not a United States thing. This is a world thing, right? Canada just released videos of drag queens sitting down with the kids, and the kids sit up there scared to fucking death. There's a lot that they got on the Budweiser. Men can't even drink Bud Light no more. It's a whole trans man on the can. You drinking, and it's a man on the can dressed like a woman.
Bud Light paying the price for that though. The public has spoken when it came to that beer. You don't.
Oh yeah, them white boys.
The rednecks showed them what.
I don't want no sugar stirrer on my can now.
Black man, actually, can I jump in there real quick before you?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I can respond whenever you're ready, Black man.
We'll be way past the point here in a second. I just want to give. Good evening, everyone. I just want to give a clinical perspective. If Ja were my client, and a couple of things. It was interesting because Mandrell mentioned 69. Trey, there's actually research on these young teenagers who kept saying they want to be like rainbow hair, dreads, gold teeth, and parents couldn't understand, like, why would you want to be like him? So they did research here in Minnesota, and what they found out was in a couple of his videos, he's in jail making a rap video. In another video, he's in a parade. And what do those two have in common? Family. So the youth who feel disconnected, they see 100 people in the video, even though they're in jail, and they take that and then they say, I'd rather be in jail. They don't want to be in jail, but they want what looks like family. They want to be in this, they want to be like 69 because it looks like he has family. From what you know about Ja, you know that statement, you don't change because money just makes you, money
more
just
what you already are. More
Right.
what you already are.
Yeah. If you think about Ja, did he change? He's always wanted to be a one or something. And how do you get that good without some hardcore training? His dad has even criticized him, even as a Grizzly player, he's been criticizing him. What do you think that training was when he was a kid? I'm not saying his dad abused him. What I'm saying is you military guys on the panel, think about it. Some of those trainings, people ring the bell, don't they? They ring the bell, they tap out. And some don't tap out, but they you can tell that they're different. And then if you think about John's relationship with his mom, how many times do you think she was the one saying, and sacrificing this and sacrificing that? Look at his tattoos. See if there's one tattoo in his dad's name. And he has his mom and dad, their initials, but he has more stuff about his mom. And all of his tattoos are about brotherhoods. The team, the brotherhood. The young fellows, the brotherhood. 90% of his tattoos are about a band of brothers. So you take this young wannabe, and now he has this money, and he gets to be who he's always entertained. And he had to follow the footsteps. His dad was a basketball player and mom, and now his sister's a basketball, not now, but his sister's a basketball player and him. Isn't that a hell of a coincidence that all four people are basketball players?
And she's great too. She's good too.
Yeah. So with that level of greatness, you know there was some hard training. He happened to be one of those boys that was willing to do it, took the challenge, became excellent at it. But his visionary world was this other kid. And I'm not talking about multiple personalities. I just want to invite us to the idea that if you look at his childhood and you look at now, he's always entertained this person that he's wanted to be. And now he has the money to entertain it more. So I just wanted to start.
I think that's part of his. I think that's part of. I look at his dad at some of his games, and his dad's behavior. I really believe, like what you just said, is true. That his dad probably. I think his dad was a basketball player in college too, right? And I'm just now finding out about his family. Okay, so that he was a great. He's probably a good basketball player, and I didn't know just now that the rest of his family played basketball. But what I do see is like. So what does make more sense now then is that I look at the family. They probably focus on basketball, but didn't focus on character. Because anytime when it comes to my kids, I train my kids from a very, very early age on how to like sports, academics, whatever it is in life they need to learn. I try to teach them from a young age, and I use life to reinforce the bad behaviors or the good behaviors to make sure they learn lessons from it. When I watch his dad at the games, I don't think his dad using life to reinforce situations. Because his dad moved like a friend more than a father. I don't care how. I told my son, I don't care how much money you make in life. I'm never going to be your friend. My daughter knows I'm never going to be your friend. Every turn of your life, I'm going to be the one to tell you, no, you stink right now. Oh no, you got this right, but you need to go get this right. And when men stop being fathers and start being friends, you start looking like John Moran's dad on his NBA game. You start moving like his mom when your mom goes when she's shopping, she calls you to come save her when she should be protecting you, understanding like this is my son who's in the NBA. I don't want to hurt this bag right now. Let this man. I'm gonna handle this the right way. I'm gonna get the law involved. I'm gonna get the managers involved. I'm gonna make sure that my son is not in the middle of this because he tends to make bad decisions. There's no one in his life right now, to me, that's helping him make good decisions.
Yep. And I just want to add one more piece about parenting. Please remember, you don't have to come from an abusive background. You can have two parents who are doing a damn good job parenting you, but it only takes a nanosecond for it to be a reverse schema in your brain. Dad, let's say dad works always, and you say, Dad, 5-year-old, Dad, can you take the day off? Dad is fine. He's like, oh, son. He can either say that or get the hell out, move. I got to go to work. Or but when dad leaves, there's a schema in the brain. Schema therapy, SCHEMA. Schema therapy is a schema in the brain that says, wow, the 5-year-old doesn't know it, and the dad doesn't know it, but he just got in his brain abandonment and neglect. When dad went to work, dad's going to do a good thing. Mom, I'm going to double down. Mom, would you just stay home 1 hour with us? And she says, I got to go to work. And he says, why do you work so much? I got to feed you. And he says, Mom, the damnedest thing at 5. I'd rather starve if we can just get 1 more hour with you. And when she leaves, guess what schema goes in his brain at 5 years old? Not only abandonment and neglect, but not good enough, because I just told her I'm willing to die just to get 1 hour with her. And she still left. And that's the pillar that these kids grow on. None of that. What the parent did was to abuse, neglect, hurt the kid. They were going to work for their family. It only takes a nanosecond for that to happen.
I'm gonna get R-Pain, but before you say R-Pain's gonna go real quick, Mandra, but before you go, his dad played in the NBA, so you know that lifestyle.
I get it.
Or he's just an idiot.
I think
or he's just an idiot.
Yeah,
Clay
Thompson don't have these problems. I don't see the connection.
He played with Allen, the All-Star Allen.
Or he's just an idiot. I mean,
thank you.
We could put all this stuff on him and all that kind of stuff. He just might be just an idiot.
How old is he?
22. He's
22 years old.
No, he's more than that. He's 24, 25.
Is he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's not 22. He's not that young. He's not a baby.
He's 23.
Oh, he's 23. Okay.
Or he's just an
24 is still young.
No, it's not.
Hold on.
Oh, okay. Hey, hold on.
Can I say something? Let me just say, I'll be fair. I'm not going to go on this long Nigerian run, okay? I'm going to just say my thing.
As long as it's not Nigerian.
Shots.
We always fool with the Nigerians because they don't like to land the plane. Anyway.
Black David?
I'm sorry. I love Nigerians, man. I got African blood, like maybe an ounce or something. Anyway. So listen. Or he's just an idiot. You know, I mean, I lived in Harlem. I lived in the Bronx. I was too chicken shit to be in the gang, but I knew that there was some of my brothers were going down this way, and some of them were going down that way. And there was no real big revelation that made me do the right thing. I just didn't want to do something stupid. I didn't ride on the trains. I didn't join the Black Spades. I didn't join the Savage Nomads. I didn't do any of that shit. So the point is that he has, for him to be as good as he is, he's had enough mentors that he could have did the right thing. He just wants to be part of something that's dragging him down. We could blame it on his father. His mother seems like she's, I don't want to say anything bad about his mother, but she's trying to get the brother killed. She's calling him into shit that he shouldn't even be involved in. She's crazy. Look, LeBron's mother tried to do the same shit to him.
He cut her ass off.
A couple of times he told her, listen, Mom, just shut your ass down, sit down, and let me take care of this. All of his boys, Ja Morant, even has LeBron as a mentor. All the guys who are sticking around here, hey, listen, you want to be around me? I'm not letting you drag me down. Do what LeBron's boys did. Get a trade, get something. I'll make you part of my business. And until then, leave me alone. You know, those kind of things. So I hear you. I don't think that he should. This is not a Second Amendment issue, right? And it's not even a commercial issue, right? Because Nike and all these guys, they don't care if black people shoot each other as long as they sell sneakers. But the NBA has spent great pains trying to distance black people from thug life because of all of their white fans, right? So it means something to the NBA. It's not against Ja or anything else. They've done a lot to try to make sure that the black players, even if they can have their identity, at least don't do anything to alienate all the people who buy tickets, right? So, and I think that's fair. These guys get paid a lot of money. So I don't have any sympathy for him. Do I think he needs to have a whole season? No, I don't. Maybe 25 games. But why does it take JJ Redick to come out,
man,
and with all the sycophants, on ESPN and all the misandrous bitches they have over there? Excuse my language. To rake him over the coals, and JJ Redick, a white boy, say, wait a minute. We got congressmen and everybody else brandishing guns all over the place, but the black boy can't do it. Wait a minute.
Does it make it right? Hold on.
I was just finna say that.
No, you guys. I didn't say it made it right. What I'm saying is that he should be punished because of who he represents. But let's not make him public enemy number one. That's all I'm saying. He's just
you know what
an
though? You know what though? You know what though? A lot of people say when the white folks love you, you made it. And let me tell you what I mean by that. And I heard what's the comedian's name? He dead now. Paul Mooney said that. He once Ja did those 8 games. I'll talk about that in a minute. If they give Ja 40, and that means that that'll be half the season. That means he'll come back in January. When that motherfucker walks through that door, them white folks not gonna be saying thug, 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 thug. They don't give a fuck about that. When they walk through the door, them white folks gonna be running and jumping up and down in the air, screaming, Ja, he's back. Just like after the 8-game suspension. After the 8 games, they jumping up and down. They had signs. We missed you. We missed you. We love you, Ja. So listen, when we come to the fans, if they try to do it for the fans don't give a damn. They don't care about that shit.
I'm gonna actually say this. I don't think he should be suspended for this.
Oh my God! You're part of the problem. You're the problem. You're part of the problem.
Hold on.
I agree, John.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. Okay, look.
Oh my God!
I see all day long. I'm not gonna say all day long. I watch TV commercials. I see how the NRA moves. I see how white individuals move. This is not our first time to see people flash guns in real life. We see commercials about I'm gonna protect my home, and at any cost, and they got a gun in their hand. I mean, it's like this is not. You see videos on YouTube of families training their kids in war. Like we're not okay. What he was doing, was he childish? Was he silly? Yes, but what law did he break?
None.
Here's the thing.
It's not
It's the rules of the NBA.
Hold on. Listen. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. The rules in the NBA, for example, the rules of the NBA, and I get this, but if he wasn't on company time, he wasn't on the field, he didn't break any law, he didn't do anything to embarrass him. No. What I'm trying to tell you is, what I'm saying to you is, the rule, unless the guy in his contract, he cannot banish a gun in open public, and I got to see this in writing. I don't know if you do, if you don't. Unless they got a law or something in this contract saying that you cannot banish a gun in public. If they don't have it in this contract,
the NBA has that rule for him.
Yeah, they got those BS morality clauses.
He already
conduct unbecoming.
No. I need for y'all to hear what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, unless it is in his contract, specifically in his contract, or in the NBA clause or moral clause, unless it specifically says this,
that's not true.
It is, John.
No,
every NBA player has to sign a contract with the NBA.
Yeah, but that still doesn't oversee the basic laws of the NBA.
I'm not saying, okay, if y'all know, okay, who was the young man just speak just now?
Me.
No. I said young man, you old man.
Trey.
That's why I know.
Trey.
Listen. Every NBA player, just like every NFL player, MLB, NHL, there's a set of policies that the actual shield they give you that you have to follow, and all of the players have to sign it. That's aside from their actual financial obligations to the team. So that's how they get. Listen, hold on, John. I agree. I don't think he should be suspended either. But I understand that this is how they get you. They do this morality, conduct unbecoming of the league type thing.
Okay.
Yep. God is good, ain't it? God is good.
So since the man was a repeat offender, you still don't feel like he deserved to be suspended.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
He's not a one-time. He's a repeat.
Thank you.
Because
nobody was hurt. There was nobody.
I
also understand that the NBA is very selective when they decide to do this. They pick and choose when they do it. There's no fair and balanced.
You're not allowed to do these type of things, regardless. He broke the law the first time when he had it in Denver. They let him off with a slap on the wrist. He should have got the rest of the season. He got away with a slap on the wrist. So he did break the law the first time.
Well, he didn't break the law.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
Okay. Hold on.
Yes, he did.
Hold on.
When he had a gun, you're not allowed to have it in Colorado. Yes, he did. How did he get there? So he had to take it on the plane. He broke another rule. Come on, man.
Well, you can't break the law if you weren't charged with something. He had to be charged.
Break the law.
Okay,
He didn't break the
They
law.
feel like it wasn't ever big of a
He broke the law. He just wasn't charged. That's what it was.
But then you didn't break the law. In order to break the law, you have to be charged.
No,
you got to separate the law.
In order to be charged, you have to break the law first.
You got to separate
so he
the
wasn't.
law.
He broke the law.
He didn't break the law.
He didn't get charged.
Come on, guys. You got to separate the law from the NBA rules. Forget about the law. He's not in trouble with the law.
Are the rules if you found guilty? Is it if you are found guilty, or is it if you're charged?
The NBA has nothing. The NBA.
It's an outside investigation. It's
the NBA is not trying to get him in trouble with the law. It's they're protecting the shield. It's a whole different thing, man. You guys know that.
You're sure about.
That's it. I mean, listen, you guys. If you guys, I'm an old head. You guys ain't that young. You don't know how the NBA is with black players. I mean, come on. It hasn't changed for years. They put the biggest thing on the shield. The biggest thing on the shield is how their customer base is represented by the black player. Remember when they put the dress code in and everybody went crazy, and then the black players said, "You know what? I could take advantage of this shit." Then they turned into a fashion statement.
So what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
They argued in the beginning, and then all of a sudden the players began to commercialize how they dress. And what I'm saying is, the NBA commissioner and the NBA is always worried about the black players. They used to have playoff games on tape delay. And these guys were potheads and all that. They fixed it by building up, by putting these rules in there. They actually built up the quality of the players. So image is everything to the NBA. That's all that they're talking about with him right now is image, because he has a right to have a gun. He has a right to do this. But the image of a black man, you guys know this. 007 can have a gun out, but you put a black guy from the menace to society. That shit looks like a whole different thing. You know, it's perception.
Have you not seen the video?
Yes.
Did you see? You heard what song he was listening to?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, man. How you gonna say some shit like that? Then talk about his image. He wasn't concerned too much about his image. The type of song he's listening to, what he was doing in the car. There was weed in the car. See, y'all, you got to look at the big picture. You sitting there thinking what he made himself look like, what the NBA made him look like, what society. He put off that image.
But Hank, let me say this to you. I don't disagree with what you're saying. If he was me or you, we could do this shit all day. He represents something that's bigger than himself. You know what? Every so often, even black men could represent shit that's bigger than themselves. And he represents something that's bigger than himself. So all the shit in his idiot mind that he should be able, that he could be able to do, he should not be doing. That's all I'm saying. He has to get his mindset to where he's at in society now. He's not just a regular dude.
Okay. Here's the thing. Here's my issue with you soft shoe tap dancers up here. Okay. Listen. We're rolling
quick, Mandrell. I'm moving on.
Okay, listen. Okay, there are kids who are 18 years old, join the Rangers, capping people. Okay, you have to be mature for that, and you have to grow up really freaking fast. They paid him almost $300 million. Let's keep it real. No, I'm not assigning some security team to make sure you behave. It should be in his contract that if he ever does this, he's fired. Period. Or I'm paying you minimum wage, not NBA minimum wage, regular people's minimum wage. Y'all want to, right. I'm giving you $7 an hour to play NBA. Do this stuff again. Okay, listen. I'm not investing my money. I don't care how good you are. If you go out there and your image is everything, yes, because if the NBA had a bad image, no one will watch it. They have to protect that. Their image is a part of their investment, and they're entrusting you with all this money because you can bring that kind of value and put people in the seats. Right? So my thing is, you're like, oh, he's young. No, grow up. Get off that. Get off it, fellas. Y'all supposed to be men, raising men. How this dude's a grown man.
All right.
When I was his, you have any idea what I was doing when I was his age?
Mandrea, but listen. So this is the thing that get me.
No, it's the women's fault.
6 months ago, 6 months ago, we talking about the brain don't develop until you're 26, and then tonight you can do it at 18. Now y'all gotta pick one, nigga.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I wasn't on that. I wasn't on that side of the fence, black man. Yeah, the brain does. Wait, the brain does. Hold on. The brain does fully develop at 25. That's when it stops developing. Around 25. However, no, stop. That doesn't mean that you can be immature and be given passes for stupid behavior.
Okay.
Hold on. At 12 years old, we knew that was dumb.
But wait.
At 12, we knew it was dumb.
No, because I'm glad we're here. I'm glad we're at this. I'm glad we're at this point. Because I'm finna move on to the next topic.
What's his name?
Because we talk about selective outrage, right? So everybody's outraged by this dumb shit.
I'm not outraged by it.
Right?
But
what the guy's saying.
No,
black man. What I am seeing as selective is I think we're being selective in terms of when person is an adult.
Yeah, that's it.
That bar gets just bounced around depending on the circumstance of the situation. Mm-hmm. So, and depending on the situation, you'll say, okay, well, he's a grown man at that point. And then we'll get on the other side, oh, he's still young. So again, what is it? But depending on the situation, we pick and choose when a guy's an adult.
But it's something even deeper than that, especially specifically to the NBA. And I brought this up on Heek's show.
Tommy, I paid you $298 million.
A lot of you guys don't remember a guy named Jason Williams that played in NBA. Do he have to commit what the fuck Jason Williams did before you motherfuckers go, oh, maybe we should suspend him? What Jason Williams did was not illegal. He was playing with a fucking firearm. Exactly what the fuck Ja was doing. Do he got to kill somebody before somebody go, maybe we should have did something?
That's so extreme.
Wait.
Thank
you, Tommy. Mandrell. Me and Mandrell has officially been trained on firearms.
That's so extreme.
Clearly, you fucking
I play with guns. I've never went out and killed people. That's extreme, bro. That's extreme.
What we say, this stuff happens, man.
No, that's what I'm saying. Let me talk to somebody who's been trained in firearms as I have myself.
Let's go.
So am I, and I've never went out and killed.
Then clearly you're a fucking idiot. Then what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Who supports somebody with guns?
Just because somebody flashed a weapon on Instagram doesn't mean he's gonna go out and kill somebody. You sound like an idiot, bro.
Here's the
response, bro.
Okay, hold on, fellas. Here's the thing. Like, I know what Tom's going. Here's the thing. If you have an M16 or an A4,
he's not going anywhere. It's
hold on. Let me tell you. Let's say you lock and load.
Because he's playing with a gun, he's going to kill somebody.
It might. Here's how it can happen.
That's stupid.
It happened with Jason Williams.
No, it's not.
It happened with Jason Williams.
So let me ask you. Hold on, guys.
Jason Williams now?
Hold on, guys, because I'm gonna need you guys. I'm gonna need you guys to have some energy in the next conversation. Hold on, just a second.
No, you can't play with weapons.
Let me ask you this. So if, say for instance, me and his mama, I'm Ja's dad and he got his mama, and I tell Ja, you dumbass, you don't do this, and this, and then for the summer, since me and your mama are together, I'm gonna send you to your mama house, and he go to his mama house. His mama allow him to do whatever you want to do. Let me tell you what's gonna happen. The world we live in today, consequences are not as heavy and hard as they used to be. If you suspend Ja like Tommy said in the comments, suspend him for the entire year.
Yes.
Once you suspend him for the entire year, that relinquishes him for 1 year of his contract, which includes, like I heard this today, which includes the fact that I don't know who said it, I think it was Trey. Somebody said that Taiwan says if he gets suspended, we'll pay him his whole year's salary to come play for us. How is he learning? What consequences does he have by missing 86 games? If Taiwan say, shit, you made $45 million.
You know what
because he can't go over there. He can't go over there because he's still
do anything.
Hold on, fellas. Just 1 minute. He's still in the contract with me. He can't go play for Taiwan.
Yes,
he can if he
suspend him.
Yeah, they work it out.
He's still on the contract. He's still
No. He ain't a slave.
I wonder why Ryan Arteta was already signing him when he got.
He can go play over there.
Taiwan will gladly pay
he's
any
still an
fine for him to
idiot,
come play.
let him
He will
brandish
go
a
over there and
gun
go
in
play.
Taiwan.
Y'all
Let him
remember?
brandish a gun in
Do y'all
Taiwan.
remember when Steven Jackson
Because
went
he's
over
still
there
an
when he got
He's
because
paid
not
he's
in
still an
Taiwan.
idiot.
Why y'all making shit up?
No. He can go play in Taiwan. He'll just have to
Y'all are arguing the wrong thing. Y'all are arguing the wrong thing.
let him brandish a gun in Taiwan.
But he's not in Taiwan.
Hold on. We losing the focus on the real conversation here. The real problem is we for some reason we think that once you give a kid this kind of money, he's grown. They're not grown. All
you
you did
gave
was
me a
give
gun. And little way, and they trusted me not to shoot
hold on.
my fellow soldiers.
Let me finish
Not
because this hold on, because this covers the military too. None of this, no kid. I don't care if it's in the NBA, NFL, or the military, or the Army, or the Navy, Air Force, Marine, whatever. If you give a kid 18 to 20, anybody between the age of 18 to 26, they are not grown. We gotta stop treating them like they're grown.
Man, that's
God, please let me finish.
You're not making sense, bro.
Hold on, I'm finna
23. I was
I'm finna
They squabbling out there now. Yeah.
I'm finna make it make sense. Just listen 1 second. I'm finna make it make sense. Don't take just because I said 18 to 26. Don't take it personal. Because I was in the military at 18 too. Or 21, and I get it. And I was responsible for a lot of stuff too. What I'm saying though is, what determines a person is grown is not their age. What I've learned, what's common throughout all life is, especially boys, especially male, for some reason, it's when you somebody need to mute up. Somebody need to mute up.
Okay, we good.
What's common is this: between 18 to 26, until you start making mistakes and learn the principles and build them and learn from those principles to build your morals, to actually help. The morals to build principles to protect yourself from idiotic decision making. That's your frontal lobe development. That's still being developed. Yes, you know what between right and wrong is, but you don't fully understand the consequences. That's what the frontal cortex controls. So so that's why I don't really take even LeBron James. When LeBron James came into the NBA, everybody kept saying this kid's gonna be the next Michael Jordan. He's gonna be great. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that yet, because I know that this kid was 18 years old, and as great as he was on the basketball court, I knew one thing, that his mental development was still being developed. You know, when I first started liking LeBron James, well, I'm gonna say I always liked him as a person, but when I really started pulling for him, when he had his first failure of making an announcement going to Miami, then when he got to Miami in 2011 and they lost the championship, I wanted to see how he handled those adversities. But
first of all, that wasn't no failure. That wasn't no failure. That was just propaganda.
As far as basketball, it
wasn't no failure.
How was it a failure? He won 2 championships.
No, what I'm saying is, okay, 2011 when he lost the championship.
You went off track with this basketball shit, bro.
He froze. No, listen, I'm using context. It's saying in 2011 when he froze up against Dallas. He froze up against Dallas, and they killed him for that.
Bro, that maybe. Bro. God damn.
It does have. I'm finna explain to you why I see maturity in it. Because the way I looked at this is the maturity part of it was, most people crumble when they mess up like that, but he actually accepts what he did wrong, worked on it, and figured it out. And that's what young people are supposed to do. That's why I say 18 to 26 is like an age where you're figuring stuff out. Okay, I know I'm not supposed to do this, but why am I not supposed to do this? And
I agree with you, but I'll give you a way better example, bro. And Mandrell, we've been in the military. How do 23-year-olds act in the military? Like fucking idiots.
Stupid,
morons.
I can tell y'all stories about 23-year-olds in the military that never made the news. Niggas still in a taxi cab, setting it on fire to hide the evidence. Like
all kinds of crazy stuff.
If you go to your local college where 23-year-olds actually the elder, they still act like fucking idiots. So what he's saying is actually correct. But the way to fix that usually is punishment. If you slap them on the wrist, they don't fucking learn.
That's simple. That's what I disagree with you guys on, John the
Baptist. I'm just saying that you kind of went left with the basketball shit. But what you're saying is correct. I said the same thing with Henry Ruggs. I was in the exact same situation as Henry Ruggs. I just didn't crash. I remember being in the military drunk as fuck, going down the highway in Virginia, 107 miles an hour. I just didn't crash. That nigga had a Corvette that can go faster than my Ford Explorer. he ended up in a situation he couldn't get out of.
Dude, you was on 64, bro.
Whichever one that take you to bad news.
As far as rules, laws, and policies, I don't know about the punishment part, but look at Mike Tyson. What I think some type of mentor. I mean, the punishment stuff, I don't know. I'll put that to the side. But in addition to that punishment, he won't learn until he gets someone to not handhold, but someone to walk him through that to help him mature.
Bro, if they give him a year, he gonna learn. I promise you, he gonna learn.
Right, but a year, but there'll be some people right behind him saying, "Dude, you got to get your shit together."
But the sad thing about it, though, man, is
basketball, you gonna learn.
But the sad thing about it is Kyrie Irving suffered more than what John suffered so far.
When he came back.
Yeah, he did.
Well, for something less. For something less, because he refused to get the jab. Because he spoke on a movie on Amazon. This is crazy, man. This dude should have got way more than 8 games last year.
And let's get this understood too. This was a slow buildup because we're acting like this is the isolation. This nigga been acting real thuggish for a minute. The nigga's been on Twitter talking about he liked that, talking about sliding. All like this was a buildup. This wasn't these white folks holding a rifle properly, taking a dumbass picture. This was a nigga playing with the gun in an unsafe manner, dancing to a song talking about smoking niggas. That's what it was. I don't know why people acting goofy as fuck and I don't know what he did. You know exactly what the fuck he did. You know exactly what he's trying to portray. Straight B-Rad from Malibu's Most Wanted.
I just said that.
So if them Crips come up, so I don't know if you saw the video, but if those Crips come and sit down with him, do you think he would change the way he think about the whole situation?
Say that again.
I just played a video of the Crips saying that, "Hey, nigga, don't play that game because you don't know you hadn't been out here, nigga, and we'll come meet with you. We'll sit down."
They ain't got access to him like that. It sounds good, but they ain't got access to him.
Yeah.
He got so much money.
Talking don't make kids learn. Experience make kids learn.
100%. That's why
you spend 8.
He's not a kid.
Hold on, God. Yeah, correct. When your kid turn 8, from the time your kids are born till they turn 18, 19, till they go to college, you spend all that time instructing and teaching, teaching, instruction. Now when they get to go to college and they get on their own. So from 8, that's why I say 18 to 26. When they get out there on their own, now is when they begin to learn what you've been trying to teach them. Some kids learn by listening. Some kids learn by experience. But what's going to happen is all kids going to learn. You don't know they learned until they get on their own. 18 to 26 is the proving ground. What your parents put in you from 18 to 26 is the proving ground of what your parents learned.
But you talking about these pro leagues don't have it long to wait for these guys to mature. They need for them to get it within a year or so. If you don't get it within their first contract, we don't need you no more.
What's the average length of an NBA?
I have no problem. I have no problem with that. If he loses contract because of the decision that he made, well, that's the thing. That's the proving ground. He lost the bag because he didn't learn quick enough, and that's gonna teach him.
If you at 23 was a super mature dude, props to you. But the fact of the matter is, most 23-year-olds are fucking idiots. It's just what it is.
All right, so then the rules should change. Then nobody should be in the league until they're 26, until they're fully mature.
No, but just
exactly.
I think
silly. It sounds
I was
silly.
in charge of $33 million helicopters at 23 and was coming to work drunk.
Yeah. I was about to say that's the point I was going to make. You got people in charge of $90 million worth of life-saving equipment. People handling parachutes. There's parachute because came to work drunk, packing parachutes drunk, still drunk from the night before. You got rangers coming to a gun range, drunk like this in the prone, doing target practice. Like, I mean, when you're young, yeah, you do dumb stuff. Once you got caught, the punishment, you got to punish accordingly. And then the thing is, when we saw people get punished for it, we're like, hey, you should have went out drink. You knew what we had to do today.
All right, so what offense did you commit?
You know what I'm saying? Watch you show up drunk, so you get what you get. Now with this guy, what it sounds like some people on the panel are, your punishment is not fitting the crime. It's like some people are saying, I don't think he should be suspended. I don't think this, that, and I'm like, then what do you want him to get away with it or something? I mean, what are we saying?
What did he do?
not get away with it. What I was saying
said
is,
he
like
should go to the
you
NBA.
just said it. Make sure
Right,
the
but
person
the
commits the
NBA
crime.
didn't suspend him. The Grizzlies suspended him.
Well, no, the
Okay,
NBA
bro,
allowed the
wait a minute. Let's
Grizzlies
get
to
one
do
thing
it.
Can I ask
understood.
Hank a
The
question?
NBA does it. It might
Let's
not be
get
a
one
The
thing
crime.
same way the
understood.
Grizzlies did it the first time. They
The
preemptively
NBA
suspended him.
100% gave that nigga a pass. He 100% brought that motherfucking gun on the plane to
Yes.
Denver.
Yeah, he did.
brandished that motherfucking in Denver in that club, and they basically got the cops off his ass so he wouldn't go to jail for that shit or whatever the fuck they're trying to do to him. So the
he broke the
NBA
law.
gave him a solid. And how did he thank them? He did the shit right over again. So if you don't understand that shit, then I guess.
Now, Mr. Bennett
He
got a
didn't
question
do
for
it
Hank. Go
again.
ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Because from what I understand, I know Black Man, I know you got kids who've been athletic and whatnot, but Hank, you might be like the closest guy here who's had a son who's, played basketball at somewhat a high level. But do you think if your son had job level skill and talent and all those things, because we're talking about, it's almost like when we talk about these celebrities and whatnot, we're talking about situations that nobody here is really accustomed to when you got guys who are that talented. I mean, Doctor talked about Mike Tyson, who was a savant at 13 years old, and Custom Auto found him, and we saw a lot of the same stuff there. They let a lot of stuff go. Cuss forgot the character stuff. He said, I got to make him the youngest heavyweight champion of all time. And we saw a lot of stuff a lot of dysfunctional behavior that Teddy Atlas wanted to stop, but they didn't let it stop. So I guess I'm asking Hank, do you think how much harder your job is, given what you've done with your son? If he was at that level, do you think you would have been able to stop or put an end to that kind of behavior? If you saw it in your son, would it be that much harder for you to deal with that? Knowing your son's temperament, but if he was guaranteed first NBA lock, he can go straight out of high school if he wanted to. If he was that guy, how much harder would your job be? Or would you think you'd be able to handle the situation in the exact same way? Because I think a lot of us, since we're not in that space, we don't have those wonder kids that are just, where everything's on. But how many celebrity kids, Gary Coleman, how many of these kids who had parents who, because of the money, because of everything that was thrown at them, these kids are messed up by the time they turn 18, 19, 20, they're messed up because they weren't given that. But I don't see how you could have necessarily put it in them because of all that. The Jackson kids, a lot of stuff that went on. So in your case, Hank, if your son was that, how much harder do you think your job would have been, or would you think you would have ran into a lot of similar issues that we may be seeing now?
I mean, it's going to be hard, but it's funny you say that because these kids, they have to mature faster than the average kid.
Right. Yeah.
They have to. Mentally, they have to mature faster because of the responsibility and the pressures put on him. So, like when my son was in 8th grade, he's playing for starting varsity. He was on a different level of pressure. He was supposed to still be a 12-year-old in the 8th grade, and enjoying his middle school year. No, he was playing varsity. So guess what? Now he has to let a pressure of trying to lead this varsity team to a win. And guess what? On Tuesday night, he's going to go back and play with his middle school team that he just got finished playing a game on that Monday with the varsity team. The pressure is going to be great. I understand that. But that's why the parents has to be on board. Regardless of if they got along or not, they have to come to an agreement on this. How are we going to discipline them if we got our hand? I remember one time my son's GPA fell below 3.0. I made his ass sit down. Coach said, we need him. I don't care. He's going to sit until he gets that GPA up to 3.0 or higher. He's not playing. He's not practicing. I don't care. During practice, he can go to study hall for all I care. We're not doing, but you got to have some type of standard, though.
Hey, what you
and
just
I don't
said,
think it was. I think maybe the dad maybe held him to a certain standard, but then, like you said, when he went to the mama's house, there was no standards. So now he don't have nobody reinforcing the standards and the discipline that he needs because he's able to free fall over the mother's house. And I think that's why he loves his mother and cares his mother so much because she let him do what he wanted to. Still, you know what? Hey, I bet if the father wasn't in his life, I bet it would probably be way worse.
He wouldn't be in the NBA. I did the same thing.
He wouldn't be in the NBA.
I did the same thing on my son, bro. And let me tell you something. As a parent, and your son, can get opportunities. But as a parent, it's just you have to understand. Like my son came, he think, I don't got to do no homework. I don't got to do nothing. All I got to do is show up for practice. Oh, okay. So and then he come here, same thing. I say, hey man, you're not playing. I'm not playing. What you mean, Dad? You're not playing. And so he was just, I let him go. I told the coach, hey, listen, don't let him dress out. Just let him sit there and watch. Let him sit there and watch somebody else play in his spot. Just let him watch. I said, matter of fact, he said, how many games? I said, at least 3. Right? And shit, by the second, my son was damn near in the depression. I don't care. Right? And so now I don't have that problem no more. Shit. So I started early. So, but I do agree. Just think about us at 23. Oh, shit. At 23 years old, and somebody came up to you, Mandrell, at 23 years old and gave you almost $300 million at 23.
To do what?
Just, man, to play basketball. Just almost $300 million.
Hey, then I'm it sounds never the kid to go out there and do stupid stuff though. Here's the thing. First day we first got to airborne school. First day, you know what I'm saying? So a group of white boys went out, got drunk, knowing the next day is going to be day one of like actual starting training. That morning, one of them got caught. He was still drunk. He got snatched out of PT and got kicked out of airborne school. If what I got is what I have going on, it's on the line, I'm not fucking up like that. I've always been that kind of person.
Yeah, you're more.
It's because I had parents in my life. It's just like just like what Hink said. Like if I was doing sports or anything like that, my grades fell below a certain GPA. I don't care how good you are, you ain't doing it.
But a lot of parents fail that test, man, Drew. And that's what I'm saying. You were, a good kid, or like you were a regular kid. You weren't superstar. You weren't, literally where parents are looking at you banking on, their life savings or retirement. You weren't Gary Coleman at 8 years old making $100,000 an episode. You weren't that guy. So I'm saying a lot of these parents, as much as Black Man saying how he disciplined his kid, as much as Hink talking about how he's disciplined his kid, kids aren't waiting till they're 23 anymore. 13 years old, they got scholarships.
Yeah, you're right.
To get a scholarship.
You're right.
Parents, we buy your house. We're gonna buy you a car. We're gonna buy you this. Now with the NIL deals, now these kids are getting it at 17, 18 years old. They're getting NIL deals worth of millions of dollars. So again, who's to say, a lot of us are saying these things, but until you're put in that situation where everyone's throwing it at you, you can be the staunchest parent out there. But if someone's like, I'm gonna buy your house, I'm gonna buy you this, you don't have to worry about this, you don't have to worry about that. How many parents are really gonna capitulate to that pressure of, hey, especially if my family's in poverty as it is, because a lot of these kids are coming out of impoverished situations, and you're not gonna fall and say, hey, we'll deal with the character stuff later. Let's just get the bag because they're offering it to us. A lot of people are going to fail that. Grown people, because we're talking about young people.
Hold on, Mandrell. I got two. John the Baptist. Hold on, John the Baptist. John the Baptist go first, then Mandrell, then we get Tommy. Watch this, Mr. Bennett. You are absolutely correct, because I think there's a lineman in Alabama right now that's 17. He turned 18 in August, but he got $1.1 million in NIL deals right now, and he fucking 17. So think about that shit. $1 million in your pocket and you 17 years old. You have made more by signing this deal. You made more than both of your parents probably put together in their whole life.
Ain't no problem.
It goes younger than that. If you're a high school star, junior college, again, I've heard college guys at 13, 14 years old getting college offers, saying, "Look, you ride your ticket. You got this already." And the parents are, because again, a lot of these, especially when these AAU teams, all these clubs came out and whatnot, a lot of those clubs are financed by these guys who got money, and so they just throwing money at kids, they throwing money at parents or whatever. Here's all these free sneakers, here's all this free stuff or whatever. Those guys, the Fab Five, you saw the documentary on those guys and how those guys were hooked up in their early teenage years. How they were just getting taken care of, the whole family's getting taken care of that whole time.
Reggie Bush.
So hold on.
It's going on.
What I would say that all goes one more.
Hold on.
Hold on, Mel. You got to go.
So 2 points. I'm gonna make two quick ones. I will be quick. What Hink and Black Man did is kind of what you should do as fathers, right? You should, when they set a standard, and then the kids should follow the standard. But we got to remember, though, you said the standard doesn't mean that the sciences are, you can't do it with the science. And the science is you're doing the standard, which is going to help the science when the science finally gets here. And that's understanding how the brain really works. So that's one point. The second point is I don't care how much money, opportunity a kid get at, what age they get it at. The parents always have to be parents. If the parents are not parents, so this how it goes wrong. When the parents are not parents and the kids get opportunity and a lot of money, well, they're going to waste and squander those opportunities because the parents did not instill the fundamental standards they need to protect the bag or the opportunity that's coming their way. And so the kids get the standard if they get the bag and the opportunity and they got good parents, they're gonna protect it. It's all depend on the parents how they handle the situations.
Now, John, let me tell you this. You just brought up something. Bow Wow, the rapper, right? He ain't made a song in fucking ever. He said the reason why he still has all that money, he's still able to get on a private jet, is because his mama. He said when he was a kid and he got that first deal and made those millions of dollars, and then he got another deal. He said his mother took over his money. And his mama he would go out to buy stuff. Mama finna go buy this Lambo. She said, "You not finna spend no $250,000 on a car. You crazy as shit." No, she said, "You better go ride with JD them. You're not buying no Lamborghini for what?" So she was making decisions for him because he said to this day, if my mama didn't set me up, I would be broke. Right? I wouldn't have no goddamn money. My mama put my shit in a trust, and I couldn't get the shit till I was 33 years old. Right? And so think about it. So then even the guy that did what's the guy's, I can't think of his name, the one that did the voice for Simba on Lion King.
I was just about to say that his name was Jason Weaver.
Jason Weaver, his mama. They gave him $1 million. They gave him $1 million up front. His mama.
You're talking about children. What are you going to tell him?
Right.
But the point he's making though starts with the parent also too.
What are you going to tell an 18-year-old that just got an NIL deal for $2 million?
Nothing. You can't tell him nothing.
But still though, that all goes by. Let me say this real quick. But still, that still goes by what Black Man is saying is the parents and everything. If the parents have an influence on their kid the way it is, they would listen to their parent and let them handle the money. If the parent is financially educated with money the way they is.
My son.
You got great
my son right. My son right now. My son,
you can go live that life.
Right, but you know what? Hold on. Deion Sanders said the same
right
thing
now
about his players. Same thing. Deion Sanders said the same thing about his players. He said when he first got in, they said, "Hey, listen, what's the NIL deal?" He said, "Oh no, we don't need you, partner. Well, you out." So I mean, you know, I don't know.
Mr. Bennett's point though is
my son.
You're dealing with a lot of outliers, and when we're talking about our kids. 99.999% of us ain't gonna have these problems. Right. And so it's really hard for us in our positions to say, it's easy to say what you should do, but when you can't fix that Nissan Altima when the engine go out, it's business decisions being made. And so it's weird you said that, Mr. Bennett, because I had this conversation with Rob on his show because they were talking about dude's homeboy. And I'm telling him, like, bro, his homeboy say 23, the same age as him. You're expecting him to basically damn near play a big homie role and tell this dude what he's supposed to do when this dude is opening doors for him that literally would never, ever be opened without this guy. And so if you're not in that position, it's easy for you to go, oh, you should have did this. Oh, you should have did it. Oh, you should have did that. Yeah, you ain't got that motherfucking money on the line. You ain't got the chance to get cut off from that money. Mm-hmm. So in our position, and it's not saying that anything that y'all saying is wrong. I'm just saying it's easy to say that shit when you ain't in that position.
When you
know what, man? I just text.
You're talking about the proving ground right now. You're talking about the proving ground.
Yeah. I hold on, give me just a second. I just text my cousin. I told him I'll make a spot for him and let him. I'll move down, let him come up. His name is Richard Murphy. He played in the league in NFL. The same thing happened to him. He got out of high school. He wasn't really smart in high school at all. Went to college. I said, this motherfucker. His mom and them lived in an old beat up ass house. Next thing I know, I said, God damn. I say, Mama Murph, y'all moving? Yeah, baby. We the Lord done blessed us. Shit. I said, where y'all moving to? Man, we pull up in that fucking. I said, oh, where does house come from? Right? He in a fucking Dodge Charger. They gave his sister a full scholarship to do pharmacy, to become a pharmacist. Then he gave the car to his sister. They bought him a Dodge Ram truck. And then that's when Saban was there. He went to LSU. That's when Saban was there. And he had a black card. He showed everybody at the barbershop. Anything I need, all I got to do is swipe this motherfucker. Now, that was when it was illegal. Imagine now, 18, 17 years old, and you just got unlimited resources. Like, who can tell you something? That's what Deion was saying. He said, Deion said he don't really agree with the NILs because he said ain't nothing worse than trying to tell a young man what to do that's got $3 million in his bank account and he's 17, 18 years old.
And I had $2.50. I couldn't get told what to do.
Right.
And you can't. The sad part about this is we try to raise kids once they 15, 16. You gotta start raising kids from the time they born.
Yeah, you're right.
Absolutely.
I can remember when people used to complain about their kids not sleeping at night. I'm like, I never had that problem. From the time before my kids were 1 month old, they were sleeping on my schedule.
All right, so listen, I want to do something real quick, guys. You ready, Black David? I want to do something real quick. I want to show y'all something because I'm gonna move the conversation to this right here. I want y'all to see this because it's some bullshit. I want to discuss all this shit. I got it pulled up. Oh, here it is. All right, here we go. Let me share my screen. All right. All right, here we go. I got it. All right, this is what we finna watch this, guys. I want y'all to tell me what y'all think after we see this. Here we go.
Can y'all hear it? I can't hear it.
No, can't hear it.
I can't. Yeah, I can't hear it.
Hold on.
Okay, I thought I was tripping.
Hold on.
Yeah, I've seen this video before, so I know what it is.
Hold on. All right, let me see. I'm pulling it up now. I don't know why it's not playing the volume. Hold on just a second. Let me make sure it works this time. All right. I think I got it. Yeah, there we go. All right. Here it comes. I'm going to play it through StreamYard. As soon as it get done. But yeah, so this video that I'm about to play, why it's still loading right now. This guy went to a school board meeting because he had an issue. Thank you, Black David. He had an issue with how they were allowing certain things with his child and other children. And I'm going to play it and let you guys watch it. Here it is.
This book here, it's called It's Perfectly Normal. I'll read some of this for you. It says, after a bit, a person's becomes moist and slippery, and the clitoris becomes hard. After a bit, a person's becomes erect, stiff, and larger. Sometimes a bit of clear fluid that may contain a few sperm comes out of the tip of the penis and makes it wet.
Can we, sir, I'm sorry.
Was it something I said? If you don't want to hear it in a school board meeting, why should children be able to check it out of the school system? We have perverts that are perverting our kids. And you all sit back smug in your chairs, but you don't want me to read it. Why? Does it bother you? Yes or no? You can't answer that question. You want to know why? Because politically speaking, you can't say that it's wrong. And you don't want me to read the filth because it exposes the truth. How dare you tell me to stop reading it? If you don't want to hear it, why should the children have to see it?
Pastor, your time is up. Thank you.
That makes two of us.
It makes two of us. His time is up too.
So what are your thoughts, guys? That book that he was reading is in the library of 10-year-old, 11-year-olds, and 12-year-olds.
I don't think you can say much else.
They can check that book out and read it.
He made his point. If you don't want to hear it, how the fuck should 10-year-olds read it? Like that? That's nuts.
That's just another example.
My son is done with this shit. I'm glad, and I encourage my daughter to because her daughter, she'll be in kindergarten here this time next year, to homeschool her. Homeschool you on my grandbaby. Because why? Let me tell y'all this, guys. Y'all better start getting involved in y'all kids' activities, going to the PTSA, join these things, go to the board meetings.
Exactly. I just went to one. Exactly.
And you don't have no say-so once it's there. You have no say-so once it's there. So you can sit there. They're supposed to send out permission slips, supposed to send out waivers. Hey, guess what? You'll never get it. And if you don't get it or don't turn in, they're assuming you okay with it because you never responded. Only way you're going to know if you get involved. Now, if your kid's trustworthy, they'll bring it home to you, say, her mommy, your daddy, I got this. You're supposed to sign it to be okay with this. We know most times they don't bring it home. They're not bringing it home. Matter of fact, it probably get wrinkled up, throw up. They throw it on the bus. Don't even make it to the house. So, guys, please be informed. Join your board meetings. Go to your kids' board meetings. Get on the PTSA so you know what's coming down the pipeline so you don't have this shit spring up on you.
And speaking of that, before anybody else go, speaking of that, this right here is at a school right here.
Anybody can do drag. Drag is for anybody and everybody who wants to put on a fun costume and get up on stage and entertain people. Everybody should try drag at least once. It's really fun.
Even kids?
Yeah, there's actually quite a few kids that are starting to do drag.
Do dogs do drag?
Do dogs do drag? I mean, they can. You can dress a dog up in a dress and take them on stage with you. Nervous?
Yes.
How come? Do I look scary? Do you know what I am? No? I'm a drag queen.
I think I can see your beard. I see.
You can see my beard?
And this is sad and pathetic, man. Like, I'm giving props to who was the governor of Florida down there with these. They making laws to change this mess. I'm giving props to him more and more these days.
Oh yeah, you talking about DeSantis? DeSantis.
I think that's his name. Yeah, he's not allowing this in his school.
Call him DeSantis?
Because it's so funny now because they canceled their pride celebration because they can't be in the schools no more. Right. And I'm like, yo, what the? Y'all mad because y'all can't be in the schools no more, so y'all gonna cancel the pride celebration? Well, so that just tells y'all proving a point that you want to indoctrinate the kids and everything. Y'all like the dude say, acting like perverts in the school and stuff like that. They on TikTok now talking about, yo, you're not gonna stop me from going to the women's bathroom, use their bathroom and stuff like that, and literally making threats to people's lives, like they about to go to war.
So this is what's crazy is then you get like a question in the comments. So talking about human anatomy to me is wrong. And we literally just watch grown people not want to hear the book read to them.
Exactly. Boy, you better preach. Exactly, bro.
I'm just confused. So explain to me why the fuck them grown ass people could barely sit there while he read the exact same book that you're saying we shouldn't care that our kids are reading. Please explain that.
Exactly, bro. Man.
Yeah, they set themselves up for the fail when they tried to stop him from speaking. Yep. I think immediately the moment they try to stop him from speaking, you're inherently acknowledging that the information is inappropriate. Yeah. If it's inappropriate, and if it's inappropriate for the adults, then it's obviously clearly inappropriate for the children.
And the guy caught on. Hey, wait,
it's inappropriate for adults. That's the piece I'm not understanding. Why is it inappropriate for the adults? So why are they uncomfortable with the subject?
Well,
I'm not. I can understand if you want to say, well, up to a certain age, a kid doesn't need to hear this. But if adults are still having difficulty with the conversation of something that is fundamental to human existence and life, we don't want it. We don't have. I'm always bringing up on these panels. Why haven't a lot of these women out here haven't had a positive conversation with their moms about the benefits and positivity of having sex? Like most times women are being taught it's don't get pregnant and don't do it. That's all they're getting, but no one's having a healthy image. No one's really schooling anybody. If adults at some point we have to be mature enough to be able to explain the subject. And if adults don't want to hear about it, then what are we saying to our kids?
Mr. Bennett, even if it was appropriate in terms of language, right? you can't be talking about that stuff to kindergartners and first graders.
No, but that's not my point. That's not my point. My point is, why are adults uncomfortable with the subject?
That's not the point the brother was trying to make.
No, I get. No, I said I get the point that he's making. I'm saying in conjunction with it.
I understand.
I understand the point is going to be if adults are upset with it,
right?
Then why should kids be doing it? But why are adults upset with it?
Right. That's what I'm saying. They made a mistake.
Let me just say this: they're not upset with it. When you tell somebody they're doing something stupid in their face, I don't give a shit what you're talking about. They're going to act the way those people on the board acted. It's not like they couldn't handle the information. They just know that they effed up. And they should have never let anything like that happen. See, they're appeasing people. They're appeasing the transgenders. They're appeasing all kinds of freakish stuff. And this is what the real issue is, that folks, especially in the black community, don't really get involved at the local level. We get hypnotized by these national elections, but governance over your shit like schools and where you live is at the local level. And we always trying to go for the big kahuna. We've been brainwashed and served like hell and shit until we're hung dead in the cell by the Democratic Party, that the only thing that's important is who's president. And we sit down here, we got this asshole who's president and who's more racist than Trump ever has been. And all I'm just trying to say is we're in big kahuna trouble, and I don't think we see it. I just really don't think we see it.
They obviously played right into his argument. I think he knew that they were going to interrupt him when he started reading it.
Exactly.
Which is why he read it. I think you can tell he was clearly prepared to answer. Well, that's why he said that's why his response was, "Is it something that I said?" Because he knew they were going. He knew they were going to stop him. I think that I agree with Mr. Bennett. It should for adults. It should have just been water off a duck's back. Right? We understand the human anatomy and how it works. But the moment they stopped him, they played right into what he was trying to do. Here's the thing: these young girls can get pregnant as young as what? 9? 9 is, I think, one of the youngest I've seen. 9. I'm not completely against it. I just would like to see the parents more involved in the distribution of the education.
Not complete against what?
The distribution of the education. If you came to me, I have a 5-year-old daughter, and if you came to me when she was 11 years old and said, "Hey, this book is going to be in here," at least you gave me an opportunity to make the decision of whether yay or nay I want her to be around this. I think what the issue is that the parents aren't being involved in this at all, and it's just been disseminated to these kids without parental approval.
Right. That's the issue.
No, they did. You just chose not to do what you need to do to stop it. You chose not to. When you don't put yourself in them board meetings on the PTSA or going to the open houses and all of that, if you don't involve yourself, they have every right to do that.
You don't think they start that
by not doing anything, by just throwing your hands back and throwing up a blind eye, you're saying it's okay.
Now, and Hank, I'm gonna add this to what you just said. My kids, I was just trying to find, I thought this was it right here, but it's not. My kids came home with a paper too, and my son had not too much of an incident. It was just something that my son said that he shouldn't have said, right? But there at school, at my kid's school, they have a transgender kid. A couple of them.
Hell?
Oh yeah. Boys with wigs on. And my twins are 12. And my son, they had a whole big thing about respecting these kids' pronouns on what they want to be called. And one of the kids want to be called this and one want to be called something else. And my son said, this is my son's outburst because he like his daddy sometimes. I'm trying to reel him in. My son said, I'm not calling him none of that. I'm just going to call him gay. And they called me, of course, and told me what they said. And he said, "Daddy, ain't he gay?" I said, "Well, I don't know, son." He said, "Was I telling the truth?" "I don't know, son." Right? What do they want to be called? There's so many names, Daddy. So I'm gonna share this. So I'm gonna share this with you, and you tell me why 12-year-olds Because the school is saying if you don't use the pronouns that are set up before the children, your children can be suspended for bullying. Bullying, meaning if they want to be called a horse, you better call them a damn horse or your kid gonna be at the house. So listen, I want y'all to just see this, all these different damn names that these kids, just listen. This is one of the videos.
Man, I want to ask you something.
Hold on, man. Right after this, I swear. I want them to just see, this is the video that they're playing at the schools, guys. And I'm about to play it. Look at this shit.
I'm a triracial cisgendered girl fag. I identify as pansexual and my pronoun is she.
Okay. Hi, Emerson. Gender fluid, hetero-romantic, demisexual mutt, and a redhead. My pronoun is Z.
Hey, I'm Rabbit, genderqueer, tax attorney. I identify as Jennifer Aniston. Just kidding. December.
DX. Chinese, Mexican, agender, intersex, AFAB. My pronoun is they.
Okay. All right, is it okay if I ask a few questions?
Better than to assume you know the answers.
What is intersex?
When a person is born with what is typically perceived as both male and female sex organs.
AFAB?
Assigned female at birth. When your parents decide your gender without considering how you may identify in the future.
Okay, and what's the whole pronoun thing?
When we talk about DX, we say ask them if they would like a coffee.
But there's only one of him. Her. Them. Fuck, I have no idea what I'm doing.
You'll get it. It's okay, you'll get it.
Wow, they got the dude from the Star Wars game, huh?
Vix Ver X V I don't know what the fuck. I'm not gonna do. I can't do.
I hope they never change the laws because I'm going to jail because I'm not remembering all that shit.
But Black man, I want to ask you something. What do the school says when the parents don't want that for their kids? It's like that.
As far as what?
Your kid said that I want to be this, be he, she, it, whatever. The pronoun mess and everything, and the parents don't encourage that because there are some states that they'll take the kid away or whatever, get involved if you don't allow your kid to choose their gender identity, whatever and stuff.
Yeah, well, I know it on both sides because I was sitting in the meeting. On one side of it, in the meeting, in the PTA meeting, they said that if a parent that has a child who's transgender who wants to wear a wig and wants to be a girl and he's a little boy, if the parents don't allow that, then people are able to call CPS because now that's considered child abuse. Now, on the flip side of that, if your child does not respect the pronouns, then that's called bullying, which they have a zero tolerance thing for bullying. So if that kid comes in and says, I want to be called VVEX Ver, DXE, he, VVR, you got to call them that. And if you don't call them that, that's bullying, and that could lead to expulsion.
They don't have names. Do they have names?
Yes.
I would just call the goddamn person John, Jane, whatever the fuck.
But they want to be called by their pronouns.
About that.
Yeah, they want to be called by their pronouns.
If the teacher called out their image and their name is John, I'm calling him John. I don't give a shit what you say.
I'm not going to interface with them at all.
The sad part about this is
your name John. Hey John, how you doing?
He crazy.
The sad part about
it. I want to be called Wolverine. Then you got to call him what they said. They telling you what you to call him.
And you know what? He's being facetious right now.
Tag changes. I'm gonna keep calling you John.
Y'all brought of vipers. Y'all don't even understand this situation. Listen.
Yeah. Basically, right now, you have to call the child by their pronoun, or you have to respect what the child it wants to be called. So let me give you an example, because I had this conversation on another platform with another female that was just she was so thrown off. They need to just reinvent her brain, right? She said, "I don't understand why you can't call somebody what they want to be called." And I told her I want to be called a camera. And she said, "Okay, so for the remainder of this platform, I'm going to call you camera." She said, "Now I don't want to be disrespectful. Do you want me to call you a camera or camera?" And I said, "A camera." She called me a camera for the remaining of the podcast. I said, kids at school are identifying as coyotes. And they have to, and the teacher has to imagine Justo, imagine you and he. Imagine being a teacher and the kid walk in on all fours one day and say, "I'm not Billy today, Mr. Hink. I'm a wolf, and you're gonna call me wolf." You can lose your job if you don't call him wolf.
I'll put him out. I'll put him out of the classroom. Animals are not allowed in the classroom. Get the hell out.
And you get
damn. I wish I went to school these days. Call me Rick.
And you get fired. You get fired.
I want to ask your fellas this.
He's a wolf.
I want to ask your fellas from your point of views.
Animals
I identify as a rich ass nigga.
I want to ask your fellas this from your point of views. How did it get this far, man?
Like, he's a service animal. He got to get the fuck out.
I want to ask your fellas, how did it get that? From your point of views, how did it get this far that we allow a small community so confused to wind up having a big say so the way they do?
I can answer that question. I can answer that question.
Now, hold on. Before you do, I want to get Dusto and Gerald. Y'all, I want to hear what y'all thoughts are on this.
Hey, black man, I'm gonna send you a text, and I ain't gonna say nothing else.
Why'd send me a text?
Dusto coming out. Okay, Dusto.
Mandrell, what are your thoughts?
Dusto is coming out.
on where our children are headed and future children, if you choose to have one.
They're gonna do it to kids.
No.
Mandrell,
the adult stuff.
Now hold on, because they just made a song saying that they want your children.
That's adult stuff saying that.
Mm-hmm. So what are your thoughts, Mandrell?
About what?
What are your thoughts?
About what?
About what we just talked about. I know John Morant's an asshole, but what do you think about this?
I mean, I just think parents need to get a hold of their kids and teach them better when kids ask them questions about stuff like this. They need to make sure their kids know the difference between right and wrong, and when someone's trying to push an agenda, what an agenda is, and tell their kids what the proper direction is, and also tolerance, because there's no getting out of it these days. I mean, those kids are going to go in, so you're going to have a lot of kids that go in that same direction, and you have to teach your kid, okay, that person might be different, but you still treat them like a human being. Don't treat them like they're horrible, even though they go in that direction.
So even though John Morant waved the gun, we still need to respect him and show him respect.
Are you talking about John Morant?
No. I'm comparing the two.
Between the gay stuff and the John Morant case?
Yeah.
Well, these are two completely different things. The John Morant case is he needs to be punished
selective outrage.
No, it's not selective outrage. That's not selective outrage. Number one, I'm not outraged by any of it. Number two, Number two, John Morant did something wrong. He needs to be punished for it. Now let's make sure the punishment fits the crime. Okay. That's my thing with John Morant. He needs to be punished, number one, because he knows better. He knows better. And the punishment has to fit the crime. Now, this whole thing with the gay stuff and all that, there's way more nuance to that issue, and then there's politics involved with it now. You have to be careful about how you talk about it now, because people can get fired just for bringing the subject up, especially your opinion about it. That's why you hear me kind of like being, distant with my opinion on the whole subject, because you can get in trouble with people you do business with.
Wow.
And out of his thing, I don't like that part about it, because that infringes on my ability to have free speech. I don't like that.
So we sat here for an hour and 30 minutes and drugged the fuck out of John Morant.
Now, if you ask me, your question might be different. If you ask me, hold on. Your question might be different if you ask me, do I think kids should be reading this stuff in school? My answer would be no. Do I think it's okay for drag queens to come to school and tell kids that they should be more tolerant and they should try drag? My answer would be no. You absolutely should not be going to kids with that kind of stuff. You should not. You're dead wrong for it. If you're asking me what my opinion about it is, no.
What I would say is, why is parents being punished when they say I don't want this in the school with my kids?
How are the parents being punished?
It's the parents' fault.
No, how are the parents being punished? I don't know about this.
How the parents being punished? They're trying to force the parents to accept this mess. That's the problem.
That's not punishment. They can
it is punishment.
I just give a big example also too. Also, I just gave a big example also too earlier. If the boy comes on and says, I want to wear a dress or whatever, and you tell your boy no, you're a boy, you're going to grow up be a man the way you want to raise him, Parents being punished for that. They're gonna take your kid away.
Yes, child abuse.
Hold on a second.
That's child abuse.
The parents should be punished though.
I got you. Hold on a second. Wait. Hold on. One second.
I'm in California, basically the most left state in America. Let's stop acting like this shit's happening every day, bro. Like is there instances of it maybe happening? Yeah, but this is very fucking few and far between.
No, it's not.
I'm pretty sure big guy. Excuse me?
It's not true. It's happening everywhere.
I stay in California. It don't get no more left in California.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm in New York City. It's just the same way as California. Also.
It's not.
It's happening in Chicago.
I'm from New York City. Yes, it is. They're doing the same thing over here. So what are you talking about?
Hey, but Texas ain't putting up with that shit.
Hold on.
Oh my God! Now, give me a second. Second. I just want to get. Hold on. I just want to get this out. Give me 2 fucking seconds. All right, Dr. Nakumbi, you said some interesting stuff in the chat, bro. He's saying that people the social services have taken kids out of the house, and they say it's because you're being homophobic. Well, homophobic on my ass. We were just talking about guns earlier tonight. Coming in my house talking about taking my kids away from me because I'm homophobic. You're gonna find out. Now, here's my thing, Dr. Nakumbi, and I'd like you to come up on the panel again and explain this to me. Like, what's gonna happen when I do what I do, when they come to me with some nonsensical reason, like I'm being homophobic and try to take my kids out of the house. You're an intruder. You mean my kids harm because you want to teach them some nonsense. I don't think it's appropriate for them to learn just now.
Andrea, that's law. If you shoot them,
and it's also law. You out your goddamn mind. You got to get, listen, I'm gonna be quiet.
CPS can come get your kids out your house.
And CPS can come get this fire too.
Let me tell you what you need to do. Tell them it's part of your religious belief.
There you go. Let's do that. That's it. There we go. It's against my religion.
What religious belief?
All of them.
Goddamn, you make it up your sexuality. Goddamn religion.
Hold on. So what we're saying. Hold on. So I want to make sure. I want to make sure I'm clear. So you mean tell me if they feel like if they set these laws up where the kids can say if a kid come to his daddy and say, Daddy, I want to be a girl and I want to wear a wig. And you say, no, you're not doing that. And he go to school and tell his teacher, and the teacher reported to CPS. And the laws say you are, it's child abuse when you do it to your child. You mean tell me now people can say, because of my religion, I believe this, and they will disregard the child abuse?
You can't touch religion because it's not abuse. The child is not being harmed.
So they come to my house and I'm going to beat the shit out of my son. Hold on. If I beat the shit out of my son tonight, and they come to my door, I say it's part of my religion to whoop his ass. They ain't gonna come get him.
That's because now the kid's health. Hold on. The kid's health is in jeopardy now. They can't because the kid's health is in jeopardy. However, when it comes to this is an ideological thing. Just because your ideology is different from someone else's does not constitute child abuse. It does not. If it's against here's the thing. You can't come take my kid out of my house because now you're infringing on my religious beliefs.
Okay.
My religious beliefs, and you can't take that away from me.
But they don't care about you.
Here's the thing. How about you make it illegal? Since you're doing that to me, we're talking about selective outrage. Yeah. Why do you allow Muslims to have multiple wives then? You acknowledge their religious beliefs, but you're going to infringe on mine for not teaching my kids about homosexuality at such a young age.
Mandrea, right now, Dr. Nakumbe said it a few minutes ago. Right now,
Mormons allowed to have multiple wives in Utah by law, not to say
by law.
By law.
I don't know.
I don't see how Muslims are allowed to get away with it.
But Mandrea, these days, all that kid have to do is this. Miss Johnson, I want to be a girl. My dad, Mandrea, won't let me.
Okay, cool.
And I'm going. When I get home tonight, I'm going to delete myself. Your ass is done. They coming to get him.
Okay, tell you what.
They coming to get him. Here's
the thing, black man. Here's the thing, black man. I'm gonna tell you this, and I'm gonna land my plane here on that subject. That's fine for whoever it works with, but they coming to get my kid. I'm coming to get my kid. If they come get him, I'm coming to get him too. And they're not gonna like the way I do it.
God damn, Dave Koresh.
Yeah, he going to for the rest of his life.
Listen, you're gonna have to kill me to stop me. Plain and simple. Plain and simple.
No, I agree with you with that. Yeah.
You're gonna have to kill me to stop me. You're not gonna come take my kid over that. You're out of your fucking mind.
It just made it on. Is you behind on these laws?
Let me just say this.
All right.
In New York, almost a decade ago.
Wait. What part of I don't care about that do you not understand? Like I don't.
You don't care.
Okay, so you don't care
It's
too.
personal law
care
in the
about
house. I understand what Mandra is saying. It's personal law in the house. I'm law in my house.
I don't see what. But
I agree with him on that.
what the outcome's going to be.
Mel, what part of this do they not understand? I don't get it.
I know. I agree with you on that. I feel the same way. I understand the law of the state, but the law in my house is totally different.
Now, when my kid comes of age, you out of the house, you can do whatever you like. I can't stop you from doing it. I'm Steve McChild. I'm still gonna love you. Period. However, while you're in my house, you're gonna live by my rules. End of story.
Okay.
Can I add something before we move on?
Yeah,
just add something. We all have a choice to make in 2024. If we vote the Democrats in, all of this stuff is going to take more root, more hand, and all that stuff. If we don't start voting people in who are against all of this bullshit, this decadence, this debauchery, and here's the thing for black folks. We got a way. Do we want debauchery or the fear of white racism? That's what we have. And to me, we've been dealing with white racism ever since we've been here. So it's almost a non-starter. We don't give a shit because we know how to defeat that. But this debauchery that's coming down by the liberals and the Democrats, we got a decision to make. We keep putting these liberals in. We keep putting these assholes, these feminists, these monsters in office. We're going to see more of this. And and every year that passes, it's going to be more and more. And we have enemies and we have secret allies that we don't like. Because let me tell you this, and you're not going to like it, but we actually have some common ground with the average white man on some of these issues. We actually do. And I know we don't like it because we want to hate them, but the truth of the matter is there's a lot of people out there in the independent realm who can't stand this cis bullshit and all of this debauchery and all this stuff that's going down. And you see what they did with Bud Light, what they're trying to do with Gillette. We saw the feminists put this damn Miller Lite thing saying women created beer, and we're going to take all the posters down. I mean, it's just at some point we got to stand up, whip our dicks out and act like we want to be men. That's all I'm saying.
And guess what? They're going to take everything from you. Let me say this for you. Real quick.
I got a question.
Hold on, let me say this real quick. He talked about, Mandrea talked about this a few minutes ago. I just want to look up the numbers. Information man, thank you. The numbers are, I got you, information man. The numbers are like this, guys. 60% amongst the LGBTQAI plus community. 60%, the deletion rate has increased 60%. And the majority of those deletions are because they didn't feel accepted. So when you tell your child you can't be something, and CPS fears that they'll do something, they're going to come and get your child.
They also saying that deletion rates come from when they regret doing the transgender.
My thing, right, and
they was greeted.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question to the panel?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Question to the panel is: how many men on this panel think this situation that we're dealing with right now came from heterosexual premarital sex?
Oh,
it came from feminism.
Came from females, feminism. They don't want to support this mess.
And that's the reason why, right there.
How many of us don't give a shit either way, to be honest?
Because of that reason right there. That's why this. Because of that reason, that's why this problem exists right now. Because of what we just said.
My thing is this.
Hold on. I've been quiet for a while. Let's not forget, I talked about it almost a week and a half ago. They even have a recruiting video that they have drag queen recruiting for the Navy. My son told me that in his school that they were trying to push that on him, and I told him, "What did I have taught you?" He told me exactly, we don't play that game. And I'm willing to take my son out of school and have him homeschooled. If not, I'm willing to relocate and leave you guys with a crazy ass country because I've been saying it for up to 20 years. Pay attention who is running for office. Not to my attention, nobody don't. Now this thing coming down the pipeline, everybody losing their goddamn mind. So when you would have thought to put your foot down and say enough is enough? That's the problem. Everybody going with the I don't care attitude. And this is why we have all this idiotic BS.
No, the thing is,
hold on. What you don't care about?
That would be me. I said that.
I'm saying you don't care about what?
At this point, I don't care about feminism. I don't care about. You know what? I don't even blame for feminism no more. The stuff I've been hearing lately, go on get them degrees. I've been hearing so much dust lately.
Yeah, but I'm talking about what we're talking about right now, though. Not the panels. We're talking about right now. What's going on with the kids right now? Do you care? Do you care if my 5 kids experience this at school?
You don't want that. You don't want the truth.
I do want the truth.
The answer is no. You don't. You don't care.
Do you care if I allow?
No, I texted you a bigger problem. That's a problem that can really affect you. That's
a message you really do need to read. But
that's the problem.
But hold on, but see, that's the thing, though, man. Listen, bro, this the shit that be getting me, bro. In order for you to make change, you gotta be willing to. That's why I get so upset, guys, when we talk about the people in the past. When we talk about Martin and Malcolm and all those people that marched those streets and got burned up in buses and got stabbed and shot and sprayed down and dogs bit them up. And we say, oh, blackity black, leave that back there. Those people didn't give a goddamn about tomorrow. Yes, they said we need rights to do this, and we see something going wrong, and we want to make a difference, and they did. And a lot of people lost their lives because of it.
Yep.
They paid the ultimate sacrifice.
Black man, they did not lose their lives to come back and see this. This is not what it was for. For people to do this.
So you're saying right now that my son at 12 has to go relearn everything that he's learned his entire life. That he's a boy, his sister's a girl. Now he got to go to school and call people about stuff he don't even understand.
No,
at 12 years old.
Here's the thing, black man, unfiltered. Here's the issue with like go back to what you said. I was having selective outrage because of one or the other. One is the kid messed up. He needs to be punished, and like I say, the punishment must fit the crime. Can't overdo it. You can't underdo it. If you underdo it, he won't do it. He won't learn his lesson. You overdo it. That's too much. That's messed up. This situation is a group of people trying to push your ideology or your agenda and force me to accept it when I have the option to sequester myself or partition myself away from it. I can treat you like a human being, but I don't have to agree with your lifestyle. And I don't want my kid at such a young age, when it's so impressionable, to be exposed to it.
Exactly.
You should not force people to do that. If that's that person's option, respect that person's option and their privacy. So that's my situation with this. This has become a political thing. You know what I'm saying? And politicians are trying to keep their cabinet positions. So that's why when you tread on this subject, you do have to tread lightly. Not your fault. It's messed up. It isn't right. However, you do have to tread lightly when talking about this subject. Even when I held my episode and I hosted people of this community, people got on to me about it. Montreal, you're being too soft. You're being too soft. I'm like, do y'all not understand what could happen here if this goes left? I'll send it to myself. I'm just like, I have no choice.
Yeah, you can't solve anything with fear.
It's not about fear.
Not fear.
It's not about fear at all. It's
about,
if
I'm not able to sit down with a person who believes in something different than me and have a conversation with them without them saying I'm being homophobic, that is, I don't know what you call it. I don't know.
They're trying to shame you. That's what the whole thing is.
No, let me answer his question.
I'm out.
Like, David, hold on. Let me answer the man's question.
Let him finish. Go ahead.
I will get to you. Bro, it's about how you do it.
David, check your phone.
Like everyone... Like when I did my episode on that Wednesday, everyone was talking about how good it was the way I handled it. And that's the point. It's not necessarily what you say. You can say I disagree. You can say I think what you're doing is wrong. How you do it, how you present it to them is the key.
No, it's not.
That's the key.
No, Mandrell, I have to disagree with you on that.
Hold on, Mel. Hold on. Let me say this.
You're always
okay, hold on, Mandrell. So let's talk about that. You did it delicately, right? Everybody say, Mandrell did a good job on that Wednesday show, right? So you handled them correctly and them motherfuckers still handled you incorrectly. They said what the fuck they wanted to say to you. They said the fuck they wanted to say to me and everybody else. And when we respond, it's homophobic.
Here's the thing, but
they call us bottoms and all this other bullshit. Talking about, let me come suck your dick and all this other shit. What the fuck?
Here's the thing, Black Man.
Oh my God.
Black Man, it doesn't matter how someone else responds to it. All that matters is how I handle it. I have the choice to not respond to their response and just let the whole thing go. It's frustrating. I get it, big man. It's aggravating. I get it. It's infuriating, big man. I get it. But some things require a scalpel. Some things require a hammer. Some things require scissors. Some require a screwdriver. You have to pick the right tool for the right job, man.
Right. And you know what? I think I'm gonna let you cook. I'm gonna let you cook. Cam.
Some jobs
let me tell you what my grandmother told me one time. My grandmother told my sisters this. I overheard her say this to my sisters. When she was talking about the men they should pick, she said, "Don't go out and find a rattlesnake and put a tuxedo on him, and don't get mad when he do what he was invented to do." We went out. You went out and got a whole bunch of rattlesnakes, and they bit your ass. You handled them. You put them in the basket. You put them in the pillowcase. You brought them in the house. You fed them, and they still bit you. I'm saying, and I'm not saying anything mean to anybody. I'm just saying, if Mandrell believed that goats are blue and they piss out milk, and I believe that goats don't piss out milk, I should be able to sit down with Mandrell and have a conversation. And we bump heads. At the end of the day, we get up from the table, and there's still some love there because you're still a human being.
Yeah,
but you can't call me a goat, a blue goat lover, just because I disagree with you.
Right? We just say I disagree. Let's go get something to eat.
Right. But why? Hold on. But now we in this season where if you disagree with a group of people, you homophobic.
That's their problem at that point. I ain't got nothing to do with that. All I can do is tell you the truth and tell you what I think, what I feel, and all, and why. How you feel? Hold on. How you feel about it? That's on you.
Right.
Now, my job is to tell the truth. That's it.
My wife sent me this. This is what they gave to the kids. I know y'all. Is it blurry? Y'all can y'all see it? Mm-hmm. This is what they gave to the children at school. What their rights are as being trans. I'm just going to read just the ones that stand out. It says you have the right. This is what I was trying to tell you. You have the right. The second one says to be called by the name and pronouns that match your gender identity.
Zoom into it so we can see. Zoom into it.
Okay, hold on. Let me zoom into it. You're right. Let me get in there. There we go. So you have the right to be treated according to your gender identity, whatever you identify as. Right? You have the right to be called by the name and pronouns that match your gender identity. You have the right to not be bullied or harassed because of your transgender or gender nonconformity. Right?
I agree with that.
You have the right to use restrooms and locker rooms that match the gender identity, and you can't be forced to use separate facilities.
I disagree.
Right? This is what they gave my children. Okay? You have the right to get the same opportunities to learn. Okay, I agree with that. Right? Everybody should have the same opportunities to learn. They shouldn't be separated for learning. You have the right to dress and present yourself according to your identity. You have the right to protect your privacy and choose who you tell. And you have a right to join or start an LGBT student club or GSA, whatever.
I agree.
And discrimination and all that. Right? So that's what they sent home with my babies. I had my wife email it to me real time. You know,
Can I tell you something? Because I'm hearing this argument, a lot of things that went over my head, and I'm thinking, what happened to eminent domain? What happened to human right? I get what you're talking about, manager, but what is not being put out here is this. They have the right to live their life according to how they feel about their own lives. But they don't have the right to infringe in my own right on how I raise my kids.
And I agree
human right, no, human right and civil right is one thing people have to be speaking up more often. If a school push that type of policy, I have every right to say, you know what, my kid not gonna partake in this type of education. With me, I will withdraw my kid and take my kids somewhere else. I don't have to partake in the shenanigan.
Okay.
Now you're gonna have to homeschool them, Black David. You're gonna have to homeschool them.
I don't mind.
In 5 years, it's gonna be a part of the teaching.
I don't mind. But guess what? If I feel like they want to infringe in my civil right on how I'm supposed to raise my kid accordingly, then I would say I have the right to sue them, because first and foremost,
they're gonna laugh at your
Constitution, they can laugh at all we want, but we Africans don't play that double BS.
Oh, here we go with you and your African shit.
Yes, I rather be an African than be a complete fool.
I don't know, man.
That's what I'm not going to do.
It's a toss-up for me.
Trust me when I say this. If you come in my household and tell me how to put away my child or how I'm supposed to teach them, I'm going to ask you, what authority do you have?
Well, Black David, here's my question to you.
And they're going to show you that badge.
Hold on, let me.
And I say they're bad.
Hold on. Now, Black David, here's my question to you. Where do you and I disagree at?
Nowhere.
Because so far you said the same exact thing I said.
Yeah. Y'all saying the same shit.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah, I said nothing
All
different.
I'm saying, if it comes to a point whereby people don't go too far to abuse other people's civil right,
yeah,
like it's a problem.
Yeah, you
it
can't
become
infringe.
a problem because this LGBT thing had nothing to do with infringing on other people's civil right. Period.
And because I said watch, guarantee you, what I said tonight, people are going to misunderstand that too. I don't understand what it is about people who just completely misunderstand what I say.
Hold on, Mel. Let's get, because we got two new people in here. We got Grant in here and information. Let's give them an opportunity to say something. Grant, you can go ahead, and then after Grant go information, you can hop in. Thank you for being here too. He got his glass on tonight. It's about to go down. Go ahead, Grant.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, brother. Good
I wanted to somewhat push back on Black David on the idea of sort of infringing on civil rights. I think rights in and of themselves and our ability to sort of to live in a country in which we're all individually able to sort of live our lives is important. I don't think acknowledging that people exist, that they should be given the same rights, is an infringement. And I think I would just say, I would turn down the heat on us making the assumption that one's expression of their rights is an infringement. I mean, because you got to imagine, oftentimes that language is used against African Americans. Whites are used it says African Americans are infringing on their rights when Black people were looking for their rights. And so I wouldn't go that route. And I think we can all have a disagreement about to what extent the use or being compelled to use certain language is problematic, but I don't necessarily know if it's as bad or draconian as I think some on the panel have been saying. So I would just say I don't think it is as big of a problem that I think is being perpetrated here on the panel.
All right. Appreciate that, man. Hey, Grant, man, I'm glad this is your first time here, right?
I was on the other night.
You were.
His first time was on my show. He showed up Wednesday night. It gave some really good insight. It gave some really good insight.
Yeah, he does have really good insight. Thank you so much, Grant, man. I appreciate you for being here, bro. And supporting Mandrell too on Wednesday. Yeah. Information, man. What are your thoughts, brother?
I was before I came up, I was listening to the conversation, and I got to be very candid and honest with you, brothers here. I know some people are triggered by transgender issues. I think as a parent, you have the right to what you want your child to be exposed to. Now, Black Man Unfiltered, I think I told you this before, that there is the largest group of parents in this country that are doing homeschooling are Black people, African Americans, Black people, whatever we want to call ourselves. We are in the increasing numbers of people who are doing homeschooling, and it's not for the reasons that you necessarily think. It's not necessary just because of transgender issues that you're all talking about tonight. Black people, you have to keep this in perspective. Our transgender issues or gay issues, and gay people have been around for God knows when. So this isn't new to the Black community. We've had gay people in our community, in our churches, in our family. This whole notion that we are attack people that are gay. We may not agree with the lifestyle, but we certainly have people that have been in our community. And that's why I say this. Is this transgender lifestyle, and I'm going to keep it real because you know how I get down, Black Men Unfiltered.
Absolutely.
This transgender and this pronouns and all of this stuff. This is white folk shit. This ain't got nothing to do with black people. This is white people who live in this society, and when whatever they say, when you're white and you say so, and I don't give a damn what Scam Lightly feels. This ain't about him tonight, brother. So let's not play that game tonight, okay? Because I'm not going to go back and forth with nobody on this goddamn issue, because I know that I stand on strong ground with this. This is white people sexual perversions that they want everybody else, particularly our people, to engage in. Why do you think every time you look at movies, television programs, they're pushing these perversions towards black males, black women? They use black people within the LGBTQ community that are gay as mascots. They have them out there doing the most outrageous types of stuff. This is their lifestyle that they've been trying to legitimize in this country. So with that said, is the gay issue, the transgender issue, the biggest issue that faces black people in America? Because there's a lot of issues that are impacting us more directly than transgender issues. Do we want people running around like this? Do we want our kids to engage in this? As a parent, you have a right to say no to this. So if you don't like what's happening, do what black parents are already doing, homeschooling their kids, or put your kids in private school if you can afford that. This stuff is happening and running rampant in public schools. And in public schools, these things have always happening. What the LGBTQ community has done is that they have ride the coattails of the black civil rights movement. So they've attached themselves to it, okay, metastasized themselves to it, use what was designed primarily for black people. You go back and you look, Dr. Claude Anderson talks about this. Most of those civil rights laws were technically designed primarily for black people, and everybody jumped on board. So the LGBT community has jumped on it to circumvent it for themselves, just as they did with the BLM movement, which was infiltrated from the very beginning of it. So you have to ask yourself again, does the transgender issue really affect black people? Because most of the people that I see having a fit about it are white parents that want to change their child. It's white parents, white society. It seems to be focused on this issue. I don't see this as a issue. We got issues in the black community that I think take a higher priority than this issue. Do we have black children that are gay? Yes. That want to change their sex? Yes. But when white society does something, they're doing what they're doing because they're in control of the society. They're in control. They can be whatever they want to be. Black people, we've been lost in North America for decades. Anything that we start engaging in that isn't of our culture, because a lot of us are lost, first of all, and then you see us engaging in activities and behavior. When you look at John Morant, he's a byproduct. I'm sorry, gentlemen. If he was born of a single black mother, all y'all Negroes on YouTube would be saying that he's a product of a black single mother. No, in this case, he's a product of a father and mother, middle-class family. And I'm sorry, his father has failed him. No one wants to admit this. John Morant's father runs around on the basketball court trying to get into fights with people. Right? They're bringing so Morant is a whole nother issue of a broken in his family of a father system that's failing him, because it should be his father that should have him in line, not these Negroes in sports media telling him what he shouldn't be doing. His father should have had a sit down with him and told him, you can't do this anymore, son. And then he should be setting the example. So in this one, in terms of the black father, for that young man, he gets a D and an F for lack of setting the temple in a child that he has raised as a father. So there's a hell of a lot more things that we got to worry about If you don't like what's going on, don't put your kids in public school. End of this damn story. Put them in private. Simple as that. And I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, Black Men Unfiltered. You're reading this. I'm looking at what you were reading. There's school bylaws, and then there's the law of the land. Two different damn things. There's school policies, then there's state policies, then there's the federal government policies. What's going to happen when it does happen is that you're going to have a family, Exhibit A, there's going to be a family out there that's going to file a lawsuit and say, I should have the right as a parent who is Christian, Muslim, whatever the religion, to not have my child be inundated by someone's sexual preference or their lifestyle. It's going to come down to a lawsuit that's going to have to be filed. And ain't no school policies go beyond what the law says, because we still live in a country where people have what? The freedom of speech, the freedom of religion, supposedly, right? Right, Black Men Unfiltered?
Right, supposedly.
Supposedly, that's why I said
yeah,
supposedly.
right, exactly.
But,
you're right about that.
If you go to a court of law and you say, for example, I know all of you have heard about, I think it was a little white kid. He went to school with a T-shirt saying that both sexes are male and female, right? He had a shirt defining what, and then he was sent home from school, right? They sent him home because now check this out. There's going to be a lawsuit. His family would have the right to say, wait a minute. Did my son's shirt tell a lie? Isn't there two sexes, a male, a female? There's chromosomes, Y and X's and double X. Isn't there a biology to this? We know that women have menstrual cycle. There's a lot of things. If you were to go to court and you start bringing up the real deal about these issues, some of this shit that's happening in these schools, parents would be able to defend against it, but it has to be a lawsuit. Someone has to go against these schools legally to be able to flush this all out. I don't know if I'm making sense to you, brothers, or I'm just blowing Dixie whistle up here.
I think Grant wanted to have had a response to that.
Yeah, I would just. Do you think it's, I think the offering up of saying go to private school. I mean, do we think that's a viable option? For African Americans, just given our current social economic status, and so how do you address anyone that has a concern going forward outside of saying homeschooling or private schools? Those seem like quite difficult things to do. Yes. The vast majority of African Americans are going to be in 2-income homes, and also the cost of private school. And I was in private school my whole life. I definitely know the expense. It's a very difficult thing, and so. What other remediation or what other things you think are going to be viable given what your position is on saying, still extracting your kids from this environment?
Well, I think one solution, but I think you're right. It's going to take a sacrifice in whether you have the time to be home. As I was mentioning before, you already have Black people who are deciding to homeschool their kids. Of course, you're right. You're 100% right. Private school is very expensive. Not everybody's going to be able to afford that. So let's not act like Black folks haven't gone to schools in historically that have been hostile to us, and our parents at home would prepare us for it prior, right? So now you're going to have to, I think more than ever, Black men, Black women, the Black family, we need to start having more open dialogue with our kids. Gone are the days of serving a meal and your child goes to this room, that child's in the other room, and you eating in a damn other room. It's time to go back old school and make everybody sit at the table.
Come on, man.
Have a conversation.
Yes, sir.
And
I
talk
agree.
To your we got to talk to our kids about these sexual things. We have to get their opinions about it. What is your opinion?
I want to say this real quick also too before David goes on. I will actually suggest to the men that we have to be also cautious of who we choose our mates to raise our families like this, because we can't just act like our black woman's not supporting this, especially those who live in liberal cities like myself. Most percent of our black women supporting this LGBT mess right here the way it is to this day. And for them to have this power like that, they went to some side. We see in our black women celebrities all the time on TV who support this mess. Gabrielle Union, anyone? Everything that support this mess, we see this all the time. That's why they're able to use certain black men as mascots the way they is and everything. Our black woman's not supporting what actual strong black men like us don't want and stuff.
See, this is my position, brother, and I'm at a point on YouTube where I'm getting kind of exhausted with these narratives. At the end of the day, we know that there are black women that support gay men. You see it here on YouTube. You've got gay men who can get more views than I can. You can build a bigger channel than you. You look at the majority of their subs, it's black women. Now I'm going to get nasty tonight. These same black women who would never accept a black man in their life intimately who was either bisexual or been with men, they would never stand for it in their personal intimacy with a black man, but they've got no problem supporting gay black men or gay men on YouTube, right? They'll support them and love them and shower them and say, yeah, you telling the truth. Go ahead, girl. But the minute you say, okay, what if you were you met a brother and he told you, hey, I'm bisexual or I've been with men before, would you accept them? Most black women that be in them jam chat rooms supporting these type of content creators would never accept a brother. Talk about the homophobic phenomenon talk, right? They would never themselves accept a black man in particular who had dabbled in that at one point in time. They would never want to accept him and say, oh, I'm cool with it. But they will support, on the other hand, black women who dabble in bisexuality. It's okay, girl. Do your thing. Now, this is something that people don't really want to deal with, talk about, but it's a reality. And the reason why I'm saying this is that we already know that we have some of our women that support the causes. But instead of just always ad nauseum saying what black women are doing, but at the same time we claim that we're supposed to be the leaders, why don't black men take the ball, run with it, and show leadership? Stop waiting on those black women that you don't want to be with them, you don't agree with their ideology, while being with the black women that you do agree with and that are batting in your team. Be with those black women. Talk about those black women. Let's accentuate those black women instead of the same low-hanging fruit, because those black women are not going to be for your cause any damn way. And let's not sit up here and lie and put more boo-boo in our draws. We've got black men that are supporting this shit too. Come on now.
Exactly.
Hey.
Anyone?
Coffee.
You see in the celebrity world all the damn time and everything.
But see, there's another problem though, brother. We got to be careful.
But I have a question for you.
We got to be careful and stop using, this is my opinion. Remember, there's a key word. It's called Holly Weird. I don't expect anything different from celebrities, white, black, or otherwise. They've been weird for a very long time. And the gay stuff, look, Cat Williams had already told us a long time ago in his comedy routine that he went to a party and saw some things that blew his wig back. So we've had celebrities tell us that there's some shit going on versus those that are doing it, right? So Gaviar Union is not a good, is horrible. Look, check this out. Remember Dwayne Wade's first wife? She believes that the reason why her son is the way he is because she believes that it was Gavi who came into the relationship with him, and that's when stuff starts flipping and acting, you know what I'm saying?
But you want to put the name of Dwayne behind that also too? Would you say something like that on his own son like that?
No, there's a lot of blame to go around, brother. I'm not denying that there are some culpability going around, but at some point in time, look, I have a daughter. I'm a father. So now it's my responsibility to have conversations with my daughter because she's in high school. and she's being exposed to things that, look, we're not around our kids 24/7. So they're going to be exposed to some things, but it's about, do you deprogram it? Talk to them, have open dialogue. And I think when you do that, your kids will feel more comfortable talking to you about these issues, and you prepare them and weaponize your kids to be able to deal with it, even though it's tough, because that's what Black people have always had to do when sending our kids to these schools, to deal with all the foolishness that Black people historically have had to deal with. It ain't easy. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's a process, and we got to start somewhere. Because
I agree with you on that, brother.
Somebody said on this panel, I think it was you, Black Men Unfiltered. We're in the year 2023.
Yep.
By the time we get to the year 2030, 40, 50, this shit is going to be as normal.
Yep. As COVID is right now.
As COVID, it's going to be as normal as seeing cats get busy in an alleyway somewhere. I mean, it's going to be normal, because you can tell by the way the kids are being programmed. Another thing that I'm noticing, have you all noticed how the kids dress today?
Man.
Of course.
A lot of them are wearing the painted nails. And of course, that's been around since the punk rock days of the 80s. But always notice how what people are wearing, and ask yourself this, and I'm gonna render my mic. When you look at fashion, who are the main people who design the fashion in this society? I'm gonna get in trouble for this tonight, Black Men Unfiltered.
Yeah,
somebody's gonna call me homophobic, but think about who runs Hollywood primarily, the writers. Why are we seeing all these characters, particularly gay, Black men being portrayed as gay? Look at who's doing the writing in Hollywood, what their lifestyles are, and also the people who are designing the clothes and the fashion. So when they came out with, remember back in the day, it was norm for guys to wear their pants baggy as a teenager growing up. Right. Then they came out with the skinny jeans. Where they now making form-fitting jeans for men to wear. What's the messages that's being put out there, and who's designing it? It's called what? It's called social engineering.
Social engineering.
Our kids today, now I'm not including anyone on the panel, but the kids today are being socially engineered to accept all these different lifestyles. All different lifestyles.
Why would skinny jeans be like before baggy pants? Pants were fitted, correct? So it would.
It was in the 80s. It was fitted.
But even before the 80s, I mean, I know most of us are probably pretty young on this panel, I can tell. But the 1930s, the 40s, I mean, fitted pants or tailored clothing was part of kind of what we know. We don't tailor clothing any longer because it's expensive.
Right, but remember,
I do.
Remember, my dear brother, remember when clothes were being tailored in the past, that's when men were wearing what? Suits, ties, hats, looking dignified, right? Nobody was walking around with their pants hanging down like they have a bowel movement. But now what they've done with the clothes and the fashion, and then they got that whole, what's that cartoon stuff that they put in? That's what Jonathan Major was wearing on that cover, that the whole anime. Yeah. And if you look at the anime cartoons have a very feminine energy to it and look.
Some of it does. He has some other stuff that's on some other shit.
I would try not.
Pop boys.
What I'm basically trying to say here is that when you look at these skinny jeans, for example, all of us, if I go into a store right now, this is how you know they're trying to force a certain look on you. When I would go in the store and I would look for more baggy or more pants that had a more loose fit to them. Right. You there were times when I couldn't find those pants. I'd be like, ask ma'am, where are your more? That's the fashion, sir. It's like it's like they're trying to force us to accept a certain image. I think that's what I'm really trying to get at here. A certain image. But anytime you can go in the store and you can't find clothes to wear to fit the image that you want to project, but they're giving you clothes that they're only going to sell to you to make you project the image that somebody has come up with for social engineering. And you look at our kids and what they gravitate towards.
But you're reverse engineering you're kind of reverse engineering your bias. You're picking a moment in time, correct? I mean, in the 1970s, we had bell bottoms, which were highly tight. Matter of fact, we can all look at our parents in those photos, and I guess they're the most that's the most homoerotic time ever, correct? By your analysis, you're saying that any person we saw during the 70s or 60s was gay or had an agenda.
That's not what I'm saying, because first of all, I wore bell bottoms as a kid
saying by
myself.
extrapolation. Again, I'm just pointing out by extrapolation.
No. But I think I get what you're saying, but this is okay. Yes, there's always been tight form clothing. You can go back and look at covers of Grandmaster Flash. They were wearing boots, but this is the thing. When they were wearing those types of clothes, was there a energy in society? We know there was free love and sex and all of that, but was there this energy thrusted towards this whole gender identity? They weren't fighting with gender identity in those days. Pretty much people knew that that's a man, that's a woman. What makes it more dangerous today is because we've got all these gender identities that people are wrapped up into, which is really, if you really get down to the very common denominator of it, they're trying to get you to accept their personal sexual
preference,
desire, and choices.
Yeah, but androgyny is. I mean,
guess what?
David Bowie was
I don't have to accept anybody's sexual desire, the sexual interest. Look, I don't even want to see heterosexual people all out in public, all dripping on each other. Look, that's just, they're trying to get you to accept a sexual preference. And that's really what it is. It's a sexual preference. Back in the day that you're talking about, there wasn't this movement to try to say, hey, if your kid goes to school and doesn't call his classmate a he when he's really a she, oh, you're going to be sent home from school. It's a different dynamic today, sir. That's really what I'm trying to say. I'm going to end there.
Saying, bro, but we know who
I wanted to say something about
kids that was wearing skinny kids.
What'd you say, sir?
The kids that was wearing skinny jeans, we knew who was going that way and we knew who wasn't. It was a gang of kids that was normal kids, and that's just a fashion style that they made, and we just old now wanted to talk shit. Because like he said, it ain't no different than them tight ass bell bottoms y'all wore. It's just that back then y'all was young and wearing them, and now y'all old and these young dudes is wearing them, and now it's the issue. But the people that fit in that category that you're talking about, I agree that exists, but it was easily separated who was who.
Right, but this is the difference though, sir. You're right. You're 100% right. You knew who was who, but there wasn't a political agenda to tell you that you had to accept that who's who, or you had to be like who's who. What we have today is a complete, they've turned their movement into a political agenda to politically get you to say, this is what a boy, this is what a woman is. It's at a point now where they're trying to make us question biology. Nobody was pushing that narrative in those days that you're talking about. All people were doing was wearing their fashion, but their fashion is political, yes, but they were wearing their fashion and it wasn't no agenda with the fashion, such as, look, I'm wearing these tight booty hugging bell bottoms, so I want you to call me a girl when I really was born a man. They wasn't pushing that agenda.
No, you know what? I agree with you on that, but so my pushback on that would be like Lil Nas X is like I would say would be the person that they're using in hip hop for that. Ain't none of these kids trying to dress like him. They try to dress like the straight rappers. So even though what you're saying, I completely agree with you with the gender stuff. But I think specifically when we're talking about the skinny jean era or whatever like that.
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't necessarily think that was part of it. I think that's just one of them fashion things, like we always say. Everything goes in the cycle, whether it's bell bottoms, whether it's tight clothes, baggy clothes. It just always cycles. So I don't think I would squeeze that into that. I think some people could possibly use that as a tool, but I think overall, I think there was just young kids who, because now I was part of that baggy jeans era, and we literally look back on our old pictures like we look like fucking idiots.
Yep. Right, but when you wore your baggy jeans, did it come with a political? Did it come with a political agenda, where there was an organization saying we're gonna push baggy jeans on everybody, right? The baggy jeans game.
So this is my point to that though. If Lil Nas X had ushered in the skinny jean era, I'd be 100% with you. That's not who ushered it in, and nobody that was even remotely even looking funny like that is the one that ushered it in. These was kids that was dancing on the block, the new boys and this type of, and they just wanted to dress differently than than our generation. So that's the only thing I would say about that.
But I would say as to Tommy what he was saying. Back when we was kids dressing like that in the 90s and early 2000s, everything, it's more like a statement. If you want to say that might be a little form of our version of a political statement, but it wasn't hard pushed that when it went to Congress and everything. Now these days, you got even transformers in Congress now, leadership pushing it from behind the scenes like crazy. Right. So it's getting more crazy and dangerous now.
No.
That's pretty much what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I'm not arguing against the agenda. I 100%.
No, I know he was arguing. I was adding what you were saying. Yeah.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah, because like this Easy Money Jones. Hold on, just a second, Black David. Easy Money Jones says came in the 30s just like everybody else and still did their thing. You're absolutely right because I remember my granddad would say, "Hey, there's a whole bunch of punks over there, but you can only tell when they talk or they said something to you." And the thing is, like you said, Information Man, back in the day, people knew. Oh yeah. Benjamin. Yeah, good. He's sweet, right?
A lot of people,
but they mind their business. They was at their own house with their own little man. They didn't have him out in public. They hid him. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Let's keep it real. You had a lot of well-known people in the Harlem's Renaissance who were gay.
Yep.
And people are not going to like this, but they weren't running around trying to praise their lifestyle on everybody in the black community. Everybody knew that Langston Hughes was gay, but Langston Hughes wasn't going around trying to politicize his homosexuality on every black person in the community.
Luther Vandross.
Now, of course,
can we ask the question?
Like it's true.
I would say for all the difference between the gays now and back then, I would say up until the early 2000s, so like that, they knew their lane, they knew their place. They ain't got up in their faces and everything. Everybody didn't really know they were so standing proud of their lifestyle really hard the way they was during pride events, pride parade. Right.
But they knew their lane because they were catching hell like every other black person. See, this is the thing.
They knew their lane. They went to their own parties. They stayed in their lane. They ain't forcing on to you in our face like that.
I think what it is, I think it's just an overcorrection.
Right.
I think, way back in those days, they was treated so fucked up. And in the midst of people trying to correct them and getting treated half-assed fairly, they just overcorrected and they got a little bit of that power and now they're running with it. Because I think we all can agree that back in the day, they was getting treated pretty fucked up.
Yeah, they were.
So at the beginning of the movement, I think a lot of people agree with them. Like, yeah, you shouldn't run around beating these motherfuckers up. Yeah, you shouldn't be fucking up. Right. And then it's like, okay, they got a little bit of that momentum, and now we're here. Like, okay, what the fuck, bro? The pendulum swung way too far.
It shows that there's an old saying that if you take a group that's been at the bottom and they get a little taste of power, that they can be just as corruptible with their power as the people that they claim or said was oppressing them. So in the case of people in the gay community, they had been treated poorly, and now they've got they got some power, and now they're doing things that are similar to the very people that they would accuse. So when they throw around the word Jehovah-phobic, just because you agree, you say, hey, I don't agree with this lifestyle for my child. Just saying that, you will be accused of being homophobic. Instead of them saying, okay, you have a right to your beliefs as well as I. Why can't it just be that? But why does it have to be you're homophobic now?
Mr. Bennett had a question.
I'm going to come with a dark
hold on, because Mr. Bennett got to go. So Mr. Bennett had a question for Information Man. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
No, I didn't. I think I was agreeing with his point.
Oh, okay.
As far as the oppressor oftentimes becomes the oppressor. I mean, we talk about America is like supposed to be founded on religious freedom and freedoms for everybody and whatnot. And when they came here, then you had that oppression of the natives and then the black people or whatever. So again, the oppressed can easily become the oppressor. And I think that, certainly I think it's apropos to the point that he was making. The only point that I did want to make, and I need to bounce off after this, is that I think that if we're honest about a lot of these issues that we're talking about tonight, particularly in this lane here, I think that the main issue, I think the kids is like where the battle is being fought at, but the larger issue is that for a lot of people, they're just uncomfortable with the expression in society. Now, I really do, but I think we're using kids as the battleground to make the case for it. Because remember, like even with DeSantis in Florida, initially he was talking about they didn't want CRT and they didn't want DE&I at the elementary levels. They didn't want kids learning about stuff because of what it would do to the kids and whatnot and what they would teach. But then recently he just signed that even at the collegiate level, you can't have DE&I or initiatives like that. Or, and a lot of the Africana studies departments across the country are closing. So the issue, they're saying initially they tried to make the case that it was the kids. They didn't want the kids indoctrinated, but in reality, they just didn't want the history taught at all. So I think a lot of these, the cases that people are making, kids seems to be, that's the innocent place. But the reality is you don't want it to begin with. Now I hear people saying, when you're 18, you can do whatever you want. Well, that's the compromise, because prior to people being able to do that, you didn't want the 18-year-olds doing it either. That was just something you just didn't want in your society. And people would talk about, well, what happened to the Greeks and all that kind of stuff. This stuff is just bad. So it didn't matter whether you were 80 or 18 or 8. You just didn't want it to begin with, but you're making a point with the 8-year-old that this is dangerous for the society. So I think people need to be a little bit more honest about how they really feel about the issue and say, hey, we don't want this, period. We don't want diversity or DEI talk, period. We don't want homosexuality in our society, period. But we're just saying that let's look at the kids, because that's the easiest. That's where you get a lot of people more sympathetic to the issue. But the reality is we don't want this in the society. So I think if people are more honest about what their positions are, then I think we can have a more honest conversation. But we're using the kids as sort of the scapegoat or to hash out all these issues. But the reality is we're just uncomfortable. The whole thing with the sex, like I said earlier, why are the adults uncomfortable with having a conversation about sex? We are we have corn on one end, but we're also puritanical on the other end. We're almost kind of like bipolar when it comes to sex in this society. You said the sex is all over the place. But then you have people talking about, well, we can't talk about sex here. We can't talk about this. We can't talk about it. That's inappropriate. This is inappropriate. But this is basic human normative behavior. And we still are uncomfortable in terms of how to talk about it. He said, well, the parents should talk about it to their kids. But again, are parents really having the conversations that they need to have with their kids? And I don't think that they are.
The natural conversation,
hold on. I'll be quiet for a minute.
Hold on, Black David. The natural conversation, not the unnatural conversation,
but
right?
Even the natural, they're not even have the natural. I've asked the question on several panels over the past few weeks. The women who've been on the panels on the Tuesday night shows, how many times has your mother had a positive conversation with you about sex and sexuality? And none of them said that they did. They learn from elsewhere or from their own experience, but they're not having the quote unquote natural, because we don't want to have that. Like I said, the Bible has a whole book that's dedicated to sexuality, and we won't teach it in church.
Right.
So again, we're just uncomfortable with sex, period. But we know it's there because we do it. It's everywhere. We want to hide and pretend that it's not there, but it is. And we don't want to necessarily bring it to the floor and let's have a positive in terms of what is appropriate and what is not, where's the best place to have it. But we either trying to scare people, or you make it like it's the evil thing. It's like, oh man, it's like I said, it's the cookie jar thing. It's like, oh well, mom said don't go into the cookie jar, and then we just get curious. Well, what's in the cookie jar? Right? I almost believe that with Adam and Eve, I think it was, if God didn't say anything about the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they probably would have ignored it. But the fact that it was put there to say, hey, don't go there. Oh, why doesn't it go there? Hey, let me check that out. So it's like we just want to go in places where if we label it bad, then we want to check it out just to be rebellious. So again, I think that in all of these conversations, what's missing is we're trying to either stop this or stop that. But let's have the real discussion that can really educate, inform, and promote what's good, rather than trying to scare people into, because everyone's just running on this fear thing. If this happens, this will happen to you, or that'll happen to you, or this will happen to society, that happens to society. But we're not giving people the real on any, substantive issues of conversation. So I think that's part of what I'm seeing here. Everyone's operating out of this fear base. This is going to happen to you. But what can we do that's in the positive to promote better behavior?
At what age should we start that, Mr. Bennett?
I think at an age, certainly when they become sexual. We're talking about kids. If you can get pregnant at 9, 10, 12, I think that's when the conversation would happen. If the guy was upset, the pastor was upset that 10 and 11 and 12-year-olds are doing it, we know what's happening with these kids. You talked about black men in what's happening in the bathrooms in these elementary schools at that age. Right. If as soon as if a young man's getting an erection, you probably better start talking to him about it. Or a woman or a girl starts having feelings about certain things, we probably need to have a conversation, but let's have it in a safe and protective environment and let them express themselves. But a lot of us just want to just totally forget that responsibility, and then we get upset when society gives them something else. A lot of us learn about sex by those magazines that your dad hid under the bed or hid in a garage or whatever, and we just found some stuff. But he never had the conversation with us. We just found out. The Playboy, the Penthouse, all that stuff was just hidden in a place, and we just came across it.
So you think having that conversation with them about sex as soon as erections or they start to
changing the body. Changing the body,
that's going to happen. You got to have a healthy conversation.
I think we need to. Because in the world happening now, obviously we're not satisfied with what's happening now. Every time we have a conversation, what's wrong with society? What's going on with our kids? This thing, we're seeing this, we're seeing that. It can't help but help the conversation because we're not helping with the results that we're getting now.
Yeah, we're in a world right now though. We're dealing with how can I say it?
Sexual promiscuity.
Back in the day, they used to say peer pressure, right? The pressure these kids got right now ain't what we had ain't shit what they got right now, right? Because right now, a dude in high school, 17 years old, probably start having sex when he was 12, 13. Then you have these little innocent young girls that are virgins and they target them, right? I'm not saying I used to do that, but they used to target them, and then you talk yourself up on those girls, and things happen. And I think that even if you have that conversation with them, it will be fruitful to have that conversation with them. I agree with you 1,000%. But don't you think the pressure is still a major component in the society we live in today? If one girl don't give it to him,
that shit was happening when we was growing up too. It was
right. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But I'm saying
this pressure is never gonna go away. So you gotta have black influence.
I'm thinking about the schooling part because I've been trying to tell you, I've been knocking you off. I remember in the 90s to be a policy that allowed parents who cannot afford the so-called private school treatment they have here, they allowed their kid to go overseas and attend to in private school.
Oh shit!
I get it. Some people are still doing it. Actually, that policy they allow or not, I don't know. But there are a lot of international private schools that are well known that surpass some of the private we have on the state. I talked to Mom about it the other night in the back day. My question is, if people cannot so-called afford these high cost private schools, would it not hurt? It wouldn't hurt them to do a little research. These international private schools still exist or they're still accepting people. And see, let me finish. Hold on, and see if the country policy still allow it or not.
You can stop it.
You're uneducated about it. So, like I said,
no. What I'm saying is, I'm saying the way the world's set up right now, Black David. Even if they allowed it, the way the world's set up right now, motherfuckers running around shooting each other. I can't send my kid nowhere without me across those seas. I ain't gonna do it.
I get it,
and I've heard a lot of stuff. I mean, what happens at these boarding schools that
shit happening here. That's it.
Kids off to. I mean, I think with the information now, honestly, I honestly don't think it really matters that much where you send your kids. With the access to information, private schools, we all hear about the stuff that's happening at those private school.
They worse.
Kids, Yeah, so
It
as
works.
long as they got access to information, the stuff's going to be out there. So you can try to, the homeschooling might be the better option. But again, if you're willing to take that on, and if you still got to train your kids, because if they want to get into schools or whatever, you still have to teach them to test. So again, I'm still curious as far as for these homeschoolers, if they still have to pass certain academic regiments.
Yeah.
If that stuff becomes part of the academic regiment, then how are you going to bypass that even if you train them from home? If there's information that they need to know that you're trying to get them to avoid.
Man, information, man. During COVID, though, I'm going to say this and I'm going to land my plane. During COVID, there were ladies who were unemployed who got their money, the little money that they gave out, and then they also applied for food stamps for food, right? And these 5 ladies, probably all together, they probably had about 13, 14 grand worth of stamps. And guess what? Those emergency stamps. And guess what happened? I thought they were going to blow this shit, but they didn't. What they did was they opened up, they went and bought a whole bunch of food and toiletries, all type of shit. And they had one woman's house who had the bigger house out of all 5 of them. And they started homeschooling those kids and feeding them lunch every day off of those stamps. This was during COVID. They had those babies lined up. They had chairs for them. They had nap time. They had a whole school set out for them babies. And the kids were there on their laptops getting their work done. Parents would bring them over. They would separate them, put their mask on them, have plenty of Lysol and hand sanitizer. I mean, it was amazing. I ain't never seen nothing like it. Just to be honest with you, if that could happen, that'd be amazing.
Shout out to them.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's powerful. Well, Black Men Unfiltered, it's been proven that if you take the time to talk to your kids, like Mr. Bennett is saying, and if you keep your kids active in activities, that kids that are active and have an open dialogue and relationship with their parents, even though society is crazy and there's going to be pressure on them, these type of kids, you have to be honest, tend to turn out a little bit more stable and able to navigate themselves a little bit better versus kids that are just thrown out there to the wolves. There's no one at home talking to them. There's no dialogue. They're not involved in any kind of group, organization, or some structure in their life. And so it leads them to engaging in wrong type of behavior or hanging out with the wrong type of kids. This is a different generation today. Every generation, I'm a Gen Xer. People said that we were crazy. We were wild. And every generation is going to have its wildness, its fashion, its different style. But I'm going to repeat this again. There's something more potent about society today when it comes to these ideas that people want to push on your kids. It's a lot more potent. When I was a kid, you know what we had to worry about? Because I go back to the beginning when they started putting kids missing on milk cartons. The first kid that was put on a milk carton, Terry Collins, he lived in my neighborhood in the San Francisco area. And I remember up until then, we used to all go outside and play in the neighborhood and everyone knew who we were. We hung out. And all of a sudden, people got scared about having their kids outside playing on super because kids were going missing.
Right.
And then what happened? Over a period of time, parents begin to educate kids about strangers being around them. You see, so with educating your kids and preparing them, it at least gives them a little bit of, you're giving them some ammunition to navigate in this very dangerous world.
It was stranger danger back in the day.
Yeah. So back in the day, you had to worry about whether there was going to be some perv trying to, get to your kid.
Right.
Now, what we have, and I think Ben is right, it is about they're using kids as the battleground to push the sexual narratives and preferences by using the kids, which I think is a damn shame that you're going to use our kids against us if we decide to say, I don't want my child learning this at school at 5 and 6 years old. I don't want my child being read to by drag queens. And if that's what you don't want as a parent, which you have every damn God-given right to say so, they're gonna now tell you, oh, you didn't breach the contract or the policies of our school, sir. We're gonna send your child home. So I remember, I'll give you an example. So when I was in elementary school, my family, my background, we didn't believe in pledging allegiance to the flag. Because if you really know your religious Bible, you don't worship any idol, or anything above God. Because when you say the Pledge of Allegiance, it talks about, it's like you're pledging yourself to something, a flag, but no, you're supposed to pledge yourself to God and God only and nothing else. So I didn't believe in doing that. And so when I refused to do it, of course, they tried to send me home and call my mom and my father. And they came up to the school back in the day when your parents would come to school and be like, don't you send my goddamn child home for no bull. You know, back in the day, you could do that. You could rag and tag them. Now they call the cops on you, have you in handcuffs, and you be on 10 o'clock news. But they said, well, no, this is my son's religious belief. This is our beliefs as a family. And so we don't want our child doing the Pledge of Allegiance. To each his own on the panel who believe in it, right? So, Black Men Unfiltered, how is that any different if you got people that want their child to be called by a particular pronoun, and you as a parent don't want your child exposed to certain things? How is it any different? Where is the rights of the parents as much as the right of the parents that want their child to be acknowledged for being of the LGBTQ nation? Well, what about my rights as a heterosexual not to have my child exposed to certain stuff? Don't I have rights too? This is why this is going to court, my brother. It's going to court.
But wouldn't the argument? That's really not a checkmate, because wouldn't the argument be the reverse? I mean, that would be like being a homosexual family and having a homosexual child.
Okay.
And you have nothing but heterosexual people around you saying, I don't want my child to be around hearing about heterosexual people as a sense because we're homosexuals. Like that is not a violation of rights. It's because in essence you're saying the person's existence is an infringement of your rights. Which
I'm not talking about my dear brother. I'm not talking about the very existence of people that are gay. We know that they exist.
I know you know that.
I'm saying if I send my daughter to school,
mm-hmm.
and let's say she's in elementary school,
mm-hmm.
and now they're going to have a drag queen reading, or they're going to have someone come in and try to indoctrinate or talk about gay preferences and all these different sexual preferences and all these different things, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if I, as a parent, do not want my child being a part of that? You remember the times when they would bring a permission slip home with your child. You would bring a permission slip to your parents, and your parents would say, okay, you're going on a field trip to learn what? Okay, I accept that. Well, whatever happened to the permission slip? They should be sending permission slips home with the kids for you as the parent to be able to say, I don't want my child to take part in this, or I do. Now, if you have a gay couple, if you have a child that identifies as being a he, she, or whatever the pronoun is, and that person's family sends them to school, and they want to be treated fairly, and the school policy says, hey, your child must acknowledge that they want to be called this. Okay, if you're going to give them that right and privilege, that right to be identified with who they want to be identified with, then why can't my child go to school and say, I identify as a he, why can't my child go to school and say, well, I identify two sexes, a girl and a boy? And why should my child be sent home for saying that's what he identifies with? Because of why? Because that's what his religion teaches him. In the case that I just brought up, you had the young white kid who went to school. Of course, it was a little political what he did. He had the shirt, and because he wore a shirt saying sexes are male and female, which is a biological fact, he gets kicked out of school. Well, wait a minute. Last time I checked, that's biologically not a lie. So that kid wearing that shirt, he didn't tell a lie. He was actually speaking truth in the shirt. Biologically, that's truth. So
But
why would you send him home from school when he's representing? I know
let
it
me
was
give you another.
polarizing.
Let me give you an example.
Biology.
Well, let me help you in a better example.
Okay.
The truth is, you could say Africans are apes if you believe in evolution, and you could wear a shirt that says black people are apes.
Called us apes, brother. You
Hold
know
on,
that.
Hold on. Correct. We can all agree that that is a biological truth, that it's evolutionary true, but we would know that that shirt is meant to be political in its statement. It is meant to to infer and to antagonize, to pretend as if the shirt was some innocent thing, and that the child made some innocent decision to get a shirt with those words on it, and it was just completely innocuous. It's really not a fair argument.
I hear you.
Now, whether or not I agree with kicking kids out and talking about how speech is dealt with, we all agree that there are parameters of speech that have to be that we all have to agree are going to be that are going to some extent are going to be monitored. And so there is not a notion of unfettered speech, but there are going to always be parameters, and we just need to figure out what those parameters are going to look like. But I don't necessarily know that I don't know if anyone's rights are being hampered. And even if it goes to court, correct, which it won't, there's no evidence that there's no case law that would back up the idea that someone wanting to be called he or she or they would be an infringement of any constitutional rights. There's just no legal argument there, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it. These are all going to be relatively local requirements and things that each individual school or school districts and or states are going to have to deal with, because there are no constitutional requirements there that could be adjudicated.
So let me ask you, sir, because I can tell you are a man that's well read and studied. What do you think in the evolution of these things? What do you think is going to eventually happen? Do you see that there will be some sort of a burst in the pipes where people are just going to have Armageddon? Because I still believe that people or parents, if you are a certain religion, your rights or your beliefs religiously should also be recognized just as much as a child who identifies as transgender or otherwise and wants to be identified and wants to be respected. Well, okay, everyone should be respected, but I don't think that everybody's lifestyle, because as I said before, when it comes to people that are heterosexual, I don't want to see heterosexual people licking all over each other right in front of kids either. So because usually what the gay community usually will do is they will usually try to gaslight you by saying, well, what about heterosexual people that have sex and it's on TV? I don't want that either.
Hell no, I don't want my kids watching that.
This is where people fail. Some of us heterosexuals, we don't want, it's not even just, they always say it's about the sex, it's because it's gay sex. I don't want heterosexual sex being put out there in front of my child at a very young age where they don't need to be hit with all of that, right? So if I have a child that's very young and I'm at home, I'm going to turn off inappropriate things. If I don't want my daughter to hear something on a radio show that I think is inappropriate, what do? I turn it off. So when they make this argument that it's just about we don't like what their sexual stuff is, okay, maybe not, but that's not my point of view. My point of view is I don't think any form of sexuality, whether it be heterosexual, bisexuality, or otherwise, or transsexuality, none of that stuff should be dumped on our kids at an early age at all. They should be going to school like we did back in the day to learn arithmetic, reading, and the basic things. We don't need to start inundating them, putting training wheels on them with all these sexual definitions, man. It's hard enough just to figure out to get up in the morning and put the damn clothes on.
Now, you know what? Information, I'm going to say this real quick. Do you know how many, because I like to dabble in those books and history and things like that, or know the origin of things. And my company used to get a lot of tickets to the Rangers games, and they used to give them out to us and to go. And I used to take my family a lot. And I've never, since probably my freshman year, I've never stood up for anything as far as Pledge of Allegiance, Star Spangled Banner, and you would not believe how many people would talk shit to me or say something to me because of what I believe. Now watch this. I would sit at the game and they would say, "Everyone stand please for presenting the colors and the singing of the Star Spangled Banner by Gucci Man," or whatever. And they would start singing it. And I remember clearly, my wife was sitting next to me, my sons were sitting above me, and the white guy turned around and looked me in my face. And he said, "Listen here, you're going to stand up for this anthem. I fought for you, and you're going to stand up." I said, I'm going to stand up, but it's going to be to beat your motherfucking ass. I said, that's what's going to happen. If I stand up, I'm going to put my foot in your motherfucking ass. And that's point blank, period. You cannot tell me to stand up for a goddamn thing. You didn't fight for me to stand up. You fought for me to do what the fuck I want to do. That's the point.
That's the point.
Well, so the least you could do, you don't donate to the VA or the VFW. At least you could do is stand up for the national anthem.
I'm not.
You ungrateful mother.
Hell
yeah. If you went on YouTube, I'd say something to you.
I just think nationalism and patriotism are true signs of a country who are not moving towards modernity, who are moving further away from actually growing.
Okay.
We leverage these ideas of nationalism and patriotism.
Greg, you stupid. I just read your message in the back. You stupid. You stupid, bro. I can't. Go ahead. Oh, man.
Yeah, and I think this is...
You should have stood up for Gucci Man.
What I think is so important in that, what you just said, is... yes, compelling people to do things is wrong, but I think even people on the panel would say that we would want people to stand up for the national anthem. But again, that's all indoctrination, and so indoctrination is all around us to some extent. And so we all have to push back on the idea of being compelled to do for any speech, and I think that's something we need to keep in the forefront. And we also needing to be compelled to be religious, correct? I think the separation is there, and it's an important component of, I think, a healthy democracy. Because in essence, we should all be free to do as we like, but we still have to be within the framework of the law. And I still think we need to be within the framework of what's relatively normative within a modern society. And so we can't just always say, I want to have my religious freedoms, because we know that that's not true. We can all agree that wrapping women in burlap and then saying you can't show your face just kind of feels, I don't know, awful as a general concept. And we all think that that's a bad idea, generally speaking. And so we wouldn't want anyone compelled to do those things, nor do we agree that chopping off female genitalia, which is for some group of people is a religious belief. But female castration is something we all I would hope everyone on this panel agrees that it's not a good thing. And so I don't
not Black David, he's African. They do that routinely over there.
I just think that we shouldn't just appeal to religiosity as a component of saying something is right or wrong. We need to be within the framework of some legal framework that makes that's
I want you hold on just a second, because you guys
ask him,
just one second. Let me put this up here real quick, because somebody asked me to put this up here because they want you two intelligent guys to answer this question. So I'm gonna put it up here and hope y'all just now. Beautifully Animated says, but there weren't any permission slips when Ronald McDonald came to the school.
That's true. That is true.
Now, I don't think Ronald McDonald was sucking no. Listen to me.
He might have been. You just don't know about it.
Exactly.
Wait, do you
Hold
hold on.
That's a very good point.
Do y'all remember
Because
John Wayne Gacy?
They be around kids.
Yeah. Do you remember John Wayne Gacy?
Yeah.
The guy who dressed up like a clown and then threw those kids in his van and took off with him.
Yeah. But you know what?
I
though?
remember.
You know what needs to happen. Information, man.
They would bring all the different characters from McDonald's.
Yeah.
And what do? They'd be in their costumes.
Yeah.
And what do they normally do? They touch the kids. They hug the kids. You know.
Right.
So you.
Now look. I'm gonna say this. This is what's gonna break this shit up, y'all.
We probably all been. We've all been molested up here.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna stop this shit. I'm gonna tell you what's gonna stop it. These fine ass, because I'm gonna say this.
Touch you.
Yeah. I hope my wife ain't
I
watching.
think we all probably been touched by
I think it was Snuffleupagus for me. I think Snuffleupagus. I think he got me. I hope.
I love you, baby. If you're watching, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. However, my son has had a plethora of fine teachers. And I mean bad. And
watch your mouth. You know,
I'm trying to select my words carefully here. What's gonna stop this shit is when those teachers who fine like that, who's built like that, come to school in lingerie. See, and teach class. Oh yes, see, because that'll stop it, because if you got these heterosexual young men in class like my 15-year-old. Oh yes, my son ain't gonna get no work done. But if these women, and now what will be the outrage if these women start teaching in lingerie? Because you want the stud muffins to come in, right? You want the drag queens to come in and read to the kids.
Oh, I see what you.
If you want them to read to the kids, why is it not okay for this? Why is it not okay? Why is it not okay for this 22-year-old? Fresh college graduate that's coming up on this new teaching job to come up here in lingerie and cross her legs across the desk and say, "What's 4 times 4 times 3?"
You know, it's funny though. We got some of these damn teachers having sex with some of these boys, man.
It'll be some
female teachers. I mean, yeah.
Information, man. It'll be something in the dad is on the PTA. It'll be a motherfucker.
Oh, you remember the art teacher that was complaining with the big booty?
Hey, Black Men Unfiltered. I don't think I've ever seen a teacher do that, but we got to be honest here. There have been a lot of teachers over the decades who would come to school in very tight clothing. Ooh. They were very well endowed, and everybody was like, "Check her out." Look, I remember when I was in school. You'd be with the. I mean, let's keep it real. And you see a teacher that was built like that, you'd be like, "Man, check that out," you know.
Information man, you remember the story?
You make sure you get
information man. You remember the Spanish art teacher that was complaining because she had that curves?
She's New Jersey. She's in New Jersey.
New Jersey, yep. And that chick almost got 1 million followers on Instagram. Too.
Oh my god!
Oh, which one? The one rolling eyes?
For art.
No, she's a Spanish teacher. No, she's an art teacher, but she's Spanish. But she's built like an IG model.
Mm-hmm, and you know what? And I asked my 15-year-old son, because when I walked in the classroom, you know how you walk in and something hit you wrong, right? So I walked in the classroom. I said, "This your teacher?" He said, "Yeah, Dad, this is my teacher." He said, "Daddy, before you go in there," I said, "Well, don't tell me nothing." So I walked in the classroom. I walked in, and I said, "What's her name?" He said, "Miss Travis." I said, "Okay, Miss Travis." I walk in. I say, "Hi, Miss Travis." Boy, that woman turned around. I said, "Oh!" I said, "Son. Come here, son. Get over here." Oh. He said, "What, Daddy?" I said, "Why you tell me she rolled like this?" Oh. But no, she turned around. She said, "Hi, how are you?" I said, "I see why my son fell in your class. My son can't get no work done, ma'am. Damn, why are you dressed like this?" I'm looking at her. She built like a Coke bottle. I mean,
she
tight
was provocative
skirt
in her
on.
dress.
Oh, my son was gone.
They still got detention in that school?
Oh yeah. I told my son. My son
if he
said,
get
"Daddy."
detention, you see why.
He said, "Daddy, when my teacher on the board, and she drop a marker or a book or anything, and she go to reach for it, every boy in the class stand up, act like they scratching." And that's what. And so that's what I'm saying. You see how that is. Now, it should be. Now, what happened to the old teachers back in the day? The 60-year-old teachers that was in there with them big old, Easter dresses on, teaching math. We don't have that no more.
That's
right?
gone a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean,
but those teachers were living in a time when things were more conservative.
Yeah,
you got to remember there was a time when women would it would be a woman wearing some pants would be hawked at.
Yeah.
You had to dress a certain way, so there was a certain expectation culturally as to how a teacher was supposed to present herself and dress, and as men as well. But it seems like we've gotten away from those values because we live in a world where everybody should be able to be a rebel and be whatever the hell they want to do and be.
But teachers are fucking these kids. That's a problem. That's the problem.
Seriously a problem.
They were doing that in the 80s and the 90s.
Yeah, it was happening.
Oh yeah, well yeah, you're right. You're right. If Tommy B was here, he'd say that right now. Man, they've been doing that.
They've been doing it for a long time.
But I have a legal question for Grant.
I mean, the fathers was complaining about that though when it came to their sons.
No,
they
find if it's your daughter, you're gonna raise scorch.
Your daughter, you're gonna raise hell. But the fathers, they probably was propping their sons back in the 90s.
Yeah, because like back in the day, we used to bring the teacher a fruit. Now these boys bringing them dick, and we got to, and it's getting to a point. And I know y'all. It's funny. I know it's funny, but it's getting to a point where these teachers don't care. They looking at these 15-year-old boys like, shit, this could be my side piece. They don't care.
Black man, I'm looking at some of these teachers right now, and I'm like, damn, why teacher like that beautiful didn't come at me when I was in high
my
school?
PE teacher looked like Rambo. She was horrible. She was horrible. But I'll say this, guys.
Can I ask a legal question to Grant?
Yeah, go ask your question, then we're gonna shut it down, man. We're gonna shut it down.
Yeah, I got
Grant, I hope you're listening. Concerning these schools, religious school, either a Christian school, Muslim school, or Jewish school, do they have to follow the order etiquette and guideline to keep their school similar to a regular public school, or they choose not to? The reason I'm asking that question, I don't want to see Scam Likely face.
Scam Likely got his workout equipment in the back, huh?
Yeah, he got an OnlyFans. We'll do that after this broadcast. I don't care about that. Anyway. Well, I gotta see Mandro. He's shorter than me. Anyway, as I was saying.
Oh wow. Don't go
there. Well, he got all the.
I know.
Don't go there, Black David. No matter what, Black David, you'll always be an African.
And yet, I can get more later than you. No problem. Anyway, that's all.
You can stop it.
Right. I mean, it's not. Look, just because.
Why did come to Africa? Why did come to Africa for that thing though? In the first place?
Just because you take. Hold on. Just because you take.
I can continue. I can stop. I can continue.
No, you can't. Just because you take a zebra bone and beat women in the head and knock them out and take that on count.
What you said,
No.
Or you take
what bone were you? No. What bone were you referring to?
Oh my God.
What bone were you referring to?
What's going on? I heard what you said. I didn't know if you knew this. No, I'm just asking you what's going on. I get that. I don't know why.
A zebra bone.
Either way, as I was saying.
A zebra. Hey, listen. Yeah, Americans call it zebra. It's not really zebra, people. It's actually called zebra.
Zebra.
Anyway.
It is. Black David, those things there that he just showed, they don't count either. Y'all do that too. Those don't count as. No. Y'all do that too.
I don't do that either. The lady do that.
You sure?
The lady was doing that through the window, so don't talk about me. Anyway, as I was saying.
Oh boy.
Right? Concerning these schools, do they have a right to make their own policy? What kind of education they can teach in their school? Not follow the Board of Education policy, or gotta follow the guideline? Which one would that be?
You still have to be certified, correct? You still have to be certified within any district, correct? Any state, if you're a private school, but you can teach religion. Correct? It can be an elective, it's an elective, but it won't be recognized by public school. So you can't leave a private school that has religion courses and then go into a public school.
But on that note, are they allowed to include those type of policy that public will push into their school, or they have to follow it?
there are some policies like if there's a rule against corporal punishment, spanking, correct? You can't spank, although some do still. I don't think spanking should be allowed, but again, if there is a law against spanking, you have to follow that rule to some extent.
I'm asking that question because I'm asking this because in case of parents don't want to put their kid in the public school and practice these type of shenanigans called the LGBT whatever. They want to put their kid in private school like or Christian school whatever or Muslim school, either it may be. Do the Christian school or the Muslim school whatever has to follow the same guidelines of the public school concerning that type of particular topic?
No, if it's not something that is required, even if it is even if I'm not a lawyer, but if it's not mandated within the state law, usually religious schools can't get exemptions for. Right. At least like, I know that.
That's why I'm asking that question based on that.
Religious school, there is a exemption. That's one of the reasons why there are people out there who can afford, if they can afford it, they want their kids in private school because they may not agree with not even when it comes to the issue of people that are gay or what have you, but just they may not agree with how public schools operate in general. They don't think it's best for their child and what they believe, so they won't have to follow that guideline. And I think, but then we don't know, and hopefully Mr. Grant agrees with me or not. We don't know what's going to happen down the line in the law if they change things and make this even more. If there's more legal ramifications down the line, where they say everyone must recognize all people. Because remember, we have to be honest about this. Remember, some of the things and some things in how people of the gay community are treated, these are things that happen. Same thing happened to black people in this country, where remember there was separate but not equal. Black men couldn't go to a particular law school. That's how you got historical black colleges in some cases. Of course, you had slave owners who built a lot of these colleges, but a lot of these things, black people were being excluded, right, and discriminated against. And then eventually, as the laws changed, they put it across the land that you can't discriminate based on religion, sex, right, things of that nature. So you never know how this situation is going to expand itself into other areas.
And that's why I'm asking that question because I've seen a lot of Jewish
as you know, that I heard y'all talking about the Democrats. We know that the reason why the Democrats are pushing these type of things, because they're only looking at votes. They're looking at the immigrants or the illegals that come over here. They're looking at the LGBT community. They see them as one big giant voting block. So if we can appeal to these groups, we can increase our voting capital with these groups. Because remember, people forget this. When black people weren't doing a lot of these domestic jobs anymore, how do you think that's when they start bringing the Mexicans and the Filipinos over here, when they could no longer have our asses out there in the fields because we started doing what? Sending our kids to school to get education and upper mobility, at least what we thought, right? And then what do? United States always finds another class of people to put into jobs that at one point in time they had us doing, or that they only allowed us to do.
Yeah, or they feel the mediocre.
I did mention that.
In turn, black people really historically being conservative in terms of family values, conservative, started doing what? We started voting Democratic because the Democrats started pandering to us, right? Well, it's the same thing that the Democrats are doing today. It's the same playbook. They're pandering to the immigrants. They're pandering to these other groups while not listening to our cries for, hey, what about us? Because they're saying we gotten all we can get out of you Negroes. Now we're going to go find us some more Negroes. It's about political capital. That's why they do what they do.
Yeah, like Africans.
Oh, wait a minute now.
Black man, cue that African music.
You might want to update it because since African music is now surpassing American music, and
no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Afrobeats is the bomb now.
Right, Africans and
Thank you, man. Thank you, man.
Africans are surpassing.
That's like the new. That's a new part of hip hop now. The Afrobeats.
Now, first of all, Africans are surpassing Americans on anything. Even existing, even at breathing, you're not surpassing us on that. You don't need to surpass us on breathing.
The guy who wear a high chair. Thank you.
I don't wear a high chair. I don't wear a high chair. I mean, good grief. I mean, get an edge up first before you start.
Don't let me get New York on you right now. Don't let me New York I'm in Brooklyn. We love to roast. I'm getting ready.
I love to roast too. I mean, how you gonna roast me looking like that? No edge up, nothing.
They squabbling out there now. Yeah.
Need to run the code.
At least I got a hairline. My hairline's not really funny.
I got a hairline too.
I don't wear a hat to hide it. I don't wear a hat to hide it. I know that my hair is natural. It's no piece.
We know it's natural. Oh, we know.
I stick by it. I call you a handkerchief head Negro. I call him.
So my hair is natural and it's good.
That's right. It's natural.
No receding hairline. Instead of going backward, coming forward.
Tell them, you'll use no chemicals, no activator, no nothing. Only juices from berries.
Black David, it's Jesus. Wake up, Black David. Black David!
Black man, really? In between me and Mandre, you want to get into this right now, Black man? Black man? Black man. Black man, want to get into this right now? Black man, want to get into this right now?
Somebody in the chat
I'm working out
me to
and
do
you're
it.
not.
Somebody in the chat asked me to do
Who
it.
asked you to do it? Who asked you to do
Somebody
it?
in the chat.
Snitch on them. Who asked you to do it?
Oh my God.
I can't tell you.
You know everybody's tired when he started doing that.
Right.
Oh my God.
I've been quiet. I ain't no beta. I'm alpha.
Beta male.
I'm gonna leave Black David alone before we break out the machete. You know what I'm saying? Start chopping people's arms off and shit.
Don't worry,
Get out of here. Just get out of here. And F you. Just get out of here.
Don't worry, after this show, I'll start doing squat with zebra on my shoulder. How about that?
You gonna do what? You have a zebra on your
I'll
shoulder?
start doing squat with zebra on my shoulder so I can get more strength. Don't worry.
More strengths, really? Okay.
Oh my God.
You know you're in America, right? Like, you know you're in America now, Black
Grant
David.
started this shit. We should have stood up.
You can go to a proper gym and use actual weight. You know, you have to
use weight in the gym.
No, you
sometimes not heavy enough.
Is that your secret? That's why you're strong as a silverback.
I ain't strong as a silverback. At least I carry my woman, your woman on top of each shoulder. Okay.
Oh. Good for you.
Oh my God.
Right, Freezy. Thank you, Freezy. Let's shake your head at that.
Hey, we got the strength for it.
Motherfucker.
Yeah. That scene was from Dexter, by the way. That scene was from that show. Dexter, by the way.
I love that. I love Dexter.
Yeah,
that was a great show.
Did you see the last season?
Yeah, the last season.
I didn't like how it ended.
Yeah, I didn't like the way it ended either.
I didn't like how it ended. I mean, I kind of expected that was going to happen. It's like, okay, there's no way he walks away from everything he's done. I just didn't. I like the original ending. Like, he got away with it. Like, he leaves and that's it. I like that. I was like, oh shit, he didn't go to jail.
Man, Dexter was a bad man.
I was like,
that
oh, okay.
Sociopath. That dude's crazy.
Right.
Yeah,
Black Man Unfiltered. I'm about to turn it in now.
All right, me too, man. Hey, listen, man. I appreciate y'all for being here tonight, man. Appreciate the conversation. Arpain, my boy, information, man. You know what's up, Grant. Thank you for coming, man. You come any Friday. We here every Friday, bro.
I need Grant here for this legal mindset because he
absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank you, bro.
He spoke in very logical, concise manner, which it's good that to hear a different perspective. But that's one of the things I wanted to say to Grant because I understand where he's coming from. That people are potentially using religion to hide behind when it comes to dealing with these type of issues.
Right.
And that and that sometimes it doesn't always come down to your religious belief. It comes down to what the law says and what the laws may become, which is why I brought that up. We don't know how this all gonna evolve over time, and we're
And that's why I
certainly
asked that
living in a
question
different
concerning the
world.
school, because
Yeah,
what he said makes sense.
yeah, we're
Someone
living in a
asking all
different
these
world.
religious schools, they are Christian school, Jewish school,
Right.
Muslim school, what policy or law allow them to exclude certain factors that is pushing both public and private schools?
Right.
That's what I'm trying to ask
And
that.
as of right now, there is nothing, but it doesn't mean that something couldn't change in the future. As none of us right now in the year 2023, when we were all growing up back in the day, we never foreseen all this stuff would happen. Not like this. We might have thought something was going to change, but we're at a whole nother level. And like
Can you imagine if you woke up tomorrow and all of our great grandfathers were alive and they saw the world today? What would they say?
We pin slap everybody.
I
There'll be a lot of slapping going on.
I don't think
I
they
think
would
it'll
be
be a
able to
whole lot of
recognize
ass
this
whoopings.
world.
Let me push back on a little bit. Shahrazad Ali, right, in her book, she predicted almost everything in terms of relationships this 30 years ago. In her book, when she got vilified on the relationship between black men and black women.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, if you read that book now, it was like she was a prophet, right? Mm-hmm. And the same sister, Viola Van Zandt, was one of the head women.
And she apologized afterwards.
Well, you know, but 30 years ago, she was on the other side of the...
She was.
She was. I remember the video.
So all I'm just trying to say is, I think a lot of where we are today, I think it's been predicted by some people. She's just one example. Mm-hmm. But all of us on this panel can see where we're going right now. I mean, black folks as a subculture in the United States, we're becoming irrelevant, right? Because we have a class issue, right? Of the people who have and have not, looking at relationships, and then out the blacks from the inner city. It's like they're like foreigners. I mean, some of us haven't been in the hood in a long time, right? And some have never been there. And you transplant some of the folks from, you know, the well-to-do schools in the suburbs down in the inner city, they'll be like they were in Beirut.
And I live in the hood.
So all I'm just trying to say is I think we can see what's happening. We can see what's happening with the gays and the transgender. We can see what happened with you know, I mean, Angry Man was just talking about the fact that, and some of us already knew this, that women have pretty much always cheated more than men. A lot of people don't realize that, but you know, they were just more discreet. Now women are saying everything they do. You know, pee on me, do this, do that. You know, I guess I think some people had to predict what women would turn into once the advent of the pill came out, when they could have sex indiscriminately. I don't think we had to really stretch that far to see what happened with that, or unfettered, baby deletions.
I'm going to have to push back just a little bit.
So all I'm just trying to say is we can kind of read what's going to happen in society based on the things that we already allow.
Can I push back on one thing? I mean, one of the things I think what has kind of drawn me to this sort of sphere, I think there's clearly a ton of smart black men, and I think in various fields, and I think it's one of the things I think is, you know, quite refreshing. But I do think there are parts of or features of the community where we're willing to share, I would just say, completely false stats. Women en masse do not cheat more than men. There's no numbers to back that up. We don't have to make those things.
That's so you say.
Hold on. That's not what I say. It takes a half a second Google search for any data set. But even if you
no,
hold on.
No, that's not true.
Let him finish our thing.
Okay, I'm
sorry. Go ahead, finish. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
But I would just say there's more than enough data that says yes, early in 20s, women by 0.1 percentage point, 2.2 percentage points cheat more than men. But then by the time you get to your 40s, men are outpacing women. It's a fact. However, even if you can tease out the fact that the vast majority of humans were born by a very low percentage of men does not prove out that men or women were having multiple partners and men weren't having partners. And I think that sometimes is what is extrapolated out of that data set. But the problem even within that data set is that the vast majority of men went to war and died. It is because they were taken out of the gene pool that caused those disparities. It has nothing to do with the promiscuity of women. We don't have to make these things up. We can have critiques of Black community. We can have critiques of Black women. We can even have critiques of African-American men without sort of making up these sort of data points that are number one, completely untethered to reality, and number two, doesn't push the ideas of really transforming African Americans and pushing us in a direction that's going to make us better as a whole. And I think that's the part I think I would like to see us sort of begin to sort of work through a little bit better, instead of sort of regurgitating what I would believe are some really faulty data points that are shared from stream to stream. So
it sounded good, but the truth of the matter is we live in the real world and we can see what's going on around us, right? Let's just say if men are promiscuous or have been cheating a lot, we had to cheat with somebody, right? So we weren't just doing it to ourselves, we were doing it to women, and I'm not saying that it's one or the other. I think both. I think women are more promiscuous than we give them credit for, because it makes us feel good that they're somehow chaste, and some of them are. Right? It's all a choice, but we can't deny what's going on today, right? And regardless of your Google searches and all that kind of stuff, I mean, I guess depending on what report you want to read, you could feel good in the ones that make you feel good, but the statistics belie. I mean, how do we get all these unwed mothers out there? They're having sex. When people are having sex, men are really having a hard time finding the virtuous woman. They're not making that up, right? So where are they? Women are leaving men in marriages, especially when they're educated. We got woman after woman saying, I feel perfectly fine being single at 40 and 45. I'm single by choice. Part of it, I think a lot of that sounds good, but I think they're lying. A lot of them, when they're in their private room with all their money and stuff, but nobody to hug them and cover them. So it depends on how you look at it. I'm not trying to disparage them. I'm just trying to say there's some realities that we need to face. Now, I'm not saying every man needs to look at his wife differently. I'm a married man. I hope my wife is, when I say exception, she don't have to be the exception. I'm not saying every single woman cheats. I'm just saying there's more than people think, right? These books that people read and writing and stuff, they're not making it up. You can't ignore when women come out with article after article about why women cheat. We can try to deny that their existence, but that's putting our head in the sand, right? So this is not a moral issue. I'm just trying to say it's not even red pill. It's just being aware. That's all I'm trying to say. So we could both be right depending on how we want to look at the world. But look at our society, not just Black society, but look at our relationships. It's not just all manipulation. Some of it is very real, and people trying to find wives on both sides. Men want certain things from women, and it's not a mistake that women want unrealistic things from men. Right? I wouldn't date a bus driver, so a woman, I'm going to just land it here. For what I'm saying is women are in the workforce now, and their hypergamy goes with them. The more money they make, the higher the expectations of men are. And some of it is pricing themselves out of the market because everybody can't be a six-figure or a rich man.
Isn't it, let me say this. It's the same rhetoric that a lot of guys say here on the YouTube streets and you hear outside of YouTube. Men, we say often that we deserve the right and have the right to choose what type of women that we want, whether it be we want women that are submissive, and or we want women that are traditional versus women that are modern. So we as men, we decide what we want. I'm not personally triggered by women saying that they don't want to date a bus driver. If that's their choice and they just happen to overlook a good man, then ultimately they're going to pay the price for it, because if they overlook good men, then they're going to suffer in the long run and look back and say, hey, I might have missed out on a good man because I judged him by his occupation, right? So I think women, the more independent women become economically, as you said, having their own, then that comes along with the territory of feeling like you can do whatever you want and make your own choices because you've accumulated wealth, which is, you can't take it with you. I just want to say this, Black Man Unfiltered. And I think, Black David, you was on my channel when I talked about this a week ago. Black people are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
We spend way too much time talking about issues that at the end of the day, it ain't gonna fix the problems that we have. We have some social dynamic problems.
That was a great show last week, too.
We have some mental health problems, which is why our relationships are effed up. The way we talk to each other, the way women treat men, and vice versa. Black people are in a lot of trouble in this country. We're being gentrified the hell out of California, where I live. We're in trouble.
She in Texas too.
We're in trouble.
They gentrifying the shit. They gentrifying the shit out of Dallas.
I agree with you. I don't know why we think we have a lot of time to party and finger pop. We got a lot of problems within our communities that are not the ones that are not stable. Our women, our men, we have problems. We're more interested. I'm not saying you all on the panel, but in general, we got too many people that's more interested in being social media stars. Ja Morant. We got too many of us that are too focused on being a rapper, being an entertainer, all this other tap dance type bullshit. And at the same time, Black people are in a lot of trouble. We got other groups of people coming over here. You're seeing what's happening in New York. I talked about it on my show. The homelessness in New York, 56% of the homeless population in New York is made up of Black people. A good number of those Black people are men. Are men. We got a lot of problems. And they're moving these other people in. They move. Look at Chicago. They're moving people in there, trying to push Black people out of the margins in Chicago. We are in trouble. And,
yeah, but it's not. Let me ask you, information man.
We gotta. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do anything about it, but what I'm saying is, I think in general, I'm not saying you gentlemen personally, but in general, I think Black people, we are in denial, and we try to medicate ourselves with partying, music, clap dancing, weed, whatever. We're medicating ourselves the wrong way because we don't want to deal with the reality, which is that we're not really doing too well. And
yeah, but what's the solution?
See, that's the point. The small number of Black people that got money, but that small number don't represent the masses.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, we do, because, like I said again, here in Dallas. No. Well, you don't. But they gentrify.
No. What we're saying is the vast majority of Black people don't want solutions. Black Man Unfiltered.
But what I'm okay. Listen. So
here's the thing. Hold on. We don't even want. Hold on. We don't even want
Black Man.
We don't even want a Black community. We're just like talking about having one.
As I'm diagnosing the problem, we have. I said, what did I say? We have mental health issues that we're in denial, that we're not dealing with. We have Black people that are going homeless across this country, Black men that are in homelessness, that are being pushed out of cities, New York, LA, I can name them. And so because we have these problems, and we've got artificial intelligence, animation, all these things that's going to get to a point where they don't need your ass to work a job no more. And if Black people are not economically stable, which we know we don't have generational wealth, but we may have some individuals doing well, overall, it's gonna what I'm saying is, I'm afraid, and I don't want to see one day that we might be in a damn museum. Here lies Black man who once lived in the 20s. That's all I'm saying. I'll stop. I don't want to say doom. I don't want to be gloom and doom, because we can.
Yeah, but okay. So, but information, man. Let me just say this real quick. I mean, you just like what you just said. We see it coming.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, listen, but our patterns haven't changed. We
You're
still
right.
vote for the same party. Malcolm X is prescient, also talking about that one of our biggest enemy is the white liberal and not the conservative one.
Yeah, I say that all the time in my
The
show.
constant victimization and the fact that we see all these black people in Chicago, if you just look at that as a microcosm, they're all coming out arguing about the immigrants going into a school that they tried to get repurposed. And all those same politicians they voted for tell them, the hell with you. You're not worth the 5 or 10, 20 million we're putting into it.
Right.
But we're gonna put it in for 200 to 500 immigrants from another country. And then those same black people are talking about crime from those immigrants when crime is all around them from other black people.
Right.
But it's not the crime from the immigrants. 5 years from now, those same 200 to 500 immigrants in that school are going to own that neighborhood. They are going to have the stores. They're going to have all of that stuff.
Right. They're going to replace us.
Exactly. As a voting block for the Democrat. Yeah. And so we see it coming. And so some of the okie doke is to have us afraid of a guy. Now, I'm not saying vote for this guy. But they have all of us afraid of a guy like Trump, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we vote Biden in. But if we go through Trump's history over the last 50 years and Biden's history, it was Biden on the steps saying, don't let black people into this school. It was Biden on the steps raking Anita Hill over the coals. It was Biden doing a eulogy for a Ku Klux Klan member. It was Biden with the crime bill. This guy hates black people more than Trump ever has. And we still are following his narrative right now. And he's the white liberal devil that Malcolm X was talking about.
Come on, man.
So all I'm just trying to say is we're in the pickle because, again, like Scam likely said, we don't want to be saved because we still keep doing the same thing that we
don't say we. They don't want solutions. They said
you
no.
Now, this is where
said no.
Scam Lightly. This is where Scam Lightly. I want you to come in and tell us how we're just complaining Negroes, and that we need to just stop it. And this is the way the world is, and deal with it. Give us the logic, brother. This is the way the world is. Deal with it, right?
Just a minute, sir.
Because I know. But I get where he come from with that. You say all the time, this is the way it is. Y'all need to learn to deal with things.
It comes a time. I mean, it's to the point where people already know everything I'm going to say exactly the way I'm going to say it. There are real problems in the world, and then there's the dust. Real problem. Let's start with fitness. Dead people don't talk and don't solve problems.
That's true.
People don't solve problems with carrying an oxygen tank in their hand. A lot of people that you see now won't be here for the future that they're talking about. They're going to be out of here because they decided health ain't that important.
That's facts.
Number one is health.
That's what Jamie Foxx just said too.
Number two.
After what happened to him.
Yeah, number two. You're mental.
He was working out for Tyson the movie and just fucking passed out and damn near dead.
He took a whole long. He went on a long time without properly taking care of his health, and it caught up with him. Then he started working out in a way that he should. And plus, let's be honest, he was taking PEDs.
Oh, that's what
now,
he was taking.
Listen, if you're unhealthy and you try to get in shape, you take PEDs. It's gonna jack you up, man.
Oh my God! Is that what happened in Drell?
Yeah, he was out of shape. All right, he had to get in shape for the Tyson movie.
Yeah, he's trying to get that build like Mike Tyson.
Tyson had some size on him, so Jamie's trying to get that size, and Jamie started taking the PEDs and working out in the way you need to work out to look like Mike Tyson.
Oh my God!
And boom, you know what I'm saying? He almost stroked out. He almost stroked out. Yeah, he almost stroked. He had a stroke that almost took him out of here.
Yeah, here's the deal. Mandrell, myself, I'm down to my college weight. I weighed in 184 today. My goal is 180, which is unrealistic.
184?
Yeah. I ain't supposed to weigh that. I'm not supposed to run a 6-minute and 28-second mile at 42 years old. That ain't supposed to happen. Said I was going to do it and I did it. You see this? Y'all can see, you see that?
The whiteboard.
That's called some problems and some solutions.
Problems and
solutions. I'm going to do that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now, anyway, fitness, the people, they said no. There's going to be panels, going to be everything. You're going to see the same people. They ain't going to be able to fit on the screen. That's what's going to be in 3 months. I'm wrong. And here's the thing. Science does not negotiate.
It does not.
Panels and all, they'll tell you what you want to hear. Science don't negotiate.
Science does not negotiate. That's a deep statement.
Mental health. How you going to lead and do all this, whatever? You ain't took care of your own brain. You don't know nothing. Your critical thinking's off. Your confidence is garbage.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to take, the women need to. No, women, don't follow this. Go over there. Don't follow it. No. They're going to lead you into the fireplace behind Black Men Unfiltered. There's men waiting to do this. And raw dog you and Uber you to the streets. The same thing that people are asking for. God. We want solutions. We need to go back to 1950s, the way it was then, knowing that in the 60s is when everything fell apart. So you want to falsely prop something up and then watch it tear back apart the same way for the same damn reason. And blaming the women. Who created these women? Who the leaders?
No, see, if we would lead if the women would follow us.
That sounds like following women, which the manosphere is based on. The women are out of control, stop it. So the men come up here and get the most feminine energy I've ever seen in my life.
And they don't understand that leaders, what leaders do is listen. They just start doing stuff, and then people come and follow. The followers find the leaders. The leaders don't go find the followers. That's how that works, gentlemen. You have to be doing something.
So let me ask you guys. Can I ask you guys a serious question? All jokes aside, for you, Mandrell and Scam.
I just came up with some real problems, not something that's going on in Arizona with one dude on the internet and Sierra's dress and the other stuff.
No. Ain't nobody talking about that in 3 months. Listen, I have a real question for both of you. I like what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's relevant.
Okay.
How much time have you invested in others to get others to do that with you? Where you are right now in Florida? How many kids have you went and spoken with at the local YMCA or the local gym overweight kids? Because child obesity is horrible. How much time have you invested in trying to help those kids lose that weight?
I talk to adults.
Okay. What about you wouldn't help the kids?
Talk to the adults first. Then talk. Hold up. How am I go up here and go talk to some kids? What do I look like?
No. I mean, you got to do it the proper way. Like I coach football. No. You got to do it the right way. Like I coach football, and I get to know the parents, or whatever. So I understand that. I'm just saying, is that something that you're looking forward to being a solution in your area where you live, in your community?
There are things that I do.
Mm-hmm.
There are people I talk to online, offline, around. I had conversations. I make myself available.
Right.
And the other thing is I work on my communication because I realize if you're talking and people ain't listening, maybe it's something wrong with how you're delivering and what you're delivering. Because they'll listen to something else. So people are worried about, oh man, the trans are going to get my son. Okay, they got better influence than you do. Maybe work on the influence. You're telling me 15-year-old kid, somebody's going, hey, come here, let me talk to you about something. See this dress? And he's going to put it on and start tap dancing.
No, that's not how it
really
works.
What's going on?
It's social engineering, like you said earlier. It's in every commercial, every cartoon now. They got cartoons sucking dick. Just, you pass by the TV, cartoons are talking about two boys being together. It's in everything.
No, here's the thing, because I got nephews. They don't care. They like women, and that's what they want. They didn't say, I saw that ad on the Dunkin' Donuts commercial. I want some.
So whoa. So you say, hold on. So you saying influence is not a problem? Let me get
it is a problem. You missed where I said the problem was.
No, hold on. I understand. I'm just trying to understand you, Dustin, real quick. Because like right now, if you go to Houston to a Beyonce concert, she can go on stage and say, everybody right now, take your phone out and bust your left eye open. And the whole fucking crowd would do it.
Would you do it?
Fuck no.
All right. What I got to say? Do I need to get Beyonce to deliver the message about dropping these pounds? What I got to do?
Oh, yeah. Man, she could do it for sure.
Can we get Beyonce on this panel?
I'm saying she has major influence is what I'm saying.
I'm talking just direct. There's problem, there's solution.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but Scam, you're right.
And the people said no. And then they're running to the women saying, fix yours.
Well, before you go, the one thing you said that's correct.
You've seen the best. You've seen it.
Wait a minute. I agree with the physical fitness part, but to tell somebody until you get into shape, you shouldn't look for solutions. That's crazy. You got to do it all at the same time.
Until you get into shape,
you got to do it all.
Look in the refrigerator. How about that? Get it done.
All right. Okay. But see, what the point is, life is not a cereal box. You got to do a lot of stuff in parallel.
Like I said, they don't want solutions. They don't want them.
That's part of the solution. I don't disagree with that, but you can't say, listen, I'm going to take my 1 year, get in shape, and then I'm going to start worrying about fixing the problems around me. You got to do it all. You got to compartmentalize certain things. Right?
Are they doing it? Are they getting it done?
I say that I think the first thing is to be aware that there's issues that need to be fixed.
Are pain.
Financial.
Are pain.
Wait a minute now.
Are they fixing the problems? Information man. Are they fixing the problems?
Yeah, I think the beginning is to understand what the problem is. You got to say what the problem is.
I think the first step is saying what the problems are. But then once you recognize what they are, instead of continuing to talk about the problems, you must come up with solutions and you must strategize. How can you go about solving that problem if the problem can be solved? So that takes what? That's going to take people using the cognitive mind, as you talked about, the mental, and putting together a game plan. Just like what you're doing with working out, when you want to work out and change something in your life, you have a strategy, you give an outline. So I think it's nothing wrong with recognizing what the problems are. It's just that when you don't do anything to solve them or solve them in your own personal life. So if I know I don't want ratchet type women, then I have to be disciplined as a man, no matter how big the booty is or how the woman looks. If I know that she's not in my best interest long term, then I must figure out I must have the ability as a man to not indulge, because I know that, okay, I can have a good time with her, but in the long run, it could be a dangerous proposition for me. So therefore, I need to maybe step back from this type of woman while putting the effort and strategies in to get the women that I want, or a woman that I want that fits more of a long-term destiny. I'll stop there.
Yeah, let me say this real quick before I'm going to land my plane. Because I just talked to Mr. Bennett. That's why I went off camera, guys. Sorry about that. But I just talked to Mr. Bennett. And we were talking about solutions, and I told him he inspired me by what he was saying tonight about not being expressive with your children about, sex and things of that nature when they were younger. You was just told a few things. Hey, keep your drawers up, pull your dick back, right?
People
and
just
so
go to death instead of talking really.
Right, exactly.
And,
so on Tuesday,
I told you that months ago.
No, I understand. Yeah, I understand. I know. I'm saying when he said it, I talked to him about, asked him, did he want to do a show reflecting that? And I think we did it a while back when we talked about what happens in this house stays in this house. We covered that, but we didn't go into depth like he wants to.
It turned into some gloom. I'm just being honest.
Right. What did?
Okay.
No, hold on. So I'm gonna say this and I'll let you cook. Okay. So the title for Tuesday, I'm gonna let Mr. Bennett's gonna lead the show on Tuesday. Dear son, dear daughter, we failed you. We should have talked about sex. That's going to be Tuesday. And Mr. Bennett says he is going to get knee deep in his studies and he's going to bring it Tuesday. So cool. I'm looking forward to hearing what he got to say.
What about Thursday's show? Because I went out on this past night. This is considered a mental health issue. A lot of people don't pay attention to this type of topic.
Well, mental health, everybody. But let me say this, Black David. A lot of people don't look at mental health, and that's why I was talking to Mandrell and Scam Likely the other night on Unapologetic. A lot of people look at mental health, like especially Black folks. Boy, ain't nothing wrong with your ass. You better go there. We don't really take mental health seriously, and it's a lot of kids walking around here with mental health issues. And you wondering why your kid separating himself or looking a certain way. Or pulling away from the family, or not talking, or slow to get to things, and you still rambling. Now, ain't nothing wrong with him. He just bad as hell. No. Some of these kids have dyslexia. Some of them have ADHD. Some of them have mental disorders that need to be dealt with, and they go years and years and years. And guess what? 15 years later, They're on a panel saying nobody understands me. Nobody loves me. I ain't never had nobody in my life. And then you have these same mental health that if you don't get no help, that shit gonna be in you. I don't give a god. You know what? I told my let me tell you this, and I'm gonna land. I told my sister this. I said, she said, I want to get married. I said, you want to get married? I said, no, baby, anybody gonna marry you. And then she said, well, why do you feel that way? I said, baby, you've done too much. I mean, you got too many kids, too many baby daddies. You disappointed everybody. And I said, but if you do want to get married and that's what you're praying for, okay, I mean, I'm not going to knock you praying for that. I'm just saying the chances are going to be very slim. I said, but did you go sit on the couch and get help for all this trauma you went through? I said, because what's going to happen is you're going to get with a man and you ain't got no help, and you're going to get with a man and you're going to resort. And as soon as that man piss you off or make you mad, because that's inevitable in any relationship, you're not always going to be smiling every day. When that man piss you off one day, you're going to resort back to what makes you feel good. And you're going to be trying to find another dick. You need to go sit down on the couch somewhere and heal before you go ruin a man's life that could potentially be good to you. And that's what I told. That's what the problem is today. We're not honest with each other. That's why I can say I appreciate Mandrill. I appreciate Scam Likely. Even though we play a lot, I appreciate Information Man and the guys that's on this panel. We play a lot, but when it comes to the real talk, these men will tell me the truth. And I will also tell them the truth. And we can bump heads. Me and Mandrill done bumped heads. Me and Scam done bumped heads. We now bumped heads, but we come right back to the table again. Because that's what brothers do. That's what we're supposed to do. Right, but black, we're not telling each other the truth.
And I get it because
everybody's lying to each other. Nobody's telling each other the truth.
No, I'm just making it simple. Ask for problems, you ask for solutions. I'm giving them to you.
Yeah.
All right, you gave one. You gave one solution.
Arpain, let me make it simple. Fat is a problem.
Yes.
Mental health is a problem. Lack of confidence is a problem. Relationship skills is a problem. Proper communication skills, along with effective listening. Proper communication skills and effective listening are problems. These are problems of man. And then they're asking for something free from the woman. The scamisphere is an absolute disaster.
What? No, I disagree. I disagree with you 100%.
Why?
Well, hold on for a second. Listen, you just said something. Let me say something.
Game. Man.
You ain't letting nobody say anything. Because
I haven't talked in 2 hours, bro.
You're right on the health thing.
I haven't talked in 2 hours.
Well, how come I can't say anything, Scam? You said your little diatribe. Let me say what I gotta say.
I ain't talked in 2 hours, bro. They asked for
I didn't talk for 2 hours either.
Then you can tell me how great the manosphere is and how.
Listen, you don't know what I'm gonna say because you ain't letting me say it.
I didn't get to finish what I was saying.
Okay, man. Go ahead, man. Keep going, man.
I ain't talked in 2 hours. And me and Information Man disagree on some things, but when he's talking about the problems and solutions, people worrying about the wrong thing, he is correct. We're worrying about a gay man in Arizona you ain't never even met. We ain't talking about mental health, confidence, communication, the very things that you deal with on a daily basis that you see obvious to you, the person you talked to today and yesterday. And 3 months from now, you can go. Matter of fact, Arpain, today, tomorrow, you'll see the panels exemplifying the very thing that I'm talking about. You'll see them 5 times per day. 50, 200, 400 strong in the chat. Man, the women's, they all want money. Really? And it's a broke dude smashing around in the back of his car. I'm done. Go have at it.
Yeah, well, first of all, this one of the problems I think people see. We're talking absolutes. Some of the stuff you said I agree with, like getting in the gym, doing all that kind of stuff. But just to say that everybody is just talking in circles, I disagree. I think we have for the last 10 years. Well, yeah. I just think that the manosphere, whatever that shit is, has given men a voice to start saying stuff, right? The beginning of the communication to begin to solve issues, right? So when men want to have court women or vet women for marriage, there are solutions to that. I know I talk about solutions to that because I have a 10-step thing that I think men should at least look at in order to vet and court a woman for marriage. 10 discrete steps. There could be more, both secular and non-secular, right? Whether it's the complete answer or not, it's not. But it's at least 10 things to give you a couple of nuggets where you're not just pissing in the wind. To me, that's part of a solution, right? Because I've been married for a long time. So when people ask me about what did you do when you got married or found your wife, I have some discrete answers for that. You know, and so whether you like them or not, that's a different story. But I don't just tell people shit out of there. I got a step-by-step
Oh my God.
plan for that.
Oh shit.
You know, so you might not like it. Right. So yes, yeah, listen to that. So you're talking about we're just talking, and that's just bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. You know, you don't want to solve anything because you just want to be right by telling everybody they're assholes, man. Come on, get out of here.
I disagree with you.
Let me add to what Pain trying to say, because this is something when I say people have an issue of doing self-reflection. I've watched for the past 20, 30 years, and I see what RP talk about. It's legit.
What?
Remember, I'm saying it's legit. A lot of these multiple generations don't like to listen to people who were successful in it, and they think what they're saying is outdated. That's just fine.
I'm gonna share your argument like again.
Let me speak. I get it when younger generation tell the old folks those things are outdated and they want to do their own thing. That is fine. But I was taught, if you think what they're doing is outdated and your logic that you're applying is not working, two things can be the same. Meaning, your logic have not been proven correct, or your ideology have not really been, how would I say it, made solid. For the reason why the elder who trying to warn you in advance always have a head up over you because they see things that you could not see. I say this for the power I say in the American community, among the African American. Now, when you look outside the African American community, they don't have that issue.
That's a lie.
Yes, they do.
They started the manosphere. What are you talking about?
I say outside the African American.
Yes, and we tell you, yes, the white boys started the manosphere.
I'm not referring to white boys.
I know, but you just said outside the African American community. You said outside the African American community, you don't see these issues. You do.
Are you referring to
the reason why
blacks who are not African American specifically?
I'm referring to the people from the African diaspora. I'm referring to the African Caribbean. I'm talking to the Mexican and Latino. I'm talking to the people.
They have the same problems.
Yes, you're
not
correct.
as much
they
as
have the same problems. I've dated African. They have the same problems.
Yeah, they have the same problems. It's not just exclusively African American. Yeah, they have the same problems. And here's the thing, Arpay.
But not in the masses.
Hold on. Yes, in the masses, yes. You're African. Means you're all fucked up. So every problem known to mankind, y'all got. Y'all ain't special. Everybody's got the same problems. It's just some are more pronounced and some we witness more. Some we witness more than others. I live
in Houston, bro. I can even specify what.
Right. White people, they have the same problems. Latinos, same problems. Everyone is having the same problems. This conversation is going on across all races on the planet. It's all races in America. It's a Western mentality issue. If I could, just for a minute, information man, to our pain. What Scam Likely is saying is when you look at these panels, not this one, not on Black Man Unfiltered, we go there sometimes, but nowhere near as often as other panels. You look at other panels across this manosphere, all you hear is nothing but bad information. It's a bunch of the blind leading the blind. The guys talking clearly have no clue what they're talking about because it's wrong information. So you take a guy who's out here trying to figure it out. They come to the manosphere. They hear the wrong information. They take it in, and they go out there in the world and try to execute it. It makes them worse because now they're confused as to why the information ain't working. So then all you hear is, well, it's the women. Mm-hmm. And so they believe that too. It's all the women's fault. They're not taught to look inward and figure, hey, what can I do to help my circumstances? What can I do? So you have people like myself and Scam Likely saying, learn about emotional intelligence, take a class on it, learn about active listening, effective communication. These are things that you can use not only in relationships, but business and everything else, every other facet of your life. Take a class on selling. Learn how to sell. These are things that can help you. That can help you. Learn how to listen. people on these other platforms, they are not talking about that. They are not talking about solutions other than blaming women, and women are talking about blaming men.
Right.
You hear me all the time say, you hear me on Wednesday say, look, there's plenty of blame on both sides to go around. But if you're talking about who's responsible for this mess, it's got to be the men. Because we first want to say on these platforms, we're the leaders. Well, take the responsibility, because that's what leaders do. Pass or fail.
Attitude reflects leadership.
Yeah, pass or fail. It is our responsibility, which means the fault is ours, not the blame, because there's plenty of blame on both sides. The fault, however, is squarely on the shoulders of the men.
Yeah, I got one quick point.
And I get pushback. I get pushback for saying that. For some
reason, I agree with everything you just said. By the way, I do. But maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm on different panels. I hear panels where people talk about that.
Yeah, you probably on different ones. But man, look,
I just wanted to add this discussion.
Oh, go ahead, information man. Then I'm gonna go
be real
you.
quick because I got to get off.
Okay, and we can barely hear you.
The manosphere was created originally, the white manosphere, because of the dissatisfaction that white men had with their women or their relationships. So then you had this system called the MGTOW, men going their own way. And as you have brothers on YouTube, because I used to hear this stuff talking about that, because there's a whole group of YouTubers or people on YouTube who were talking this thing about leave the black woman for the white woman because the white woman was better. But then if that made any sense, then why is it the white man is trying to get away from the white woman if the white woman is so much better than black women? Because that's how the MGTOW got created in the first place, because white men were dissatisfied with white women and what they were going through there in their relationships. But one of the things that I noticed, if you go and take a look at the white manosphere, which is different about the white manosphere, this is a lesson. When they talk about women, even though they've had their problems with their women, they don't tend to emphasize white women this, white women that. They just emphasize women in general. They say this is female nature in general. What I see within black manosphere circles is that there's always an emphasis on what's wrong with the black woman specifically. Why am I making this statement? That even though the white man has problems with his white woman, he has enough pride in himself, and he's on code with his own culture to not get on social media and try to specifically trash his woman ethnically through social media. They don't do that. I dare you to find a prominent, not no little back alley corner tuber, but prominent white manosphere individuals that are specifically talking about white women. The white woman is this, the white woman is that. I kid you not, you will not find them talking about the white woman this and white woman that all day. They'll just say women in general, whether they're Asian, whatever. That's how they talk it, because they're on code enough to know I can't set up here as a white man in this society and just trash my enemy. Because even though they may not be happy with their women, the one thing they got that black people don't got in this society anymore at this time is that they're on code with each other. No matter what, they'll still be in code with each other, even if they're dissatisfied with one another on one level or another. Negroes, we spend all day trashing one another, and we have no code with one another. And then we wonder why we can't get anywhere. That's the difference. Black folks, we think it's a badge of honor to trash one another. We really do, because we don't like each other. That's another issue that y'all want to deal with. Black people don't like each other. And Black David, same thing go for you in the continent of Africa. Y'all don't like each other over there too. That's why you got all that tribalism over there. Now tell me I'm a lie or not.
No, you're not lying. I spoke about that several times. I got put back because of that.
Information, man. I've been saying that forever. Almost
more tribal in there than anything else.
Right. But check this out, Black David. When you hear Black Americans talking about, oh, we don't have tribalism, we unified. Bullshit. We got all type of tribes over here. Some of them are called gangs, some of them are called middle class, upper middle class, poor. We're divided in so many areas. Some of them are called I'm Hebrew Israelite, I'm Muslim. We're divided in so many of our different sets.
FBA, ADOS. I don't want you to mix.
That's the
I didn't
reason
even
why
know
we
this stuff
can't get.
existed till YouTube.
Whether y'all believe in reparations or not, we can't even agree on the fact that black people are owed reparations. We got Negroes that'll argue with you all day about that, and as soon as they say we're gonna cut y'all some check, these be the same Negroes that'll be the first in line to get their reparations, even though they talked against it. Just like those Negroes on the plantation when black people were freed into Reconstruction, those Negroes that was house Negroes cooning did what? They walked right into Reconstruction with the rest of our ancestors, and they've been with us ever since. Can I say Clarence Thomas? Can I say? Anyway, I'm getting out of here. Y'all have a great night.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one, information, man.
Now, since black men are here, then go to the final thought. I'll give to Scam Likely. Give your thought.
I'll try to consolidate. I got a big screen now. First, shout out to R. Payne being married, staying married. Salute to you. The disconnect between the married and the single is this. The marriage rate in 1862 or whenever it was that they keep trying to go back to was 80%. If you really look around, that 80% was fake and they were forced to be there. When given the option, it fell into the 20s. That means something wrong with the marriages, and we know it. We grew up in the marriages. We knew everything keeps going down. Why would we get onto a slide that's falling down? Somebody like me or Mandrell, at least smart enough to say, hey, let's look and try to find out about successful marriages and something related to what's going on today and the people of today. Just like you're not putting information on a floppy disk, times have changed. If people were chopping heads off, every woman would look for the strongest, tallest man for protection. But when they can protect and provide for themselves and the world is already civilized, we look for what is the biggest lacking critical need amongst the women. Maybe it's attraction and emotional intelligence and proper communication, which we all agree is an absolute disaster. I'm just saying things have changed. But salute to you. Hold on to that marriage. Stay strong. Other thing is this, and I'll be quick. Manosphere ain't shit.
Scam Like, where can we find you?
Somewhere bashing the Manosphere. I don't know. But what I was gonna say about the Manosphere. I didn't know what male femininity was till I came over to the Manosphere. I never heard so much complaining. I never seen so many people so gung-ho about things that don't even make sense and the math doesn't add up. Neither does the data, statistics. I've never seen so many people inject themselves into a scam or into a lie. Even church, the ones that are corrupted, salute the church. Even then, the men ran out of there, but they're willing to stay in the Manosphere that's lying to them and getting more money out of them. Why? I'm just saying. That's all I got. Salute to y'all, everybody who came on. Dust. Where can you find me? Usually on Black Men Unfiltered Network. Trolling somebody. Dust.
Welcome to the Dust when it's coming back.
So let me just finish it. First of all, I reject the notion that men and women are so inherently different because of their ages. I don't believe that the basic nature of man and women has really changed. Only the tools that we use and abuse have changed. And, so what made a good marriage in the past could make a good marriage now. And part of that is understanding, right? And it's still, the steps are still the same. Before, man, back in the day when I got married, you had to be prepared to be married. Today, in 2023, if you want to get married, you have to be prepared as a man to be married. Whatever you call that, emotional intelligence, which I think is a feminine kind of thing anyway. You just got to just be intelligent, period. And you just got to be somewhat well read, but you need to be ready to be married. If you want to find a woman, if it was 1987 when I got married, or 2023, you need to vet the woman. The only thing that's changed is that you might have to take more time to do it now. That's it. But you still got to vet her, right? Back then, you might have been able to find a more virtuous woman. Now, most women now have had more sexual partners than they probably did back then. So if that matters to you, you got to vet her. There's more women with kids going into marriage now, and they're getting married later. So what's the difference between that and 19? My wife was 20, 25. Today, you might not find a woman ready to get married until she's 30. So there's different experiences she has. And if you're going to marry a woman with kids, you got to do some discreet things to do that. And a lot of men don't do it. So this whole notion that because, you know, I know people hate baby boomers, especially Generation X. I hear enough of that shit on these panels, but it bounces off my back. Knowledge is good to have. So yeah, the manosphere has a lot of bad pockets, but it's still a conduit for people to communicate that wasn't there before. So just to trash it is a mistake, because without it, how are men connecting with each other? How do we know that there's a scam likely out there talking about, you know, getting your act together like that? Where's the place, the meeting place for people to talk and find other ideas? That's whether this shit it's not a panacea. I'll give you that. It's got a lot of bad parts. It's got the red pill and all that other horse shit, red pill rage and stuff. Now you can recognize why men who talk all about women this, women that, why they're doing it. And they need to stop. Some men graduate out of that, some don't. But at least we know what's going on out there. And I think that's a good thing. Without it, now we have people blind that they don't even know they're blind. At least now we have a conduit to see why people are messed up. And we got women coming into this space. And like I listen to the Crimson Cure, right? I don't really talk all the bullshit about black women because she does that enough for everybody, you know? So I just don't understand why people have a need to be so right that everybody else is wrong. There's more ways to skin a cat as long as we're going in the right direction. So that's the way I look at it. You know, I don't have to be right. All I know is that where we are now is effed up. And if we don't do something about it, it's going to get worse. And we can see the irrelevancy coming, right? We can see Chicago, and we can see every place where they have Democratic mayors and democratic society, democratically led places with lawlessness and crime and children acting like the Lord of the Flies and everything. How is that? How can that be without it being orchestrated by somebody, by some unseen hand? You know, but that shit is just not happenstance. And what we do, keep giving our votes to the same party, hasn't done us any good whatsoever. Right? The same party of slavery is the one that we're following right now. You know, so it's ridiculous. So I don't want to just throw the baby out with the bathwater. So I agree with you. A lot of shit is messed up. And you're right. Men blame women too much for shit. But that's not all the people in the manosphere. It's just not. I disagree with that. But that's enough.
So where can we find you, Paul Payne?
Well, marriage, politics, and sports is I just throw some videos out there. You know, I actually got 1 or 2 followers. But I would say this, all my videos have some kind of solution to what I think might be an issue. You know, I just throw some shit out there. One, I got the 10 steps for courting and vetting women for marriage. It has nothing to do with the fact that it was 1987 when I got married. It's all modern shit, right? You know, and then, you know, and because some of the stuff is age-old stuff, right? Then I talk about politics too. I talk about getting the hell out of the Democratic Party, and I say why. I don't just say let's get the hell out. I have a thing out there talking about why. I'm getting ready to put a part 2 out. I talk about, you know, then I got some other bullshit out there. You know, everything is not profound. Then I got some things about sports. I have my idea about, you know, the issue with Ime Udoka, right? About men, a 45-year-old man who can't keep his dick in his pants, right? Because he was supposed to go through his sexual transmutation. And how could you be the Boston Celtics coach and you're stroking a chick who's working for you? With all the women you could stroke, that's the stupidest shit in the world. Dropping the bag. Same thing with John Moran. Talk about stuff. So all I'm just trying to say is I don't just think I just throw shit out there. I'm having fun. I got a few videos out. Some are better than others, but I think my thumbnails are pretty good. That's all I can say. But you can find it. Marriage, I'm in marriage, comma, politics, comma, but politics and sports with the ampersand. That's my page. Yeah, that's it.
All right. Now, Grant, I hope you're still here with us.
Yeah.
Our feature legal analyst.
No, not at all. I mean, I think again, everything everyone said is, a lot of good nuggets. I mean, I think really like what Scam was saying, and I think that's an important thing to sort of latch on to. The ability to start thinking about how do you create a framework for, let's say, African Americans that allows for us to think of ourselves in a way that health, mental health are going to be the game changer for a lot of other things. I mean, you think about countries where you want to bring them out of poverty, correct? The first thing you want to do is feed them and make them you got to give them the right nutrition. The other thing is you want to give them access to education. I mean, you also want to create a framework that allows for them to feel safe and move freely within that environment. And I think one of the things that I think is a great critique of the manosphere is that oftentimes it sort of just turns into this very sort of unsavory shouting matches. And that can't really lead to, I think, a quality conversation to make the kind of changes that I think most of us are seeking, correct, within this space. And so I'm optimistic, correct. I think I'm a lot more optimistic than a lot of the people who I heard on these panels, correct. But my optimism is that people are seeking out answers. But I would just hope that people are taking a lot of the things that they're hearing with a grain of salt, taking on other pieces of information to figure out whether or not what they're hearing is true. And also just recognize the fact that, if women are the enemy, correct, then why are you spending all your time worrying about them, correct? If they're like, you're trying to gain their trust and yet you're using such vitriolic language, there's a certain point in which their backs will continue to be turned to you. And so you've got to come up with better solutions other than hate or vitriol, because at some point, the women that you're claiming you want to mate with or get with are still part of the equation. And there's relationships cannot be compulsory. You cannot force women to be with you. And there is no fantasy land in which any laws are going to change to make that derangement come true of compelling women to be with you. You have to make a compelling argument to the person you like and hope that person agrees with your compelling argument. If your argument is not compelling enough about who you are, that's on you, correct? That is truly on you. And if you're offering up something that others don't want, you need to look inward. You need to look at yourself, because ultimately, if no one finds you appealing, not physically, who you are, what you're giving off, the energy you're giving off, you may be speaking to people incorrectly. You may be giving off an energy of someone who has low emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is a very key thing. Men who speak violently towards women or mad that women exist have low emotional intelligence. And you are going to bring that into every other aspect of your life. And that is not a good thing. We want to create a safe world, not only for women, but for men and for children. And the way to do that is to be aware of how other people feel and how your actions interact with another person. And I think those are the sort of things I think I would love to continue to talk through and get people's feedback on. So thank you, guys.
No problem.
Where can we find you, Grant?
Nowhere.
Grant, you're welcome to stay after the stream ends and in the back.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
Next up to the bat is Mandrell. My twin brother.
Right.
We like bump head all the time.
Yeah. I'm going to be the third person to tell you that emotional intelligence is important. Okay. Because it is. A lack of emotional intelligence will kill you in nearly every facet of your life. If you're a supervisor or in some kind of leadership role, you may be proficient at your job, but you'll be far more effective with emotional intelligence. You know what I'm saying? Get that up, fellas. Scam Likely and I've been saying it for the longest. Scam's been saying it a lot longer than I have. He was telling me all last year, hey, Mandrill, I want to work on your emotional intelligence. I want to work on your emotional intelligence. And I'm doing it. And I'm never going back. You know what I'm saying? I see the value in it, and I'm never going back, like ever. I'm going to continue to increase that as much as I can. Personally, I don't care if a person's gay or not. I don't give a shit. I care that you're a good person. I mean, the rest of that stuff, that's your personal business. Cool, whatever. What else? The guy with the gun. I don't feel sorry for him at all. You've been paid nearly $300 million.
290
million. That's $300 million. The second you put that into account, the interest is going to take it over the top. So, yeah, $300 million. $300 million, dude, and you telling me you can't stop doing something stupid? Then you don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. There's some people up here on this panel tonight handling this guy with kid gloves. No, that's a grown man. You should treat him like one. There are consequences to your actions. Okay? And I don't think there should be any leniency on him. Now, again, the punishment must fit the crime. So you can't be too hard on him either. And so I'm not selective outrage for me. We're all guilty of that when it comes to the topic, selective outrage. Every single one of us, we're all guilty of it. Every single one, myself included. Myself included. So all we can do is try to stay cognizant of it and be fair. Be as fair as we can across the board. You know, call it like we see it. And stay away from dust panels, people. Any panel that's just constantly berating women, and women, any panel that's constantly berating men, stay away from that place. Stay away from it. It's poison. It's toxic. It's doing you no good. You're doing yourself no favors by being over there at all.
Trolls only.
There you go. Those people deserve to be trolled. And you don't want to be a part of that party, do you? Okay. That's my final thoughts.
And where can we find you, Mando?
You can find me here on the Buttman Unfiltered Network every Wednesday night at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time for my show that I do with my sister, my younger sister, Shushu. It's called Unapologetic with Mandrell and Shushu. We talk about a variety of topics. Some political. We hardly ever talk about relationships and dating. You can find any 1,300 panels on YouTube to talk about that if you want. We talk about a lot of other things. We talk about a lot of other things. You know what I mean? So, yeah, check us out and hit the link, people. When we drop the link, join the conversation. All right.
All right.
That's it. Have a good weekend.
Take it easy, everybody. You got anything there?
I will say this. I'm glad we spoke about emotional intelligence, but it's something that I completely agree. I'll be the first to say this. It's also something I've been teaching my son for the longest because, from one, I watched my son bump head with his sister, and I told him, you're going to be a future male. You can't be so weak with your emotion. I don't know how to control it. Because I show by example in case my wife want to get out of hand and think she's going to be smart. I don't let her trigger me to go in the back and forth fight. I'll just keep my cool, just look at her, let her know that, okay, keep going. Whenever you're tired, you can exit. I'm not going to waste my time. Let her take me out of my square. And this is something I talk about most. I think we do not do what's called self-reflection. A lot of people don't know how to utilize that tool. From yesterday's show, I asked Coach K, why do people treat self-reflection like it's poison or it is something that will uncover a hidden trouble that they want to deal with? I think this is one of the reasons why it had to be connected with emotional intelligence, because if you don't know how to self-reflect and check yourself first and figure out what are your triggers. What are the things that make you act or respond a certain way, and figure out how you can counteract it or find a solution to that particular problem. Then you can go forward and just claim that you don't have no problem. Yes, there are a lot of people who have selective outrage. I have it too. I'm not gonna lie. I have my moment. What I normally do when I realize I have my moment, I take myself out of that situation and go somewhere isolated and ask myself why I'm acting the way I'm acting. Why allow the thing to trigger me? Why allow the thing to bother me? I'm beyond this. There's something my uncle told me years ago. I didn't pay him no mind. I'm not gonna lie. I did that. My uncle told me when I was young about emotional intelligence, as well as self-reflection. I thought it was not a big deal. Now I realize it is a big deal. Today's topic is very, very important to think about because when we talk about John Moran and what's going on in our community, there are pieces of a puzzle that we need to deal with and how to find a solution to this problem. Because one, I believe there is a mental health issue among our community that we don't need to try not to deal with or we don't want to address. Scam likely, Amandra, I give them props. They have it. Scam mostly speak about it longer than anybody else. And even though he did almost the ultimate troll, there's someone better than him, but he trying to take the crown back. I wonder when he's gonna do that one. But he have been on point about it. Mandrea have been doing his show. I'm part of the producing team of the Black Phenomenon. I have my own channel which is all about that. But I am very passionate about what they're doing over here. And I hope that people take the conversation, dissect it, and try to understand these main points while we are very passionate about what we're talking about here. Because we're not like any other platform, but what we're trying to do is do something more positive, more productive for our future. Other than that, this has been a great show and a very interesting show. You can find me here most of the time because I'm part of the producing team. I'm in the back sometimes, or I'm monitoring the chat. I have my own channel, CBN Tech Talks. It's mostly about tech, anything concerning PT building PT, or anything concerning with technology. I'll have that conversation about that. I have a community board. You can check that one out. So please come to the platform, check out the video. Thursday night when we have Breaking Up the Cycle, which is something I'm hoping people take it more seriously. We have great conversation there. Until then, I appreciate you guys. Enjoy your night.
All right.
Bye.
Take it easy.